तपाईहरु आजको स्केड्युल के कस्तो छ भनेर जान्न चाहनुहुन्छ भने तपाईहरुले इभेन्ट्स मोको एप प्ले स्टोर अथवा एप स्टोरबाट डाउनलोड गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ र तपाईले आजको सम्पूर्ण गतिविधि तपाईले त्यो एपमा भेटाउन सक्नुहुन्छ। र अब म अतिथिगणहरुलाई यहाँ डायसमा निम्त्याउन चाहन्छु। सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्री श्री पुष्पकमल दाहालज्यू यस कार्यक्रमका प्रमुख अतिथि हुनुहुन्छ। उहाँ शीघ्रै हामी समक्ष उपस्थित हुनुहुन्छ। अब म उद्घाटन सत्रको अध्यक्षता गरिदिनु हुनका लागि शिक्षा विज्ञान तथा प्रविधि मन्त्रालयका माननीय मन्त्री अशोक कुमार राईज्यूलाई हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्दछु। यसै गरिकन माननीय राज्य मन्त्री प्रमिला कुमारीज्यू शिक्षा विज्ञान तथा प्रविधि मन्त्रालयबाट रिप्रेजेन्ट गर्दै हुनुहुन्छ र म उहाँलाई पनि अगाडि आइदिनु हुन अनुरोध गर्दछु। यसै गरिकन यसै मन्त्रालयका सचिव श्री प्रमिला देवी बजुचार्यज्यूलाई पनि आसन ग्रहणको लागि अनुरोध गर्दछु। अब now I'd like to call upon His Excellency Rolf Fenn, UK Ambassador to Nepal. Welcome, sir. So today's event, हामीहरु AI र Robotics मा केन्द्रित रहनेछौं र केही बेरमा हामीहरु औपचारिक रूपमै सुरु गर्न लागिरहेका छौं र it will be in fact very interesting as how the world will move with AI and robotics together hand in hand, and it is such a pleasure and an honor to have you all under the same roof and discussing the same topic in terms of how we can move as Nepali and as Nepal forward and in step to step and hand in hand with the world together. So, अब चाहिँ म आजको स्केड्युलको बारे अथवा आजको इभेन्टको बारे के भन्न चाहन्छु। Artificial intelligence and robotics is actually rapidly growing and transforming the world around us. And Nepal, like I said, should not be an exception, and we need to move forward hand in hand and step to step. Now, AI has the potential to revolutionize many sectors of Nepali economy, including agriculture, healthcare, education, and tourism. The Prime Minister of Nepal and Nepal government has recognized the importance of AI and is working to take steps to promote its development in the country. In 2019, the government launched Science, Technology and Innovation Policy 2019 and Digital Nepal Framework 2019, where both robotics and AI has been placed as a top priority, with a vision on how emerging technologies can be used to achieve Nepal's development goals and aims to develop AI policy by the end of 2024, that is this year. Now, there are 5 key areas that this strategy focuses on. Number 1, promoting AI research and development. Number 2, building AI skills and capacity via engineering education. Number 3, developing AI-powered applications for social and economic development through industry. And number 4, ensuring responsible and ethical use of AI. Number 5, fostering international cooperation on AI. र यही भन्दा भन्दै म तपाईहरु सबैजनालाई पनि जानकारी दिउँ, सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्री श्री पुष्पकमल दाहालज्यू चाहिँ आफ्नो यहाँ आउने क्रममा हुनुहुन्छ। सो उहाँ केही क्षणमै कुनै बेला पनि यहाँबाट हामीहरु समक्ष आउनुहुन्छ र हामीहरु अगाडि बढ्नेछौँ उहाँको उपस्थिति हुने बित्तिकै। र अब हामीहरु यहाँ जतिजना पनि उपस्थित हुनुहुन्छ तपाईहरु सबै माझमा म फेरि एक पटक इभेन्ट्स मो एप डाउनलोड गर्नु होला तपाईहरुले, सो दैट तपाईहरुलाई आजको स्केड्युल के छ, हामीहरु आज के गर्दै छौं, कति बजे गर्दै छौं, को पछि को आउँदै हुनुहुन्छ भनेर तपाईलाई सबै इन्फर्मेसन तपाईले इभेन्ट्स मो एपमा प्राप्त गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ। यो कुरो चाहिँ तपाईको एप स्टोरमा पनि रहेको छ र प्ले स्टोरमा पनि रहेको छ। तपाईहरुले इभेन्ट्स मो एप डाउनलोड गरेर आजको सबै स्केड्युल प्राप्त गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ। So until the meantime, I'd like to discuss the objectives of the AI conference. Now it's to support the policy review debate on National Science, Technology and Innovation Policy 2019, to support the government of Nepal in the development of AI policy. र साथसाथै to bring together stakeholders working on AI, helping in the formulation of AI policy, to bring international experts and create International AI Advisory Council for the policy formulation. Also, to organize stakeholders' discussion for the roadmap of AI policy development and industry, academia, and government dialogue, to formalize international partnerships for the AI ecosystem development in Nepal, to review, safeguard, and risk of AI for the national development. Also, this AI conference aims to bring the impact of AI in the national economy and how Nepal can prepare the best to reap the benefits through the inputs of national and international AI experts of the country for the formation of AI policy and national strategic approach for AI development. The high-level AI experts and delegates from Korea, Singapore, China, USA, Spain, Chile, UK, and India are attending this event to explore how they can mutually contribute to the development of Nepal through resource sharing, public, private, national, and international partnership, and invite the Nepal government to join the global movement of AI revolution. This conference will focus on achieving the untapped potential of Nepal and Nepal's youth all over the world through maximization of AI applications all over the country. The future of AI, and AI is the future. Now, हामीहरु सबैजना चाहिँ रेडी अलमोस्ट भएर बस्दा पनि हुने जस्तो देखिन्छ। सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू आफ्नो हजुर प्रेजेन्स हामीहरूलाई यहाँ देखाउँदै हुनुहुन्छ केही समयमा। सो यो समारोह शिक्षा विज्ञान तथा प्रविधि मन्त्रालय मिनिस्ट्री अफ एजुकेसन साइन्स एन्ड टेक्नोलोजी नेस्ट हामीहरू माझमा सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्री श्री पुष्पकमल दाहालज्यू अलमोस्ट आइसक्नु भएको छ। उहाँ इनफ्याक्ट yes, he's almost here. सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्री श्री पुष्पकमल दाहालज्यू हामी माझमा आउनुभएको छ। स्वागत छ तपाईलाई। म हाम्रो अतिथिगण सबैजनालाई आसन ग्रहण गरिदिनु हुन हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्दछु। र अब हामी सबैजनालाई राष्ट्रगानको निमित्त हजुर सबैजना आफ्नो यथास्थानबाट उभिदिनु हुन हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्दछु।
थुङ्गा फुलका हामी एउटै माला नेपाली सार्वभौम भई फैलिएका मेची महाकाली। सयौं थुङ्गा फुलका हामी एउटै माला नेपाली सार्वभौम भई फैलिएका मेची महाकाली। प्रकृतिका कोटि कोटि सम्पदाको आचल वीरहरूका रगतले स्वतन्त्र अटल। ज्ञान भूमि शान्ति भूमि तराई पहाड हिमाल अखण्ड यो प्यारो हाम्रो मातृभूमि नेपाल। बहु जाति भाषा धर्म संस्कृति छन् विशाल अग्रगामी राष्ट्र हाम्रो जय जय नेपाल।
र अब म शिक्षा विज्ञान तथा प्रविधि मन्त्रालयका सचिव श्री प्रमिला देवी बजाचार्यज्यूलाई आफ्ना केही दुई शब्दका लागि डायसमा हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्दछु।
आजको यस कन्फरेन्स अन आर्टिफिसियल इन्टेलिजेन्स फर प्रोस्पेरस नेपाल फ्युचर अफ वर्क उद्घाटन समारोहका अध्यक्ष मान्य शिक्षा विज्ञान तथा प्रविधि मन्त्रीज्यू, प्रमुख अतिथि एवं सम्मान्य प्रधानमन्त्री श्री पुष्पकमल दाहाल प्रचण्डज्यू, विशेष अतिथि मान्य शिक्षा विज्ञान तथा प्रविधि मन्त्रालयका राज्य मन्त्रीज्यू, नेपाल सरकारका विभिन्न मन्त्रालय तथा आयोगका सचिवज्यूहरू, हिज एक्सलेन्सी मिस्टर रोब फेन, एम्बेसडर अफ द युनाइटेड किङडम टु नेपाल, विश्वविद्यालयका प्राध्यापकज्यूहरू, नेपाल उद्योग वाणिज्य महासङ्घका प्रतिनिधिज्यूहरू, Keynote speakers, all national and international experts, शिक्षा विज्ञान तथा प्रविधि मन्त्रालयका सहसचिवज्यूहरू, नेपाल सरकारका विभिन्न मन्त्रालयका सहसचिवज्यूहरू, विज्ञान तथा प्रविधिसँग सम्बन्धित विभिन्न सङ्घ संस्थाका प्रमुख एवं प्रतिनिधिज्यूहरू, एआई क्षेत्रमा कार्यरत निजी तथा अन्य संस्थाबाट प्रतिनिधित्व गर्नुहुने प्राविधिज्ञज्यूहरू, नेपाल सरकारका कर्मचारी साथीहरू, युवा वैज्ञानिकहरू, विद्यार्थीहरू, पत्रकार मित्रहरू, भद्र महिला तथा सज्जनवृन्द, शिक्षा विज्ञान तथा प्रविधि मन्त्रालय तथा विभिन्न सरकारवाला निकायहरूको सहकार्यमा आयोजित आर्टिफिसियल इन्टेलिजेन्सको क्षेत्रमा यस स्तरको सम्मेलन नेपालमा पहिलो पटक आयोजना गरेको कार्यक्रममा यहाँहरूलाई स्वागत गर्न पाउँदा म गर्व महसुस गरिरहेको छु। यस सम्मेलनको नाम कन्फरेन्स अन आर्टिफिसियल इन्टेलिजेन्स फर प्रोस्परस नेपाल फ्युचर अफ वर्क अर्थात् समृद्धि नेपालका लागि कृत्रिम बौद्धिकता रोजगारीको भविष्य रहेको छ। यस कार्यक्रममा उपस्थित हुनुहुने सम्पूर्ण प्राविधिज्ञ विज्ञहरूलाई म हार्दिक स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छु। विज्ञान विषय बहुआयामिक तथा प्रगतिशील विषय रहेको छ। विज्ञान र अनुसन्धान हाम्रो जस्तो कम विकसित मुलुकको लागि मुलुकले लगानी गर्ने क्षेत्र होइन भन्ने सोचाइ रहेको पाइन्छ। विज्ञान तथा प्रविधिको क्षेत्रको प्रवर्धनात्मक क्रियाकलापहरू विज्ञान तथा प्रविधि हेर्ने मन्त्रालय मार्फत गरिने अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय अभ्यास भएको र नेपालमा पनि सोही अनुसार अभ्यास गर्दै जानुपर्ने आजको आवश्यकता रहेको छ। विज्ञान र प्रविधिको क्षेत्रमा आवश्यक पर्ने पूर्वाधारहरू अत्यन्त न्यून रहेको छन् र कार्यक्रमहरू सञ्चालन गर्न पनि कानुनी जटिलता रहेको छ। विज्ञान प्रविधिको क्षेत्रको कुनै पनि राष्ट्रिय परियोजना सञ्चालनमा छैनन्। अनुसन्धान खरिदको प्रक्रियालाई सामान्य परामर्श जस्तै भन्दा फरक ढङ्गले गर्न सार्वजनिक खरिद ऐन नियममा अनुसन्धान खरिदको छुट्टै प्रावधान राख्नु अत्यावश्यक भइसकेको छ र अनुसन्धान र नवप्रवर्तकहरूको प्रबन्धनको लागि नियमनकारी भन्दा पनि फरक ढङ्गको प्रवर्धनकारी ऐन नियमहरू आवश्यक रहेका छन्। यसै सन्दर्भमा मन्त्रालयले सरकारवाला निकायहरूको सहकार्यमा विज्ञान प्रविधि तथा नवप्रवर्धन कोष सम्बन्धी विधेयकको मस्यौदा तयार गरिरहेको र यही आर्थिक वर्षमा सङ्घीय संसदमा पेश गर्न गृहकार्य भइरहेको समेत आजको यस कार्यक्रममा म जानकारी गराउन चाहन्छु। यस कार्यक्रमको प्रमुख उद्देश्य कृत्रिम बौद्धिकता नीति तर्जुमा गर्न नेपाल सरकारलाई सहयोग गर्नु रहेको छ। नेपालमा रहेका सबै सरकारवालाहरूलाई एउटै मञ्चमा ल्याएर अन्तर्क्रिया गरी जोखिम तथा फाइदाहरू मूल्याङ्कन गर्ने र अन्तमा एउटा सङ्कल्प प्रस्ताव तयार गर्ने कार्यक्रमको उद्देश्य रहेको छ। विज्ञान प्रविधि तथा नवप्रवर्तन नीति 2076 प्राथमिकतामा परेका 6वटा विषयहरूमा पनि एआई प्रविधिको प्रयोग गर्ने उल्लेख भएकोबाट यो एआईको महत्त्वबारे स्पष्टता देखिन आउँछ। आजको यस कार्यक्रममा सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यूबाट यो कार्यक्रमलाई महत्त्व दिनुभई हामीलाई समय प्रदान गर्नुभएकोमा म हृदयदेखि नै आभार व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु। साथै उपस्थित हुने सम्पूर्ण महानुभावहरूलाई पुनः एकपटक स्वागत गर्दै म बिदा हुन्छु। धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
थ्याङ्क यू सो मच प्रमिला म्याम। अब म सम्मान्य प्रधानमन्त्री श्री पुष्पकमल दाहालज्यूलाई मोबाइल एपद्वारा दीप प्रज्वलन गरी कार्यक्रम समुद्घाटन गर्नुहुनको लागि अनुरोध गर्दछु र ड्यासमा उपस्थित सम्पूर्ण महानुभावहरूलाई सरिक हुन अनुरोध गर्दछु। र अब म डाक्टर सेतु विजय कुमार जी जो चाहिँ हुनुहुन्छ प्रोफेसर अफ रोबोटिक्स द एलन ट्युरिङ इन्स्टिट्युटबाट एन्ड ही इज अबाउट टु गिभ हिज रिमार्क्स अन द फ्युचर अफ वर्क। सर, मे आई हेभ यु अन द डायस प्लिज।
Good morning to everybody. It's a huge pleasure and honor to be here. Honorable Prime Minister, members of the Ministry of Education, and the Ambassador from the UK, and all the international guests and young students who are here. It's my first visit to Nepal, and I'm really pleased to be part of this exciting new development in trying to get AI to work for country like Nepal, make huge leaps going forward. So what I'll do today is to try and give you a little bit of a background in terms of the kind of science that we do, both at the University of Edinburgh, the Alan Turing Institute, but also give you a vision about how we are trying to take AI for really trying to push it towards the benefit of all. See if that works. Okay. Don't think my clicker's quite working. Oh yeah, great. So the University of Edinburgh is one of the very old institutions established in 1583. It's got a long history, and personally I've got two hats on. One as the program director for AI at the Alan Turing Institute, and the second as the head of the Edinburgh Centre for Robotics, which brings together works in AI, robotics, for domains ranging from healthcare, automation, to even space. So I don't need to tell you guys here that robotics is becoming extremely important in different parts of our life. Everything from the traditional areas like car manufacturing and assembly, but more and more new domains like smart cities, autonomous driving cars, and I was just discussing with the ambassador here today in terms of trying to see how AI can play a big role in things like mitigation of climate disasters. How can we use AI and robotics for, say, dealing with logistics in an extremely challenging environment like Nepal? And again, I think traditionally robotics has always worked in terms of trying to get robots to do things as you would like a machine to repeatedly do things again and again. Whereas now the research is going into more something called autonomy or autonomous behaviors, where the robots have to make decisions on its own. And shared autonomy is somewhere in between, where we are trying to match the best of both worlds, still have humans in the loop, but have the robotic systems deliver a lot of the goodness in terms of the precision, the load, etc. And this is not a new concept. This notion of shared autonomy has been talked about by many people, not least David Mindell from MIT, who said the real challenge is to now be able to seamlessly go between these two sort of extremes. And I mentioned to you the areas that we work in and why do we need this kind of collaborative and shared autonomy. And one of the main reasons is that we need to use robotics and AI to address some of the grand challenges. This includes grand challenges for meeting industrial demands, for food security, for the next generation, for healthcare and aging for lots of the Western world with a very significantly demographic problems of the inverted pyramid, as well as flexible redeployment. But also, there are many other areas and reasons why we would like robotics and AI to play a big role, including infrastructure maintenance. So what I want to do next is, in the next sort of 5 minutes, is to give you a brief overview of the kind of science that we do to make this happen. So, for example, if you want to teleoperate a robot in an environment that you do not have direct line of sight, you're either in a different room, in a different country, maybe even on a different planet. So we have some exciting works with NASA, the JPL. And to be able to do that, you need to be able to both have the robot be capable of doing autonomous behaviors, but still have humans in the loop to address some of these big challenges. And I was privileged yesterday to witness a football match where Vikashji organized an exciting display of the drones. And we can already see, even in Nepal, you're creating both impact as well as excitement amongst the population by using some of these technologies to do everything from surveillance, maintenance of security, to things like looking at infrastructure maintenance. And again, why do we do these things? So in classical robotics, we've got lots of challenges in terms of getting robots to navigate in environments that are built for humans. So for example, you see on the screen a sort of mock setup in our lab where a quadruped robot has to manipulate something that would be seen on an oil and gas platform. So for example, if you've got a rig where you have to turn a valve, operate a device, climb steps, traditionally you would have operators go in and do this in combination with robotic systems. But now we are moving to a situation where we are already seeing deployment in the North Sea, off the coast of Scotland, where we're using technologies like this, so robotic technologies like this, so that operators can work from the environment, from the comfort of their home, while being taken out of the harm's way, by being a lot more so mindful of human lives and threats. So this is not only in areas like oil and gas, but in extreme environments like in mines, in nuclear decommissioning under extremely radioactive situations. So these are examples of work where we take the situation, the kind of context in a real world problem and try to create solutions in our lab to address some of these big issues. Let's see if we can. I think I'm having a little bit of a trouble with this clicker, but sorry, can I just get you to click to the next slide, please? Yeah, I think my clicker is not. Yeah, so again, in trying to do that, the kind of things that we use is sort of techniques from topology, techniques from mathematics. So I'm sure in Nepal there's a strong emphasis on development in the use of mathematics, but mathematics is not just for solving your equations, but a lot of the work in robotics involves continuous math, and this work, for example, uses concepts from topological constructs to then be able to manipulate objects, sort of address things that are really that can make a huge difference in terms of being able to replan on the fly. So, for example, here's the robot doing this navigation task by building a map of the surrounding using its LiDARs and sensors, and then being able to sort of address that on the fly. So apologies for the mails that are popping up. And one of the, and I mentioned one of the projects that we have is the work with NASA, the Johnson Space Center, and here's a video of the robot when it came to Edinburgh on its first visit, and we have again, if I can get you to click that, please. I think the clicker's got a problem with the clicker. Yeah. So this is a
Valkyrie. It's a NASA robot worth over £1.5 million, which has just been delivered to researchers at Edinburgh University. Their task, to program it to act like a human so it can carry out space exploration that's just too dangerous for astronauts. Our science reporter Victoria Gill has had exclusive access to the robot and the team.
Yeah, we'll let you know when we get ready for the download.
250 miles above the planet, the International Space Station has been home to more than 200 astronauts and one robonaut. But the next generation of this type of robot is being developed back on planet Earth, and it makes this one look quite retro.
You are looking through the eyes of a very human-like robot. This is Valkyrie. It's NASA's 6-foot humanoid. It's designed to work in disaster zones and even go to space. But it's just arrived here at the Edinburgh Centre for Robotics so that programmers here can push the boundaries of how humans and robots work together.
Worth in excess of £1.5 million, with 44 movable joints, scanning lasers and cameras to simulate human vision, this is NASA's most advanced humanoid.
Valkyrie is an amazing and unique piece of hardware because there are only 3 of its kind in the world.
But the team here has to create a set of instructions that will allow this robot to understand how to use its body.
It's going to move the arm
to carry out every new task.
You need to make it do the things that we take for granted. For you and me, for walking, balancing, dexterous manipulation, it comes to us naturally. For getting a robot to do something like that takes a lot of effort.
With a core set of human skills, Valkyrie could be put to work in unpredictable environments.
I'd like it to be able to do very benign things, everyday actions, to be able to do what a human being does, to be able to mitigate situations that happen sometimes in a disaster relief, for example, Fukushima, to be able to do maintenance on the International Space Station is what NASA are interested in.
It's hoped that humanoids like Valkyrie could be sent ahead of human astronauts to explore the surface of Mars. But this very young robot is still learning. It takes several attempts to master every new skill. The ability to control its balance and motion, though, could have an impact much closer to home.
Doing research on a human-like robot, that can nicely feed into technologies that are very relevant socially. So, for example, some of the work on exoskeletons for support of human disabilities, things like prosthetics for people who have lost a limb.
The ambition for Valkyrie's future is beyond this planet. But this work could also lead to technology.
Yeah, so that was sort of when the robot arrived, but we've had some exciting new work. Again, come and talk to me after the conference, during the conference, to find out more about it. We've also got some exciting work in trying to get robots to deal with uncertainty in the world. So creating systems that are compliant, that are able to deal with uncertainty in the world and noise in the system. So, for example, we've been using robotic systems to learn from data. So, as you've just inaugurated today's conference using mobile tech, we can use exactly digital technology and data science to sort of change the way we do robotics by changing the way we do programming, changing the way we actually write our programs. So this here is an example of a robot learning how to balance a pole from scratch using data-driven techniques. So in other words, using data not just as we use it in today's world in terms of recommender systems, but using it to program robotic systems in a way that is beneficial to the humans. And finally, one other thing I wanted to really touch on is the use of robots in complex scenarios where robots are not working independent of humans. They're working with humans. You're wearing robotic systems. So here's an example from our lab where we work with exoskeletons for the rehabilitation of patients with stroke, patients who've got sports injuries, patients who have some kind of disability. And really, that is trying to bring together these different domains of work. And Finally, I just wanted to sort of touch upon this. The theme of today's conference is the future of work, and it's not. And if you probably sort of, those of you who are science fiction buffs, see this and say that's Tony Stark, that's from a movie. But actually, this concept is not very far away. So, for example, about 5 years ago, we deployed a system with Hitachi in Japan on trying to improve the productivity of their smart warehousing using systems that we've just built. In Japan, we deployed, in a cafe, we deployed a robot system which is effectively getting robots and humans to work together. So this is a setting where the robot is being operated by a person who has a disability from a different town. So normally the workforce, which would not have been working, they are now back into the workforce because they are able to deal with this on the fly. So here's an example of an operator who is paraplegic in a different town, operating a cafe barista for getting people into the workforce. Solutions. It is for addressing some of the pressing demands and pressing challenges of every part of society. And this is what we're trying to address at the Edinburgh Centre for Robotics through a combination of working with government, with industry, with embedded systems and labs. So I'm going to finish by showing you a quick video of the names of the done in our lab,
statistical machine learning and motor control
in the language or in the words of the addresses.
World-leading research on robotics, machine learning, and data-driven techniques using artificial intelligence to make robots a lot more versatile and adaptive to the real-world situations. We do work across domains, so applying the core problems in robotics and machine learning to domains in oil and gas, transport, healthcare, as well as things like the
in our gate lab. We hope that with this setup and combining robotic assistance with electrical stimulation, physical therapists can have a tool to personalize the intervention and improve the outcomes of physical therapy.
My research is about robot localization in changing environments. When the robot's view is nearly occluded by large moving objects.
We want the robot to learn which objects are of interest without requiring a human to provide information about the shape or the visual appearance of these objects.
In order to enable robots to move while in contact, for example, when wiping a table or pushing a heavy object, my research focuses on how to plan or how to learn those types of physical contact interactions.
We are developing mathematical models to enable a robot to capture heavy and moving objects with 2 arms. At the same time, we are handling impact.
My research involves both humans and robots, where first we enable robots to predict humans' intentions and actions, and we also generate safe robot actions in order to help the humans reach their goal.
In construction, robots are often operated by humans in dangerous environments, needing expensive training. To reduce the operator burden, I'm working on shared autonomy, which combines human input and autonomous methods so the human can best utilize their expertise.
I'm really interested in human-robot collaboration, so how we can enable robots to perform a common task effectively with humans, such as pouring a wine into a human's glass. But humans are really difficult to predict, and so I'm interested in how we can better make those predictions.
I'm working on the development of robots that can be easily taught to manipulate objects and potentially collaborate with people or assist people in need just by giving a demonstration of the task.
I'm working on leg robots to make them traverse challenging terrains. The idea we propose is to start with a capable controller that already works on the robot and try to extend and add capabilities to make the robot cross challenging terrains.
I'm working as a software engineer in a field robotics lab, and also I'm doing some research about quadruped robots. I'm working on how those robots with 4 legs should plan their footsteps considering the torque limits on their legs.
When robots have to perform manipulation and walk simultaneously, they face a lot of uncertainty. One way we can increase the robustness of the system is by taking into account the capabilities of the robot, so its motors and also the contact stability.
There are many conditions that we cannot predict. For instance, when we are navigating in an offshore platform, we might encounter a floor that is wet. A way of dealing with this kind of uncertainties is by replanning quickly new motions.
I'm working on building better robots for specific tasks. So a robot that walks might need to be built a little differently than one that jumps. And so I'm working to create algorithms that modify the designs based on the tasks, and I'm looking at making those more efficient and physically realistic.
My work focuses on motion planning, especially when it comes to the environment changes, there are either obstacles coming in and out or the objects that the robot is trying to pick up and move are moving. And this is especially useful when working with robots that need to be safe around people and other robots.
The environment may have many different inclined slopes, and this gives rise to a lot of different options of when to play the foot and where to play the foot.
Robots in the real world have to operate in environments where obstacles around them are moving. So whether that's in hospitals where we have people moving around, or whether that's in a factory where you have other robots that you might need to avoid. My research interests are in developing algorithms and motion planning software that will allow us to move robots in ways that avoid those obstacles.
I've particularly enjoyed working on the large-scale projects which we have within the group, and helping with the project management side with the Alan Turing Institute, the ISCF hubs, and also the EU Horizon 2020 projects.
So if you've liked some of the research that you've seen in the video and would like to work on some of these exciting platforms and projects, please do get in touch with us, and we'd love to have you as part of our team.
Thank you very much, and I look forward to catching up with you during the rest of the conference.
Agriculture and food production. The intelligent robots in particular seem to be particularly useful in production, support of the aging population, and manipulation
and the better food supply, and at the very same time, we are aiming for responsible approaches to solving robots that can actually explain their behaviors and can also be programmed to follow our ethical standards. In principle, when it comes to building intelligent robots, we need to build machines that are able to perceive their environments using their sensors, build a model or representation that they can then use to generate the actions that designed to solve their complex tasks. The key technologies for building intelligent robots are machine learning, computer vision, perception, probabilistic reasoning, planning, control, and foundation models. This only regards the software aspects. At the very same time, we are also faced with the hardware components, basically building robots that can actually reliably be used in, for example, household contexts or in elderly care settings. I'm mostly focusing on the software side and the intelligence side in this presentation. Let's, for example, look at the problem at self-driving cars. Self-driving cars are cars that are designed to operate reliably in everyday traffic, produce fewer accidents than humans do, and in this way make traffic way safer than it is nowadays. The software stack of a self-driving car typically looks like this. We have the sensors on board of the car that feed their data to that what is called an interpretation module that pre-processes the data, for example, to extract semantic information. Then we do have a localization and mapping components. The mapping component creates a map, while the localization component uses this map to figure out where the vehicle is on the road. Then we additionally have the so-called prediction component that is able to predict the behavior of the other traffic participants and basically let the vehicle know what is likely going to happen in the next couple of seconds. This all goes into the planning component that actually plans the actions, which are then turned into control commands that are sent to the actuators of the vehicle. In this talk, I'm mostly focusing on those aspects over here, namely interpretation, localization, and mapping, just to give you an idea what it means in these components to actually build intelligent vehicles. One of the most successful tools in robotics has been the probabilistic approach to robotics, which basically means that we are maintaining a probabilistic belief about the state of the system given all the sensor data and the actions that the vehicle carried out. And at the same time, it also allows for utility optimization as a tool for generating the most effective action that the system should execute. If you look at this technology and ask how good is it for the execution of the individual tasks or the realization of the individual modules, we end up with a representation that you see here, the figure, which is my assessment on how good we are with probabilistic approaches for solving these individual tasks. There you can see that we are pretty good at doing two specific tasks, namely localization and mapping. And this is something that I would like to show you in this presentation here as well. Right? So this is an example of a transportation robot that we developed a few years ago, where we actually use probabilistic localization to perform highly accurate navigation
in manipulation environments and factory floors. So here you see a vehicle that is supposed to repeatedly move to the very same spot in the environment. The robot, by the way, doesn't know anything about this black spot on the floor. This is only used for visualization purposes so that you can get an idea about how accurate the vehicle is able to navigate. Navigation is carried out with these laser rangefinders that are here installed for navigation purposes and safety issues. At the same time, we do have very effective approaches for creating maps, three-dimensional representations that tell the system where the obstacles are in the environment. And this is usually solved using a probabilistic approach together with an optimization technique that finds the most likely map. And this is expressed by this equation. And with this approach, the so-called post-graph SLAM technique, we have become enormously effective in building highly accurate maps. And I want to give you two examples here. And this is a startup that I created, and the goal of the startup is basically to generate highly accurate three-dimensional representations of buildings, which is important for different purposes, for example, maintenance, real estate, but also cultural heritage. And this is one of the most famous buildings that we ever scanned. It is the Leaning Tower in Pisa. We use a set of two LiDAR sensors that we carry through the building, and then we attach it to a drone and fly over the buildings so that we can generate large indoor-outdoor representation of this building, so that you can actually see the interior of the building while at the same time see the hull. And this is now a virtual fly-through over this tower together with the local environment around the Leaning Tower in Pisa. And this is particularly useful for preservation purposes, and so you can actually look at differences if you do this multiple times, then you can basically see what has changed. And you can also see how much the tower has actually inclined over the years when we virtually fly underneath the ground as here. We have the very same technology used to build the most accurate map of the Freiburg Cathedral in Freiburg, Germany, which is also an historic building, and we now have a very, very accurate representation of the interior and the exterior of this building as well. And then this is a very, very useful technique, not only for robotics, these highly accurate navigation that you saw is only possible given these super accurate maps that you see here, but it is also useful for preservation purposes and real estate. Then there has been, over the past years, the ascent of the deep learning based approaches. And here you can see my assessment about how effective they are when it comes to the individual components of a self-driving car stack. And there you see that it is kind of complementary to that what we have seen with the probabilistic approaches. So interpretation, this module mostly benefits from the deep learning approaches. And I will give you one example showcasing this. So here's that what we can see from the probabilistic approaches. And the idea obviously is to basically combine the two in a proper fashion to get the best out of both worlds for the individual components and build reliable systems. And here is that what a car typically sees. Again, this is it's LiDAR data, so laser rangefinder installed on the roof of the vehicle. And the key question now is, what is this? What the car actually sees? And this is what is called panoptic segmentation. And for this, you typically build a complex deep network that is able to actually extract the semantics of the individual LiDAR points and colors them in a way that you can actually directly see which LiDAR point corresponds to which class and to which object in the scene. And this task is called panoptic segmentation, plus tracking later on, there you then have panoptic tracking. And here you can see an example of panoptic segmentation from a real world data set. And in a few seconds, you see the very same executed with the vehicle that we have. You can see that the individual cars are nicely separated from each other so that the car gets a good understanding about where the road is, where the sidewalk is, where the individual cars are, where vegetation is, and where buildings are, which is extremely important for self-driving cars. And If you want to have the temporal consistency, then this is called panoptic segmentation, where you basically combine the semantic segmentation with multi-object tracking to get multi-object panoptic tracking. And here you can see this as well for the tracking part. Like on the left-hand side, you see the segmentation results where cars have different color dots, and here the individual colors are consistent. So there's an additional task that you need to do, that you need to solve in order to get a proper semantic tracking. So these are examples about what actually robots and vehicles need to do in order to properly function. What I wanted to explain is like that it is, first of all, a challenging task to solve both of these individual problems, localization and mapping, and the perception part. And then it is also a challenge to basically combine them. Namely, what you need to do is you need to have calibrated probabilities, and at the same time, you need to have proper techniques for making use of these probabilities. And here's one example that I would like to show you that we call uncertainty-aware panoptic segmentation, where you get semantic segmentation on the top. And here the uncertainties are highlighted in light colors. You can basically see where the uncertainty of the system is, and this is exactly at the border of the two classes here, for example. And when you look at panoptic of instance segmentation, then you see that there is uncertainty at the boundary of the objects, which is basically there where there's high uncertainty in the instances. And then finally, if you combine the two, then you get this very same thing for panoptic segmentation. So this is basically the challenge that we are living in right now, building robust perception components, building robust navigation components, and combining the two using proper probabilistic representations. Another tool that came up recently are these foundation models, or language models, or even visual language models. And here's two examples that I would like to show you how these large language models can be used for building more effective robots. And this is an example application that we realized recently, where we actually built robots that can better understand their environment. And here what the robot basically has is a three-dimensional representation, the geometry, plus the images that it gets in order to basically map the objects that it sees using the extracted from the large language models onto this 3D representation. And that allows you to interact with the robot in a way that has hardly been possible before, namely something like go to the keyboard or move to the right of the chair, or as we see in just 1 second, like move to the plant, for example, which is an extremely challenging task, namely to, for example, to build a robust classifier for plants. It's extremely difficult. And we get this nowadays with these large language models basically for free. But you can go beyond navigation. You can also use these techniques for tools like manipulation, for example. And here is work that we recently did called land grasp, which is about using a large language model for semantic object grasping. So what we want to do here is we want to grasp objects in a human-like fashion. So if you tell the robot, please pick up the ice cream, then you want it to grasp it at the cone and not at the individual the ice bulbs. And this is that what you can get with these language models, namely the deeper understanding of the objects, and use this for meaningful grasping. And here's a few examples where you can see our robot grasping objects. On the left-hand side, you see GraspIt, a purely geometry-based grasping technology. And in the bottom, you see our approach, land grasp, which basically grasps these objects in a more meaningful fashion, typically at the handles or in the not so delicate components of the object. So what I wanted to show you is that first of all, right, we are living in an exciting time where intelligent robots are envisioned as solutions for many societal problems. And I truly believe that they are going to be very useful for many of these challenges. And at the same time, intelligent robots are highly relevant to increase productivity, improve product quality, and even for societies to stay competitive on an international level. An intelligent robot will play a particular role there because we are not going to be able to program all tasks that a robot might be supposed to do. And we need to have more intelligence to become more effective in using robots for solving these tasks in production and manufacturing, for example. The challenges are that we need to have dedicated programs to convert society into a society of intelligence and intelligent robots. Actually, from my perspective, we need to have more support for research and education in these spaces, and also support the development and applications of intelligent robots to become competitive society in these ongoing developments that we see overall in the world. The Robotics and Automation Society can particularly help with this, and there are different aspects where it can actually support the development of a country and a society in this context of intelligent robots. First of all, we are helping individuals from around the world to share, collaborate, network, debate, and engage with one another in all these numerous events that we organize over the years. We provide technically vital forums. We are aiming at technology for solving the world's most challenging problems. And we also leverage technology-related insights to provide governments, NGOs, and other organizations and the public with innovative, practical recommendations to address public policy issues. So it's a particular pleasure for me to have been invited to give a presentation here today. And I'm looking forward to, once in the near future, come to Nepal and to talk to you in person as well. I hope you enjoyed my talk and wish you all the best with your conference. Thank you very much.
अब सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू श्री पुष्पकमल दाहाललाई म अगाडि निमन्त्रणा दिन चाहन्छु सर प्लिज आएर हामी सबैजनालाई एड्रेस गरिदिनु होला
Very good morning and namaste to everybody. यस वैज्ञानिक सम्मेलनका अध्यक्ष एवं माननीय शिक्षा विज्ञान तथा प्रविधि मन्त्रीज्यू, नेपाल सरकारका सबै पदाधिकारीहरू, नेपाल विज्ञान प्रविधि प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठानका उपकुलपतिज्यू, शिक्षा विज्ञान तथा प्रविधि मन्त्रालय एवं अन्य विभिन्न मन्त्रालय र आयोगका सचिवजीहरू, His Excellency Mr. Rob Fenn, Ambassador of the United Kingdom to Nepal, नेपाल उद्योग वाणिज्य महासंघसँग सम्बन्धित प्रतिनिधिहरू, विश्वविद्यालयका प्राध्यापकहरू, अनुसन्धानकर्ताहरू, राष्ट्रिय तथा अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय स्तरबाट सहभागी सबै विज्ञहरू, राष्ट्रसेवक कर्मचारीहरू, विज्ञान तथा प्रविधिसँग सम्बन्धित विभिन्न सङ्घ संस्थाका प्रमुख एवं प्रतिनिधिहरू, सञ्चारकर्मी मित्रहरू, उपस्थित सम्पूर्ण महानुभावहरू, शिक्षा विज्ञान तथा प्रविधि मन्त्रालय तथा विभिन्न सरकारवाला निकायहरूद्वारा संयुक्त रूपमा आयोजना गरिएको समृद्ध नेपालका लागि कृत्रिम बौद्धिकता भविष्यमा रोजगारी विषयक यस वैज्ञानिक सम्मेलनमा सम्बोधन गर्न पाउँदा मलाई विशेष हर्ष र गर्वको महसुस भएको छ। समृद्ध नेपाल बनाउने हाम्रो सपना सार्थक बनाउन यस प्रकारका कार्यक्रमहरूको महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका रहने कुरामा दुई मत हुनै सक्दैन। यस महत्त्वपूर्ण कार्यका निम्ति शिक्षा विज्ञान तथा प्रविधि मन्त्रालय र अन्य सरकारवाला निकायमा म हार्दिक आभार सहित धन्यवाद भन्न चाहन्छु। कृत्रिम बौद्धिकता अर्थात् आर्टिफिशियल इन्टेलिजेन्सले नवप्रवर्धन तथा उत्पादकत्वको क्षेत्रमा नवयुगको आरम्भ गरेको छ। यसले भविष्यमा सार्वजनिक क्षेत्र मात्र होइन सबै क्षेत्रमा उपयोगको अपरिहार्यता दर्शाइरहेको छ। पछिल्लो अवस्थामा विश्व जगतमा सूचना प्रविधिको क्षेत्रमा उदीयमान प्रविधिको रूपमा रहेको आर्टिफिशियल इन्टेलिजेन्स प्रविधिले विश्वलाई धेरै नै तरङ्गित तुल्याएको छ। मानिसले गर्ने नियमित कार्यहरू वा धेरै समय लगाएर गर्ने कार्यहरू तथा नवप्रवर्धन तथा उत्पादकत्व वृद्धिका निमित्त बहुउपयोगी रहन्छ। आर्टिफिशियल इन्टेलिजेन्स मार्फत सूचना प्रविधि, जैविक प्रविधि, कृषि, उद्योग तथा औद्योगिक उत्पादन, स्वास्थ्य, अनुसन्धान लगायत धेरै क्षेत्रहरूमा दक्षता एवं कुशलता वृद्धि हुने प्रारम्भिक चरणमा नै राम्रैसँग प्रदर्शित भइसकेको छ। अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय जगतमा खास गरी विकसित राष्ट्रहरूले यसलाई दिएको महत्त्व र यस क्षेत्रमा नेतृत्वको लागि भइरहेको प्रतिस्पर्धाले पनि यसको महत्त्व बुझ्न मद्दत पुगेको छ। दक्षिण एसियाका सबैजसो राष्ट्रहरू कृत्रिम बौद्धिकता सम्बन्धी नीति रणनीति तर्जुमा गरी यसको विकास र उपयोगमा लागिरहेका छन्। नेपालमा समेत आर्टिफिशियल इन्टेलिजेन्स सम्बन्धी क्रियाकलाप व्यवस्थित तुल्याउन र सूचना प्रविधिको क्षेत्रमा सार्थक हस्तक्षेपका निम्ति नीतिगत प्रबन्ध र व्यवस्थापकीय विषयमा जोड दिन जरुरी भइसकेको छ। अबको दुनियाँमा पेपरलेस र फेसलेस प्रणालीबाट सेवा प्रवाह गरेर मात्र सुशासनको हाम्रो प्राथमिकतालाई सार्थक रूप दिन सकिन्छ भन्ने कुरा पनि स्पष्ट नै छ। नेपाल सरकारले कम्प्युटर प्रविधि, रोबोटिक प्रविधि, डाटा विज्ञान, मेसिन लर्निङ, इन्टरनेट अफ थिङ्स, कम्प्युटेसनल पूर्वाधार विकासका लागि आफ्नो तर्फबाट गर्नुपर्ने कार्यमा आवश्यक पहल लिने विश्वास पनि म दिलाउन चाहन्छु। यस सन्दर्भमा आर्टिफिशियल इन्टेलिजेन्स सम्बन्धी नीतिलाई राष्ट्रिय विज्ञान प्रविधि तथा नवप्रवर्धन नीति 2076 तथा डिजिटल नेपाल फ्रेमवर्कसँग समन्वय गर्ने गरी अगाडि बढ्ने विश्वास पनि म यहाँहरू सबैलाई दिलाउन चाहन्छु। सरकारले हाल उदीयमान प्रविधिको क्षेत्रमा जस्तो अन्तरिक्ष प्रविधि, परमाणुविक प्रविधि, भू उपग्रह प्रविधि, जैविक प्रविधि, ड्रोन प्रविधि आदिमा विभिन्न अध्ययन र अनुसन्धानका कामहरू अगाडि बढाइरहेको छ। विज्ञान प्रविधि क्षेत्रलाई महत्त्व दिएर नै विज्ञान प्रविधि नवप्रवर्धन कोष निर्माणका लागि बजेट विनियोजन समेत गरिसकिएको कुरा यहाँहरूलाई जानकारीमा नै होला। यसलाई पूर्ण कार्यान्वयनमा लगेर प्रविधिको क्षेत्रमा आत्मनिर्भरताको सृजना गर्न पनि म शिक्षा, विज्ञान तथा प्रविधि मन्त्रालयलाई विशेष आग्रह गर्न चाहन्छु। आगामी वर्षको नीति कार्यक्रम र बजेट प्रस्तावमा समेत विज्ञान प्रविधि, अनुसन्धान र नवप्रवर्तनलाई विशेष महत्त्व दिइनेछ। प्रस्तावित 16औं आवधिक योजनामा समेत यस क्षेत्रलाई महत्त्वका साथ समावेश गरिएको छ। नवप्रवर्धन र उत्पादकत्व वृद्धिको सवालमा आगामी वर्षदेखि नै सरकारी निकायहरूले आर्टिफिशियल इन्टेलिजेन्सको भूमिका बढाउने परियोजनाको विकासमा जोड दिइने विश्वास पनि म दिलाउन चाहन्छु। सरकारी निकायले दिने सेवाको जानकारीका लागि आर्टिफिशियल इन्टेलिजेन्समा आधारित च्याटबट सेवा, बृहत तथ्याङ्कीय विश्लेषणका परियोजनाहरूलाई प्राथमिकतापूर्वक कार्यान्वयन गरिनेछ। सूचना प्रविधिको क्षेत्रमा क्रियाशील हाम्रा युवा वैज्ञानिकहरूले यस वर्ष आफ्नै वैयक्तिक पहलमा निकै ठुलो रकम नेपाल भित्र्याएका छन्। राज्यको प्राथमिकता र प्रोत्साहन बिना नै युवा वैज्ञानिकहरूले गरेको प्रयास, प्राप्त गरेको सफलता र राज्यलाई गरेको योगदान हामी सबैका निम्ति सकारात्मक प्रेरणा बनेको छ। म ती सबै युवा वैज्ञानिकहरूलाई हार्दिक बधाई र धन्यवाद भन्न चाहन्छु। यसले एकातर्फ राष्ट्रिय आयका क्षेत्रहरूमध्ये सूचना प्रविधिको क्षेत्र विशेष सम्भावनायुक्त क्षेत्र भएको यथार्थलाई प्रमाणित त गरेकै छ भने साथसाथै आफ्नै पहलमा अत्यन्त राम्रो मेहनत गरिरहेका युवा वैज्ञानिकहरूलाई प्रोत्साहित गर्नु र त्यसका निम्ति योगदान गर्नु राज्यको आधारभूत दायित्व भएको तथ्य पनि यो प्रक्रियाबाट उजागर भएको छ। नेपालको निर्यातजन्य सेवाको रूपमा सूचना प्रविधि एक उदाउँदो क्षेत्रको रूपमा आइरहेको छ। भविष्यमा नेपालको बढ्दो व्यापार घाटा तथा बेरोजगारीको समस्या सम्बोधन गर्न पनि यस क्षेत्रको प्रमुख योगदान हुने कुरा आत्मसात गरी नीतिगत तथा प्रणालीगत सुधारको अधिकतम प्रयोग गर्न जरुरी छ र सरकार यो विषयमा निकै गम्भीर रूपले अगाडि बढिरहेको छ। नेपालमा आर्टिफिशियल इन्टेलिजेन्स सम्बन्धी कार्यहरू व्यावसायिक रूपमा पनि उदय भइरहेका छन्। हामी आयातित प्रविधिको उपभोग गर्ने मात्र नभई नेपालमा नै नयाँ प्रविधिहरू विकास गर्नेतर्फ सचेत भएर सोच्न र सचेत भएर लाग्न जरुरी छ। त्यस्तै सूचना प्रविधि नेपालको रणनीतिक उपयोगको क्षेत्र भएकोले यस क्षेत्रको उत्पादनमा हामी आत्मनिर्भर बन्न सबैको ध्यान पुग्न पनि त्यत्तिकै जरुरी छ। यसका लागि सरकार निजी क्षेत्रसँग सहकार्य गरी अगाडि बढ्न तत्पर रहेको जानकारी पनि म गराउन चाहन्छु। सूचना प्रविधिको गुणात्मक विकाससँगै राष्ट्रियताको परिभाषामा व्यापक हेरफेर आएको छ। आजको परिस्थितिमा देशको सार्वभौमसत्ता, अखण्डता, सम्प्रभुता, आन्तरिक एकता र सद्भाव जस्ता पक्षहरूको केन्द्रमा सूचना प्रविधि रहन आइपुगेको छ। देशभित्रै सूचना प्रविधिको गुणात्मक विकास र साइबर सुरक्षाले नै देशको स्वाधीनता र स्वाभिमानको रक्षा गर्ने ठाउँमा सिङ्गो विश्व आइपुगेको तथ्य हामीले हेक्का राख्नै पर्ने भएको छ। तसर्थ आर्टिफिसियल इन्टेलिजेन्सका बहुआयामिक लाभ र केही चुनौतीहरूको गम्भीर अध्ययन गरी आवश्यक नीतिहरू तर्जुमा गर्न अब ढिला गर्नु हुँदैन। कृत्रिम बौद्धिकता प्रविधिमा असीम सम्भावनाहरू छन् भन्ने कुरा त प्रष्टै छ, तर ती सम्भावनाहरू हुँदाहुँदै पनि रोजगारी विस्थापन, पूर्वाग्रह र निष्पक्षताका सवाल, सम्भावना हुँदाहुँदै पनि रोजगारी विस्थापन, पूर्वाग्रह र निष्पक्षताको सवाल, गोपनीयताको सवालहरू, साइबर सुरक्षा, नैतिक दुविधा, सामाजिक विग्रह, निर्भरता र स्वायत्तता आदिका कारणले समाजमा थप असमानता थपिन सक्ने जोखिम पनि रहन्छ। यस बारेमा सरकारवाला निकायहरूसँग छलफल गरी ठोस निर्णय लिएर अगाडि बढ्न समेत म मन्त्रालयलाई विशेष निर्देशन गर्न चाहन्छु। नेपालको गरिबी र न्यून आर्थिक विकासको चक्रलाई तोड्न आर्टिफिसियल इन्टेलिजेन्स प्रविधिले सुशासन 4.0, गभर्नेन्स 4.0 जस्ता अवधारणालाई अंगीकार गर्न अपरिहार्य छ। आर्टिफिसियल इन्टेलिजेन्स विकासका लागि एआई इकोसिस्टमको विकासमा आवश्यक पहल लिनै पर्दछ। सम्मेलनमा कृत्रिम बौद्धिकता प्रविधिको प्रयोगले सरकारी नीति निर्माण र सुशासन अभिवृद्धिमा टेवा पुर्याउने विषयहरू, विद्यालय तथा उच्च शिक्षामा कृत्रिम बौद्धिकताबाट हासिल गर्न सकिने नतिजाहरू, कम्प्युटेसनल तथा अन्य पूर्वाधारको आवश्यकता, देशमा सञ्चालित अनुसन्धान परियोजना र तालिमहरू, विकासका कार्यहरूलाई एआई इकोसिस्टम जोड्न सकिने उपायहरूबारे गम्भीर छलफल हुने मैले विश्वास लिएको छु। सम्मेलनबाट पारित हुने सङ्कल्प रिजोल्युसनहरू सरकारका लागि महत्त्वपूर्ण स्रोत सामग्री रहनेछन् र सरकारले त्यसलाई गम्भीरतापूर्वक लिएर कार्यान्वयनमा लैजानेछ, यो जानकारी पनि म गराउन चाहन्छु। अन्त्यमा राष्ट्रिय तथा अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय विज्ञहरू सम्मिलित यो सम्मेलनले भविष्यमा एआई आर्टिफिसियल इन्टेलिजेन्स उपयोग गरी अधिकतम लाभ लिनेतर्फ सरकारवाला निकायहरूको ध्यान केन्द्रित हुनेमा म विश्वस्त छु। सम्मेलनको आयोजनामा प्रत्यक्ष भूमिकामा रहने शिक्षा, विज्ञान तथा प्रविधि मन्त्रालय र आयोजक संस्थालाई धन्यवाद व्यक्त गर्दछु र यहाँ उपस्थित भएर यसमा सार्थक छलफलमा सहभागी सबै देशभित्र र बाहिरका विज्ञहरूलाई पनि म विशेष बधाई र धन्यवाद भन्दै मेरो भनाइ टुङ्ग्याउँछु। धन्यवाद। अभिवादन।
थ्याङ्क यू सो मच सर। र अब म मेरा आयोजक साथीहरूलाई प्रस्तावित लिस्ट अनुसार हाम्रा फोटो सेसनको लागि कृपया गरेर अगाडि चल्न म आग्रह गर्दछु। प्रस्तावित लिस्ट अनुसार फोटो सेसनको लागि म मेरा आयोजक साथीलाई आग्रह गर्दछु।
To this, we partnered with the Microsoft Innovation Center at that time to really develop a knowledge and innovation hub called Idea Factory, and also enabled efficient damage assessment of the houses and ensured timely and accurate payments for the massive cash for work which was implemented with the government of Nepal. Well, there are many promises and there are challenges also, which I will not repeat it because it has been already covered. But at the same time, since this conference is also focusing on how to guide in terms of preparing ourselves and coming up with the AI policy, I think the AI governance part is most important that we need to take into considerations, keeping all the disparities in terms of the not only gender and inclusion, but also in terms of the geographical, in terms of the accessibility and all. UNDP is glad to be part of this discussion, bringing in all national and international expertise on this area. And technology, we saw that technology could also help 3 tiers of government, how to improve in terms of the services, how to become more transparent and accountable to the public, and create space for better utilization of the human capability, and well, to see and to witness more in terms of how AI and the robotics could help us to accomplish the jobs, the works which are more hazardous, which are more repetitive kind of work. Rules and regulations, very, very important. And I would like to end with the last statement that we have been in this space, in this fora, not as a big player, but we have been partnering with institutions, organizations, and with the government, and we will really look forward to have more discussions in the coming days and look forward to partner how we can enhance and support the government with its vision of having our society and our population more safer and accessing the basic services at their doorstep. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Binda ma'am. Moving on, I'd like to call upon Engineer Dipesh Bishta, CEO, E-Governance Commission.
Thank you. Chair of the program, the Chief Guest, Right Honorable Prime Minister, State Minister, His Excellency Ambassador of UK to Nepal, Secretary, and distinguished guest. I had a paper where I had written my speech regarding the AI governance, but I'm not going to read it because it is already covered. I want to share some of the initiatives that we are taking from E-Governance Commission. E-Governance Commission is chaired by Right Honorable Prime Minister, and it is established 15 months ago. The Minister for Communication and IT is the Deputy Chair of this Commission, and Chief Secretary is the member. I am also the Member Secretary and CEO of this organization. Fundamentally, there are 3 statements that are guiding us. The first is e-governance is not translation, it's about transformation. I want to illustrate with an example. If we can, if a government institution which will be able to remove the line from that organization by making some softwares, and if that line is transferred to the cyber cafes, that is only translation, that is not transformation. So our initiatives is for the transformation, and I would like to also tell about the difference between digitalization, and digital transformation. The digitization is scanning of the hard paper to the soft copy. Digitalization is the automation of an organization, and digital transformation means connecting all those organizations which are digitalized. So the gap that we are facing in Nepal is we do not have the interconnection between one organization and another organization. So what we are doing is we are working in 4 pillars of digital transformation, and that are, we are developing the clear governance framework. So the clear governance framework is we are developing the e-governance blueprint, and we have already received the zero draft of e-governance blueprint, e-governance, and in April we'll get the first draft. We will share that draft with all the stakeholders after we get the first draft. In e-governance blueprint, we are going to make the architecture of the governance. How we can transform, how we can connect the system, we are going to make that in e-governance blueprint. So the second pillar is we just got the consent from cabinet to draft the e-governance act. And in e-governance act, we will bring the only once policy. I think this will be very, very interesting for the entrepreneur who are working in AI sector. It means that nowadays the people are compelled to give data to different places. So we are bringing one provision in act where it will say only once policy. It means that the data of the people is allowed to be collected for only one time. Another pillar is continuous development of the digital enablers. The digital enablers are the infrastructures, the digital identities. So we are also focusing those in e-governance blueprint. And fourth is about developing the digital literacy. This program is organized by the Ministry of Education, and I want to request Secretary that let's invest in the child. Let's make the courses, let's make the syllabus where the students can, the school students can learn about ICT, about AI from the school life. So if we can take these initiatives, then obviously we will get the digitally transformed Nepal. And another pillar that we are planning, that we are going to work is, we are going to work for the proactive government. And I think this AI tool, this AI domain will be going to be very, very important for the proactive government. And what is proactive government? I want to explain about an example. You are subjected to the child benefit. So please tell us in which account do you want to receive this child benefit. It means that the citizen is not going to the government is going to the citizen. So we are working on this area so that the government will go to the citizens. So we have to develop our capacity. We have to develop capacity of the political leaders. We have to develop the capacity of the bureaucrats, civil society expert, and all the stakeholders on this. So I would like to request all the development partners who are sitting here and all the stakeholders, let's work together for
from there, and also an organizing partner. So I must thank all the partners. So I must thank all the presenters, international and national, saying lots about AI. We know AI, but we don't know how to use it. AI, in our country, from my perspective, if I am wrong, please correct me. We do need lots of international expertise to have a policy first, then you can use it in proper manner. I feel that we make machines, we run machine, maybe one day the machine will run on us. For that reason, we have to strike a balance, and Professor Vijay Kumar will understand this and how to make balance in it. Otherwise, maybe one day we'll be run by machine. Days will come and we'll come to know about it. Actually, we, as a private institution, is not regarded in Nepal. We have negative narratives. But what I want to say and convince, if I have said in front of the Prime Minister and Minister of Education and the State Minister, I think they would have got insight from the private engineering college. We are not a business people. We are the service providers. That I want to convey to them, and I request Madam Secretary of Minister of Education, Science and Technology to convey them. We would like to be a partner. We'd like to collaborate. We'd like to cooperate in this novel cause, AI policies and uses of AI. Because we need lots of trainees. We need lots of manpowers. Without that, it's not possible. But we do have a negative narrative saying that the students, the younger generation, they don't want to study here. You know why? Because everybody is saying work and study. So how we can make work and study possible? We have to think, we have to rethink in our education policies. So I would like to request Madam Secretary to please convey this. We need to rethink our education policy if we cater the needs of younger generation, because they are different than us. There are lots of information which we provide, and that makes the difference because they want to work as well as they want to study. And the parents and the guardians and the leaders of this country always said, there's no scope of working and studying. And there's no scope of getting job after they study. We have to convey to all the society leaders, everybody, that there is a job, there is a working process we could adopt only when we can rethink the education policy. Otherwise, it's not possible, I think. Though we have to go in AI, but how can we go about AI if we don't have the manpower? So when I say, and the ambassador rightly said that we need to have a plan for sending our younger students abroad, and without plan will be a disasters. And we are facing disasters. Last 2 years, there's a data saying that about 180,000 students passed +2, but more than 113,000 they went abroad for higher studies. And another, last year also they have a data saying that 113,000 plus they are going abroad for higher studies. And how it is possible to have students here, and believe me, they are not coming here back. And another thing is, we have to have a data saying that they are really studying, but I see that they are not going there for studies because the fees, tuition fees are very high, and most of our parents and us won't be able to afford them. And working and staying is possible for working and getting renovation, but not for the tuition fees. But are we willing to send them for labor force? So in that case, I am still again reiterating that we need to rethink about education policy. Well, we can give an opportunity for the students who can work and study. If we introduce STEM program early in the school, because after +2, if they don't have the skill and the knowledge, how can they work and study? And a country like Nepal, if you work in the small things, it's not recognized. We have no dignity of labor as such. If we have the dignity of labor, I think small works also will be acceptable. But unfortunately, the small works are not acceptable in this country. So if we don't provide skills, how can they work and study? And another thing is, we consider government job is only job. But how about the private job? We have ample of private jobs available in Nepal. But the thing is, we always feel that government job is only job, and we have not enough job for the graduate students. And another thing is, we say that the quality of education is not good here. But believe me, I've been working in this field for last 45 years. I'm a professor, retired from Institute of Engineering, working in this field. We do have a quality produced engineers. If we don't have the quality engineers, how can they go abroad and study higher education and do jobs very well? Excellent. Recently, there's one company, Nepalese company, established in United States, Nepal, KNE, he said that the engineers are much better than some of the counterparts from United States. So I'm very happy at least one person has recognized us, but most of us don't recognize us. They treat as a business. But I am saying again that we are not a business-oriented people. We are providing services. We are interested in cooperation and collaboration in this part of AI usage. We do need a policy. For that, I know that we don't have many expertise here, and we need international expertise and to charter a good policy first, then we can definitely use AI in this context. So what I see is that we have to rethink in the education policy and redesign the curriculum so that you can introduce STEM engineering so that we can give the skill in the younger generation. They can work and they can study. And I would like to request the Madam Secretary that we are trying to bring the education policies. What I would like to say, will the education policy remove the politics? There's a politics with the students, there's a politics with the staff, there's a politics with the faculties. And they are all sister organizations of the well-known parties here, big parties. And how can you have a good training program or education when we have a politics on it? So with these remarks, once again, I would wish this conference will give us insight, knowledge of how to make policies and use it properly in this country. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Hirinder sir. Now we'd like to proceed towards keynote presentation and speaker session. Now the first session of the keynote presentation includes prominent speakers who are developing robotics and AI-based tools and technologies. They'll mention how their product is helping the general public and government in improving their services. Now we have 4 speakers, one of whom will be joining us virtually. So the one who's joining us virtually is Daniel Zhang, Senior Manager for Policy Initiatives at the Stanford Institute for Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence, HAI. Second is Dr. Bises Khanal, Chief Scientist and Chairman, NAAMII, Nami. Please, sir. Dr. Bises Khanal is also an AI expert and represents UNDP Nepal. Also, Engineer Manish Pokhrel, Dean, KU School of Engineering. Can I please have you on the stage, please? It's the keynote presentation and speaker session, as said, so please make your way onto the stage. Dr. Okay, Dr. Bises Khanal, Research Scientist and Chairman, Nami AI Expert, UNDP Nepal. Now, moving on to Engineer Manish Pokhrel, Dean, KU School of Engineering. Do we have Mr. Engineer Manish Pokhrel? So we shall begin with this first session of keynote presentation and speaker session.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for inviting me. My name is Daniel Zhang. I'm the Senior Manager for Policy Initiative at Stanford Institute for Human-Centered AI. We are an academic institution situated at Stanford University, working across the 7 schools, including School of Healthcare, Business, Sustainability, and such, at the heart of Silicon Valley. And it's my privilege to speak to you before today. And I will center my talk on the need for public AI infrastructure with a focus on compute power. So let me start with a simple statistics. Some of you may know that government spending and investment has always played a key role in AI research and development throughout the history. 82% of the algorithms used today actually originated from nonprofit groups and universities supported by government funding. And that is why, as we enter the next era of AI development, government spending and investment on this key technology is so important. So where can government spending and investment come in, and where can government better support AI research development? You might recognize compute, data, and algorithm as the 3 key components of AI development. Compute here refers to the processing power required to train and run AI models. AI, especially the latest deep learning technology, requires significant compute resources to process large data sets and perform complex mathematical calculations. Data is the fuel for AI systems. High quality, large, and diverse data sets are essential for training AI models to recognize patterns, make predictions, and also learn from the feedback. While algorithms are the set of rules or instructions that AI systems follow to process data and make decisions. This includes a wide range of machine learning techniques, from simple linear regression models to complex deep learning neural networks. And all of those, this is the 4th component I would like to emphasize today, is all of those will require massive amount of human talent. And as the previous speaker has highlighted, I heard human talent plays a very important role, not just technical talent, but multidisciplinary talent, from STEM degrees to social technical or to humanities and social science degrees, all are needed to involve in the multiple stage of AI development. Let me start with compute. So what is compute? Imagine the human brain and how it processes countless pieces of information every second. Now envision a computer striving to mimic this capacity. Well, the heart of this effort lies in compute power. It is a blend of speed and efficiency driven by its core components. And each element, such as the rapid calculation of the chips, contribute to this digital brain's capability to perform complex tasks swiftly and accurately. Understanding this foundation is the first step in grasping the vast landscape of artificial intelligence. So why is compute important for AI development? As AI models grow more complex and sophisticated, they require significantly more compute resources. For example, some of the most complex models rely on deep learning technique that simulate neural networks. They demand a lot of processing power to analyze and learn from a large amount of data set. Compute is a particular key input for foundation models. Those are the large models you've seen in the news and you've tried today that are behind AI products like ChatGPT, which frequently introduce new AI capabilities. As you've seen in this graph, as we enter deep learning era, compute constitutes a large fraction of the cost of those tech companies due to the enormous amount of them being used in AI development. The compute used to train notable machine learning systems has doubled roughly every 6 months on average, growing by a factor of 350 million over the last 13 years. And it is those development in compute that has powered a lot of the downstream and application use of AI models, from autonomous cars or image recognitions or the use of image recognitions in healthcare. So what goes into the compute resources? Let me break it down a little bit for you before I go into the data piece. First, we've seen this evolution of chips and accelerators behind AI compute powers. You might have heard those terms like CPU, GPUs, TPUs. While the evolution of hardware from CPU to the very specialized AI chips like GPU and TPU has really been central to advancement in AI. The CPU here is often referred to as the brain of the computer, or is in everyday use on your laptop or your desktop. It performs general purpose processing tasks, and it can handle a wide variety of operations, including running the operation systems to performing calculations. They're designed to handle a broad range of tasks, but are limited in the number of operations they can perform simultaneously, which makes them less efficient for tasks requiring massive parallel processing like in AI or machine learning. And that's where we get to graphics processing unit, GPU. They're originally designed to render graphics in video games and other visual content. Unique to GPU is that they have a parallel structure that makes them highly efficient in handling multiple operations at the same time. And it's this ability that is particularly used for in AI and machine learning, where processing large amount of data at once can significantly speed up the training of models. And finally, the TPUs are the latest addition. They're custom built for high-speed, efficient processing of machine learning and AI tasks, often unparalleled performance in specific AI workload, for example, mimicking how brain works for neural network training and downstream use. Their design focuses on optimizing the types of calculation most common in AI that's often very complex and complicated. So next, the second, where do those chips and accelerators go? Where can public AI infrastructure be helpful? And that is the data centers. The data centers are infrastructure equipped with thousands of high-performance computing systems, and they're the backbone of AI research and development. These facilities provide the necessary infrastructure to not only store, but also process and analyze a vast amount of data, which is crucial for training sophisticated AI systems. For example, they host powerful systems equipped with the CPU, GPU, and TPU you've seen, and those servers perform the intensive computations needed for training AI systems. In addition to hosting the chips, they also can store data and provide the vast storage capabilities required to store the enormous data sets required to train AI. This data can range from the text like those in ChatGPT to image, to videos, and other types of data for a variety of downstream AI applications. And also, data centers are interconnected through high-speed, low-latency networking infrastructure. This type of connectivity is crucial for distributing AI tasks across multiple servers or even data centers. Well, one thing to note about the data centers is that since AI computers are often very power intensive, the data centers can consume vast amount of electricity and water consumption, thus pose a challenge in terms of economic and environmental considerations. This has led to increasing focus on making data centers more energy efficient through cooling techniques, for example, or energy efficient hardware, and the use of renewable energy resources. Well, the second, as I highlighted earlier, is the data as key component of AI development. The accuracy and reliability of an AI systems are heavily dependent on the quality and quantity of data it's trained on. Issues that you often heard in the news or in real life, like data bias and the lack of diversity, can significantly impact the performance and fairness of AI models. Now, in many cases, the data we collect and generate often reflect biases that are inherent within society. So it's hard to have a bias-free data set as the AI itself is powered by data. So the AI system outputs are only as good as its input. To build a quality AI system, we need quality data for scientific innovation and variety of downstream use. This means that we need to source data that's relevant to our specific context. When it comes to public sector specifically, governments often sit on vast amount of quality data that can be used for public use, that can be for scientific innovation and for products in a very responsible way. So why we need a public AI infrastructure? I want to highlight a few things that recently we've been seeing in the trend of AI development. First, we're seeing this seismic shift to large models, particularly like foundation models I've mentioned earlier, that leave public sector behind. From 2010, when one of our co-director, Fei-Fei Li, introduced a ImageNet challenge to help push AI and computer vision forward, to 2012, where a deep neural network has won a very significant AI challenge. This has kicked off a frenzy of activity in academia industry in terms of AI development. Well, until 2014, most significant AI machine learning models were released by academia. And since then, industry has taken over. The first big advances in 2016, for example, DeepMind's AlphaGo beat the best Go player in the world at chess playing AI systems. This system called Go had always been thought to be so complex that a machine would never beat a human. Fast forward to in 2022, there were 32 significant industry-produced machine learning models compared just to 3 produced by academia. And second, I want to mention that the amount of compute, as I mentioned earlier, used to build significant AI machine learning has also increased exponentially in the last 10 years, as you've been seeing, and most of them also come from industry. So to rejuvenate a healthy AI ecosystems, we need this balance between government agencies, industry, and academia. This involves key 4 factors. One is the resources, particularly the compute resources and access to quality data sets, as I mentioned earlier. And second is upskilling and reskilling education programs to help the workforce adapt to the new AI era. And third, a lot of talent are not going to government because of the lack of resources and also for a variety of other reasons, like immigration potentially in other countries. But most importantly, the government needs to highlight to talent that there is a wide range of meaningful governance tasks where the STEM talent, as well as the multidisciplinary talent can help with. And fourth, the government should really look at creating those meaningful public and private partnerships, collaborating with industry and academia to push AI forward. Well, I want to highlight one specific initiative that we've seen in the United States that has also been adapted to other countries that could be potentially helpful with this effort to create better AI public infrastructure. And that is the National AI Research Resource Initiative in the United States. This initiative particularly is designed to provide public compute infrastructure and access to federal data set in the United States for academic researchers, nonprofit institutions, and small startups. The US Congress has introduced a bill called Free AI Act back in July last year, and it's currently going through the Congress. with this initiative, there will be more resources for the government to attract AI talent, but also better push forward public sector AI innovation. Thank you for your time.
Now I'd like to request Dr. Bises Khanal, research scientist and chairman Nami, to present his presentation.
Does this work? Okay. Okay. Back को सर जाने. Back first slide मा गइदिनुस् न. मजा अगाडि. Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. First of all, thanks a lot to the organizers, RAN, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, for organizing this conference and giving me this opportunity. Hello? Yeah, okay. I prefer walking while talking. So, yeah, I'm Bises, and I work at Nami, which is a research organization, and my talk will not go really deep into technical details today, given the audience we have, which is quite broad, and not just AI researchers here. So what I will try to do is look at the global perspective from a global south country like Nepal, and what's possible or what needs to be done. Taking an example, like taking Nami as a case, and what we're doing here. So I'll very briefly go about myself and Nami, and then we talk about the innovation-based economy or the excellence ecosystem that needs to be done, and the global outlook, and then I will end towards in the Nepal's perspective on what I call as the big alignment. So let's start with briefly. So my background is engineering. I worked a lot in robotics back in 2004 to 9 here in Nepal, and then I went to France where I did my master's, 2 different masters, one in computer vision, which is an important part, integral part of robotics, and then in computational biology and biomedicine, because I was more interested towards healthcare and imaging. And I did my PhD in INRIA, which is a research organization in France. And during that time, we were planning to build a research organization in Nepal. And then I moved, before moving back, I went to the UK, United Kingdom, and did a postdoc over there. Then I moved back in 2019 when we had founded a new research organization, Nami, with a vision of building a world-class center of excellence right here in Nepal that could improve the lives of people through scientific research. It's a company not distributing profits, built by a group of scientists. So let's look into what we want to do, or what a country like Nepal needs to do if we want to take this opportunity of the way AI is going in the world. So it's about building an ecosystem, and the innovation ecosystem requires, apart from the policy and the government support that is always needed, we all know about that. So keeping that aside, what other things we need is, one is the knowledge generation, which comes from the research, education, knowledge dissemination, and then being the ability to utilize or use the frontier research to solve big problems of the society while also building the products that helps the economy. So that's the 3 main divisions of Nami. And then so in the last 5 years, although we started with a very young group of scientists with 0 seed funding, with our own funding, and then project-based funding from different partners, we've already published almost 50 research publications. Many of them are very first time from all of Nepal. They were never published in computing science. Those top international journals, conferences, many research projects. We have also done lots of public events, talks, and then in the industry innovation sector, also doing R&D for industries, building capacity of existing IT companies, and also incubating startups that we will go into brief details. In the research division, so there are 3 key things we do. One is theoretical research, that there are faculties who are interested in deep questions around AI, and they do theoretical research to push the boundaries, frontiers of AI itself. There's applied research in many different fields, from healthcare, agriculture, finance, education. There's lots of different fields where AI could be used, and that's where we try to solve real world problems. Specifically in the applied field, we try to pick problems that are challenging, but also can have a big impact in the global south. So we'll go get to some examples afterwards. And the other is what we think of as accessible AI. We've seen all these fancy tools around ChatGPT or lots of things, but think of, does my grandmother or mother be able to use that? Is she able to take the benefits of all those? Not really, right? There's a lot of work needed to be done on that aspect, and that's and not just grandmother. And then we have accessibility issues for different groups of people from different diverse backgrounds. So that's the key major themes, and there are many different research groups which work on different problems. I have a research group called Transforming Global Health with AI, where we focus on global health problems, but there are other in the fields of robotics and neuroscience, genomics, and different fields, and these are led by different faculty members. And we try to connect lots of Nepali diaspora, where we have a working model, and this working model, even before the COVID, we had a virtual lab, and we have 10, 12 adjunct faculties who work around the world, but they are very active, and they have their own research labs here and have full-time staffs. And there are actually more. We have like 20, 25 network of amazing scientists working in some of the leading research labs around the world who are really wanting and trying to engage with us. And I'm very happy to also say that Shishir, who is here, so he started last Friday after 17 years in the US. He moved back, he applied, and then he is now a full-time faculty member at Nami. So we're trying to bring more people back also at the same time. But everyone doesn't have to come back, but it's always pleasant to see people trying to come back and work. And we try to build that platform here at Nami, especially if you want to do world-class research, if you want to do big, challenging, interesting, impactful work, there is a platform for you. That's the idea we have. And the research division, as I said, we've trained more than 50 research staffs. There are interesting and exciting, difficult challenges organized by scientific community around the world, and Nepal has won some of those, so which might come as a surprise for many of you that, oh, we are very behind in AI, but people are doing those kind of work. So I'll go through a few examples of the research, the kind of problems we can think of, which every day, you are facing it on everyday basis, and you might not think AI might be of help on those. So this is one example where if most of you are based in Kathmandu, you have all faced the problem, how much pesticide is there in our vegetables, right? Ideally, government would be monitoring this and have a very good system where we don't allow these pesticides to come at our home. But it's challenging because it's expensive. Usually the device is expensive, so that means this regulatory governance mechanism becomes also challenging. But imagine you can go to a pharmacy, bring a simple solution like a medicine, and then use your mixer to mix the vegetable and put a filter paper, and your mobile says how much pesticide you have. So it will empower the general public to monitor what you're eating, and then it will then also help governments to really put into mechanisms this regulatory measure. So this is the idea we're working, and we've done the first stage validation where our partners from Kayas, they built this chemist solution that allows 2 major families of pesticides to change their color subtle based on the pesticides concentrations, and from there we build a machine learning solution so that you can get from your mobile device how much pesticide you have in your medicine. Or another example, cervical cancer. It's one of those cancers which is preventable. If you know on right time, the precancerous stage, it can prevent, not just cure, but actually prevent someone from getting the cancer. But unfortunately, it's still one of the largest killers for women in Nepal and many low-middle income countries in general. And one of the major challenges is screening, and there aren't enough experts who can look into the cervix and identify the precancerous stage. So we are building this solution where we've done the first stage validation, and now in the second stage where we're building this smartphone-based low-cost screening tool which can allow which will allow to detect the precancerous stage. And if you can detect at that stage the positive outcomes, you can treat within 5 minutes, like with just ablating or by freezing the tissue, and then you can prevent the cervical cancer. And these are some of the frontier research. It's not just like, okay, there's a technology existing, you just bring it. It's fairly challenging, especially given you need to define the protocol, identify right way of collecting data. So there's whole sort of research that you need to do. So this Similarly, another example I would like to give, so this was published in NeurIPS, which is one of the topmost conference in the world, like lots of leading research labs and universities try to publish there. It's very competitive, and we just published here. You might have heard Nature, so it's similar in the impact now. And what we are doing here is in countries like Nepal, there's lots of this rural trauma, when people fall, there's lots of fracture happening, and there's lots of orthopedic surgery one needs to do in the remote settings. But ideally, surgeons would like to have CT scan, which is an expensive device, which is usually not available in these settings. They would want to see the whole 3D of the whole anatomy, and then be able to operate. But this is not an option in most of the cases. But X-rays are portable and widely available. Even in the primary health centers of like in remote villages, this is available. And we're trying to build a 3D from those two or multiple views of X-rays, 3D reconstruction, so that the surgeons can do better surgeries in those rooms. So again, sometimes I hear a lot since coming back to Nepal. Nepal has very basic problems we need to solve. What can we do with frontier technologies? But these are like the examples where there are these are important, impactful problems, but it needs frontier tech, or frontier tech needs to be pushed to solve this kind of problems. So there are many others which I will skip, I don't have the time, but tuberculosis, dengue, like now people are dying more and more on dengue. How do we solve that problem? It's our problem, we need to solve that, and there's lots of potential with AI and other research, but then we need to invest and work and build institutions that are able to do those kind of things here in Nepal, right? But we do other kind of research also, not just global health, some of those at the very frontier. So this is one example where, so this is a certain syndrome, transfusion syndrome in twins in a mother's baby, and then they need to do a surgery, but it's very challenging to do a surgery of the fetus that is inside the pregnant woman's womb and and then work out with the vessels. And there are certain scientific challenges being organized across the world. The scientific community working on this particular problem, they organize these challenges, and one of the team research groups from Nami was first out of many top research labs around the world. And this is not just the undergrad students, but this is scientific research labs, PhD students, postdocs competing. And the group from Nepal, they won this. So just to show that we're working at the frontier tech also. The other example, we work on this, we're working on this one. We have like now 5,000. So we went around Nepal, across the country, and had chat from 5,000 people from different demographics, different diversity, women, children, adult men, adult women, and from different ethnic and groups with different mother tongues who, when they chat, when they ask questions related to sexual reproductive maternal health in Nepali to a ChatGPT and other large language models, how does it respond? What are the challenges? What are the abilities? What are the gaps, and what are the risks of this kind of system as of now? So that's the first stage we're doing. We're toward the end of that project, and now we want to extend this and build. We have cleared this, and there's a big problem. It's not a solved problem. We want to now be able to build a low-cost system that can give reliable answers to this kind of questions. So this is an ongoing project. You saw a bit of the robotics from Alan Turing Institute. Yes, there's lots of exciting things happening in robotics. Some of our research groups, they are working on trying, so there's a SLAM, which is trying to map, just like humans can map and identify. You can go around a known location or unknown location, you can discover things. I mean, making that, for robots to do that, it's a fairly challenging problem people have been working on, and now it's a lot of advancement has been done, but there's always trade-off of computational power. When you want to do that very well, you need lots of computational power, and that becomes expensive. So our team is trying to work on how to build very low cost, low resource requiring, but highly accurate SLAM systems. So there's some of these works are published in CVPR or Robotics Automation Letters, which are some of the leading conferences as well. So that's research. There are many other, which I won't go, but I encourage all of you to look into NAMI's website to find more. But as an ecosystem, as I said, so let's move to the other very important part, which is education outreach. How do we train, how do we educate people? And when we talk about AI and the way the AI is going in the world right now, it's not just computer scientists or engineers who need education or who needs awareness. There's a whole lot of people whom I think we need to be aware to be able to use AI, either use AI or build regulations, build policies, or be able to innovate, right? So, and the way we look into it, that the goal of NAMI Academy, which is the Education Outreach Division of NAMI, is to build a strong foundation of education and skills in computing science and AI, and also prepare the society for this rapidly changing world. And we go right from the primary school students to the Prime Minister. That's what we say, बच्चादेखि प्रधानमन्त्रीसम्म. So from children to Prime Minister. So children and school, university faculties. So we have capacity building activities for faculties of existing universities here, software engineers, professionals, general public, and the government. So I'll give you a few glimpses of some of the things we do. So this is our flagship annual 11-day course in AI that we run every year. It's been last 4 years we've done this. And people from more than 30 countries have come here to learn AI with us. In this school, from US, Europe, UK, PhD students from Europe, US, or from Cambodia, from Iran, from Russia, China, to Thailand, to Uganda, Nigeria. So the people have come here, and then we run this on-site intensive course where people have come, and so a few examples. Interestingly, you can also see that last year we had 3 data scientists from British Prime Minister's office who applied and who also came and participated as students in the AI school. Similarly, we also believe that we need to communicate more with the general public, not just to disseminate what scientists know, but also to interact and understand more the real problems that the real people are facing. So we have this public lecture series that we organize, which is free event for everyone. Anyone can join this. Actually, this was inspired more from Royal Society of London. I think they do this similar one when I was in London. So that's we try to do this, and it's been fairly exciting to see lots of interest in this one, with on different topics, different researchers and scientists give lectures. We are also trying to scale our education platform that we're building, and also these training programs to other professionals. We often get requests from public health professionals or doctors or from lawyers to say, okay, we need AI. So we're trying to build this in partnership with other teams here at NAMI, and we've recently completed one month training to industry professionals, and we got fantastic reviews. They want more, and FNCCI also, they were interested to scale this to the whole country and giving more training. So this is other things we are doing. Similarly, government and policymakers, we are very happy to be training the government officials, some of whom are here. So we are running a 3-month training program to the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology right now. So let's go to so that's the education outreach, which is very important. The third one is the Industry Innovation Division, where we have 3 goals, and we're working on 3 fronts. One is building, if you want to build global products and that can compete globally, we need to incubate startups. So there's the startup ecosystem. This other is there are lots of IT industries in Nepal, and they need capacity building to be able to develop AI systems. So that's building the capacity of the IT industries. And the third is that there are industries, not just AI industries, but other industries who need R&D, AI-based solutions, which can transform them and be able to be globally competitive. So we've done many things around that. So in this incubating startups, we have few startups being incubated, the AI or Nico, I'll briefly show, and then we now also have a venture building accelerator program in partnership with other organizations where there are more startups coming. Similarly, many of you have heard about Fuse Machines. We have trained their senior engineers. Similarly, Leapfrog, we've helped them build teams, AI teams, and other organizations, and we're doing R&D for companies around the world. There's some few exciting big companies name coming soon this year where we'll be doing R&D. So briefly on the incubating startups, so this was funded by UNDP, where Dio.ai, which is the startup being incubated at NAMI, is working on conversational AI in Nepali and local languages. And this is one example where I don't know why the video doesn't work. So if someone can click, yeah, please, thank you. So where people can ask in Romanized Nepali, Devanagari script Nepali, and ask about different things the government, the Nagarpalika, the municipality service it provides, and you can get those in your own language, and not just with the buttons, but you can ask like mero bihe darta garnu paryo or ke documents चाहिन्छ, and they write in like ke Here we have very non-standard way of writing things in Nepali, right? So it makes it fairly challenging. But this is one example. The other startup we are doing, it's trying to transform the way the virtual experience in the web is done. And they're building low-cost, highly scalable 3D virtual experience platform. And right now they're targeting tourism industry, where you can think of heritage sites, or the hospitality industry, hotel sites, where you can build these 3D models. So we have a team, some of them, like he has worked on building large scale, like whole ETH Zurich city scale 4D models, not the 3D, but also transport. So that kind of experience that we leverage as a global leaders in this field to work in this kind of startups. We have this venture building incubator, which is seed stage, kind of incubation and accelerator kind of stage. We have 2 startups already here, and we're partnering with a business school, software industry, and investors to build this. And we already have 2 startups onboarded and many in the pipeline once we start the venture building program in the coming few next months. So that's, again, to recap. So I showed you the glimpses of the kind of research we do, where we try to tackle problems of the global south that are generally neglected or are difficult, and where AI could help through many different research groups. We have education outreach, where we try to prepare this for solid foundation of education research, and also the general awareness in AI from policy level to the students, and the industry innovation, where the startups or the existing companies or the R&D that is being done. So now I'll shift towards more policies, or maybe a bit of philosophy, but I won't go into a lot of that. But the global outlook, and then again come back to Nepal. In the global outlook, the way things are going, 3 things that we generally we raise these issues, also discuss in the scientific community around the world. One is obviously AI ethics and trustworthy. This has been picked up as the mainstream now, and a lot of people talk about that, so that's something we all know. Equitable AI, something that still there are different notions around it, but I have my take on it. I'll go into it. A bit of so in the ethics, again, so what we do. So there are lots of things one needs to do, everyone knows, but you start small. So we did one of the, I think this is the very first survey in Nepal on the ethics, what people know, academics, policymakers, and the students, different organizations and different sectors. What do they know about AI in general and ethics? So that's what we did recently. Similarly, we I'm involved in this large-scale study on the future AI, or the best practices or the guidelines, building a guideline for healthcare industry when they deploy AI. And we have come up with a principled framework, and there are more than 100 scientists from around the world working on this, and I'm one of them working on this. Is a paper under review. On the equitable AI, what we discuss, and I think I personally believe, and our institution, our whole team believes, and many of our colleagues around the world believe, we need more scientists, more resources in the global south, because there are many pressing issues, very complex issues. We don't have solutions. We don't know how they are solved. And we kind of get reports, or we get we can always get experience from different countries, but it doesn't always solve these deep problems. And we always come up with patch-up solutions, and we think they are good. But we need institutions that can go deep into these problems. We need capacity building that can really work years onto these complex socio-cultural economic challenges that is coming, and which is now even more complex due to these rapid changes that is coming with AI, right? And then the other part is now there is so much opportunity in the global market because things that you can build can go anywhere in the world. A small a group of, let's say, young girls working on amazing idea and then launching their platform online could be sold, right, for billions. But do you really think countries like Nepal, not just Nepal, have the right policy, right ecosystem, right mindset, and right ability to really compete at that level or not? Yes, technically, yes. That's pretty much the way the access to technology now is. It has democratized. But there are other factors we need to really pitch into and try to work so that these countries get this, finally may have one opportunity to really get transformation in an economic sense, right? So that's the other important thing we need to do. And building Nami or coming back and our team working is one part of that. Okay, that's a small step. We're not changing the world, but at a small step, I think, at least in Nepal, I think things have changed, and we trained more thousands of people at this point. We're establishing centers of excellence. That is, I think, really important, and we can do. And this is being done just with almost zero resource from outside. Just imagine government just spending few crores on this, how much more impact one could have, right? Prioritizing these problems, tuberculosis, it's been more than several decades, it's still not solved. COVID, 2 years we had vaccine, amazing, that's great. Yes, we needed that. But when problems are pressing for the world, there are solutions because scientists work, there are resources funneled, but there are many big challenges that we need. And we have two options. Either we wait for the global north to solve it when there is a market drive, or we just watch and see, or actually work towards solving those problems, right? And if you want to work towards solving that problem, you need institutions, you need people who can work on those kind of problems. We do that kind of awareness in different international conferences. We organize this kind of conferences where we ask specifically for solving these pressing challenges of the global south. The next one will be in Morocco. I'm one of the chairs in that one. I think I'll skip that, or if you're interested, we can discuss it about how the world might evolve in the next decade, especially around, and what might be important about ideology, beliefs. There will be diverse people with diverse set of beliefs, I think, around how AI should be used. But I think, but in a nutshell, I think it's about empathy, emotional, all these kind of human elements that might be important. It's AI in itself might not be wrong. It's how we use them and how we, again, work together. But I'm skipping that slide because I want to focus what I call as the big alignment for Nepal, and perhaps for many that might be true for many other low-income countries. But I've seen only in Nepal, at least with my limited experience, what I see is in the last maybe half century, there's lots of social good happening, which is good. Lots of INGOs, development sectors, government. We try to fulfill aspirations of people, right? We try to say, okay, we need good healthcare. We need to reduce maternal mortality rate. We need to reduce infant mortality rate. So there are all these markers, sustainable development goals that needs to be done. And we've done some strides on that, which is great. That has been helpful. And there is other part, which is about ability of people to purchase things, in simple economics, being like at least not being in poverty. And it seems to me sometimes we look at these two in a separate, or there are separate programs, vertical programs, and they do not get aligned. They are not. But AI can do amazing things. It has potential, opportunity to do amazing things on both aspects. It can solve some of the very difficult challenges, like how to scale high quality healthcare in remote areas. So we can think of AI as service on these, as assisting the nurses, assisting field medical officers, on agriculture, right, on different things. But when doing that, if we don't think of how it will also align with the economic development of the country in itself. Imagine if you are importing almost every single AI, hundreds and thousands of AI services that will come in future. How does that impact the macroeconomy of the country in itself? There is an opportunity where you can export. So this private industry, which is doing amazing things, they're working hard to build, and obviously they want profit, but at the same time they're also helping the economy, right? And providing opportunities, providing an ecosystem where they can thrive while solving these big societal challenges and aligning these two. I think this is something that has not been worked well, and maybe the economists, policymakers, or even global development agencies at different parts in the world, both the scientists and the development people perhaps need to work on this and at least try to identify this big alignment. Can we do that and solve two problems at once while solving the societal problems with social good, also transform the economy? So that's where I ask these questions, people to think on this, and end my talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bisis. Now we move on to the next keynote presentation speaker, and he is Callum Hanforth, Digital Program Strategic Manager, Chief Digital Office, UNDP, and he'd be joining us virtually.
Hi everyone, good afternoon, and again an enormous privilege to be here with you all. I wish I could be there in person, but unfortunately wasn't able to travel, but I'm very keen to keep in touch after the session today as well. And I've been very, very inspired by the discussions and the presentations that we've already heard this morning. So I'm just going to spend about 10 minutes or so walking you through an approach that we have at UNDP around AI, particularly around shaping some of the kind of inclusivity priorities and the ethical approaches that the previous speaker just touched upon as well. But I appreciate that you've already had quite a few presentations this afternoon and this morning. So we might just start this with a very, very quick quiz. And I wish I was there in the room to make this one work, but we'll see if we can do it in virtually. So perhaps if you can, again, I can't see you all unfortunately, but put your hand up if you think this is a real person. So this person is either generated by AI or it's a real person. So put your hand up if you think she is real. Okay, so she is an AI generated person. So there's a website called This Person Does Not Exist. It allows you to generate made up people for advertising campaigns, for other usages, and so on. We'll try this one. This one's a little bit trickier. So this is a painting, but is it a painting done by a computer or a painting done by a human? So put your hand up if you think it's one done by a human. Okay, and please don't take a cue from me. I'm rubbish at this. So this is a painting done by a human. It's an artist called John Bader who does photoreal paintings that kind of look like they are computer generated. And then finally, this one's a little bit trickier, but one of these images is AI, and one of them is a computer generated one. So again, if you think the computer generated one is the one on the, let's say, the right hand side, if you pop your hand up. Okay, this is the final one. We'll see how you're all doing. So the one on the right is human. It's from a TV show that my nephew really enjoys on Disney Plus. It's called The Mandalorian. And then the one on the left is the one we've made in I think Midjourney with the blow prompt. And then obviously we can do this with images. We can also do it with text. So this is a poem I spent many hours working on this weekend around the role of AI in improving Nepal's development journey and the function of AI more broadly in the country. But obviously it's not. I'm not that talented, unfortunately, or that creative. It's from ChatGPT. This stuff is really exciting. There's enormous potential with it. Real potential for creativity, for new industries and new opportunities. But there's also a darker side to it as well. I just want to quickly highlight to you all. So this image here is a very interesting one. If you go onto, for example, ChatGPT or Midjourney and you type in, please generate a photo of a government building under attack or on fire, the software is designed to build in prompts saying, I cannot do that. It's against my terms of service and similar. But if you start gaming it, you can start generating things like this. So someone basically typed in a prompt saying, show me a photo of a fire next to a white government-looking building or white building. And it came up with this image here. They then tweeted this image, and it was actually picked up by a number of reputable media outlets. And in 10 minutes, it wiped off $500 billion of stock market value in the US until people realized that actually this was not the Pentagon under attack. It was a fake image. So these tools have enormous potential, but they can also have a much darker side that we're also grappling with as well. And part of generating these benefits, but also tackling the darker side, is our approach around a kind of more inclusive and ethical approach to AI. And the way that we'll think about this is this acronym that we have called DEEP, D-E-E-P. And I'm going to walk you through for the rest of my presentation what each of these four letters mean in practice through our work and the work of our partners and other countries around the world. So the first letter is D, and this stands for demystify and democratize. And actually the previous speaker touched upon this in a really interesting way. What you can see on the screen here is it's from a Coursera course. It's called the A to Z of AI. You've got terminology here that we've heard this morning, things like machine learning, supervised learning, big data, chatbots, and similar. But we chuck around these tools quite lightly, and we use these terms very, very loosely. So we talk about AI and machine learning and and all this stuff, but often without digging into it in a deeper way. And also, we don't often democratize this language either. We silo it away into technical or policy discussions. And as part of making AI truly a whole of society tool, we also need to have a whole of society dialogue and conversation about what this stuff is about. One good example of how this can be demystified and democratized is actually from the government of Finland. About, I think, 3 or 4 years ago, they launched a course called the Elements of AI, and then they open sourced it so any other government around the world can actually roll this course out in their own countries. And the purpose of this was to actually educate their population about what are these different terminologies, what do they mean for their lives and their livelihoods, why should they care about the conversation and engage in the debate as well. And what this also highlighted is the whole of society interest in actually having this conversation. About a quarter of the participants who of this course are actually aged over 45 years old. So this is a truly whole of society dialogue that we need to get more engaged in more countries around the world. But approaches like the elements of AI are actually a really, really interesting method to democratize and demystify some of this language. The second is E, and it's about empowerment. How do we get these tools and technologies into the hands of people who need them most and can benefit from them the most, and can also have the greatest positive impact with them as well, particularly smaller businesses, entrepreneurs, and some most marginalized and vulnerable populations as well. And this also includes in the public sector. So this guide you can see on the screen here is one published quite recently by the UK government to support civil servants about engaging with AI. And this is not a technical handbook. It's not about how you build LLMs or how you start engaging with big data or data science. It's fundamentally how do you decide when AI is an appropriate tool and where you can fit it into the policymaking, service design, or delivery process, including aspects around ethics and safety and societal impact as well. And the part of this empowerment piece is actually how do we get these tools into the hands of people who need them and support them in putting them into productive and useful and relevant uses as well. So handbooks like this, I think, are a really, really important way of driving that kind of conversation. An example actually from our UNDP world was launched, I think, about a week or two ago from our country office in Argentina. To recognize the 40th anniversary of democracy in the country, they used AI to analyze 40 years of presidential speeches to look at the kind of common trends and narratives and to write the speech of democracy based on all of those inputs. But what this meant is, again, it's about empowering people. So you're positioning these tools in a central conversation around democracy, around a social contract, and so on as well. So empowerment is about giving these tools to people, but also, as I mentioned earlier, involving them in the debate and having that conversation at a societal level about what AI means for our national development and our growth and direction as well. The second E is about exploration and experimentation in a safe and secure and ethical and positive way. I'm just going to walk you through a few quick examples on this one. The first is from our country office in India, who's been doing a lot of work in AI for quite a number of years. So in India, you have quite a thriving industry making bricks, so house bricks and others. And these bricks are obviously made in brick kilns, which can have quite significant emissions. And so trying to tackle emissions restrictions across the country and make sure that kilns aren't exceeding their emissions requirements is obviously a very, very difficult enforcement challenge with the amount of kilns and the geographic size of India. So what our local team did is they combined geospatial data with AI to monitor the emissions coming out of brick kilns and to flag which ones were potentially breaching emissions requirements that could then be the focus for enforcement by the local government. This was an initiative that they were running about 3 to 4 years ago, so it's advanced quite significantly since then. But when we talk about exploration and experimentation, it's about actually looking at what are the relevant priorities and contexts within your country and community and using AI to tackle those issues as well. As the previous speaker alluded to as well, how do we make this stuff real and relevant and not an abstract consideration and not grounded in the problems and the priorities that we have within our countries? The other part of this is also how the government can play a role in driving some of this technology forward. And Estonia, as always, is quite a good example in this. So about a year or two ago, Estonia built an AI testbed within the national government where external innovators could work with the government on 5 key problems. Everything from improving how museums are cataloguing their cultural heritage through to improving water quality within the country as well. But the part of this that I think is really interesting around experimentation is actually how the state is being used here as a platform for experimentation and building strong links between the public, private, academic, R&D, and civil society communities. It's not about the state being separate, but the state being a real catalyst for innovation within the country. And then finally, obviously one of the most important areas is P and protection. How do we make sure this stuff is rights-based, it's ethical, it's safe and secure from design through to deployment and to scaling as well? And there's a few things I just want to briefly mention. The first, this is from the recent World Economic Forum Global Risk Reports, and it highlights the sheer volume of risks that we're facing as a global community, but also their interconnectedness. So you can see on the top right here, where the purple dots are, the adverse outcomes of AI are flagged as a risk, but the AI angle is also very quickly linked into aspects around social polarization. It's linked into things like terrorism, global state conflicts, illicit activity within the economy, and so on as well. So what we need to look at when we look at protection is it's not just about the technology, but it's also how the technology intersects with other priorities and other problems and challenges that we face as a society and a global community as well. So trying to isolate this stuff can be quite hard, and we need a more holistic and broad approach to regulating and engaging with the risks and the challenges that AI can often pose. But part of this is also moving beyond regulation. Regulation is still very important. Regulation in the context of legislation, is still very, very important. But legislation is no longer your only tool in the toolkit. We have a lot of stuff around, obviously, industry regulation and guidelines and so on. But there's also interesting approaches popping up in places around the world. I'm actually based in Singapore, and the government of Singapore, I think about 2 years ago, launched their AI Verify Toolkit. And what's quite interesting about this is they've actually designed standardized tests that the private sector can run with their AI models to test their technologies against key principles. So you're not having to enshrine this in legislation, but you're able to audit and ensure that this stuff is actually being adhered to in practice through these kind of standardized tests. And I think there's a really, really interesting direction here about actually how you're providing, as a government, the tools, the protocols, the tests, and so on, to ensure that this stuff actually works in practice and doesn't entrench or exacerbate any inequalities or inequities either. Another part about protection is this is very much a whole of society conversation. We're doing a lot of work now, particularly in the Pacific Islands, in collaboration with the European Union, about tackling disinformation and misinformation, which, as we all know, can be exacerbated through AI tools and technologies. And part of this is actually working very, very closely with civil society, providing them with the training, the tools, the expertise, and the connections to understand where AI is having a risk and where it's causing challenges around misinformation and disinformation, and how they can then work within their communities to support their citizens in recognizing the risks of these technologies, and then having the expertise and the mindsets and the tools to also tackle this stuff as well, so that they're not putting themselves at risk or exposing themselves to misinformation or the challenges that it can breed as well. So when we look at protection, it's not just about government or the private sector, but a really, really deep role for civil society and a collaboration between all those sectors as well. And then very finally, I just want to circle back to that handbook that I mentioned earlier, because a fundamental part of protection is also recognizing where AI plays a role, but also where it doesn't play a role, the limits and the roles and responsibilities for these tools and technologies as well. I've actually just pasted here, this is from the guides, but you can see that it very much highlights, where the limitations of AI are. But as you can see towards the end as well, it also encourages public servants to not just see AI as a panacea and a tool that can do everything, but also to encourage them to look at other solutions, including non-tech and low-tech ones as well. So part of protection is recognizing where AI can play a valuable role, and also recognizing its limitations and where other tools or thinking or approaches can have a better or safer or more positive impact and benefits. So thank you for your time. I just want to briefly close with two quick thoughts. The first is this graph from an analyst I followed for a very long time called Benedict Evans. He runs a really, really good newsletter, and he is often quite very much at the kind of forefront of technology thinking. But his kind of thesis is that the technology industry, and obviously by association society and our economies, move in what he calls platform shifts. So every 10 to 15 years, a new platform essentially resets technology and the industry and everything surrounding it, and then it reframes what we're doing and how we are functioning almost as a society and an economy. So you can see here the kind of 5 shifts that he sets out from mainframes through to potentially generative AI. But this is not just about technology. For example, if we look at the one in the middle about the web platform shift, when the World Wide Web, was starting in the late 80s, in the mid 90s or so, we saw it as an interesting technology, but we could never have predicted that the endpoint of it would be tools like Facebook, a fundamental reimagining of how we connect as a global community with the opportunities and the challenges that poses. Similarly, when we look at the next platform shift around smartphones and the cloud, we started with things like the App Store. I found a press release the other day when the App Store came out, it had 500 apps. But we could never think that the App Store would lead again to a fundamental redesign of our societies and economies around things like gig economies and different types of work, and some of the subscription elements that other speakers this morning have spoken to. So again, we started this journey with looking at apps, and then right now we're looking at fundamental redesigns of economies and societies in many, many countries around the world. And similarly, ChatGPT, this is where we're starting now. It's still only a year plus old. Where will this end? Where will it take us? So I think part of this is recognizing that we're all trying to figure this out, which is why events like this today are so important to keep in touch, to learn from each other, and to have that dialogue. But also it's about where we as UNDP support you on this journey. And I just want to close with one final quote, which is this one on the screen here. So you can see on this quote, this is the foundational document of UNDP. So this was when UNDP was formally founded in 1965 in the 20th UN General Assembly. This is a document that, this is a content from the resolution within that General Assembly. And you can see this first paragraph, recognizing that the requests from countries are increasing in volume and in scope. This is regardless of technology, whether it's AI, it's big data, it's 5G, it's anything like this. The challenges we see are still increasing in volume. They're not technology, they are challenges of climate change, of conflict, of crisis. So this is, again, reaffirms that the role that we're here to support you on that journey. But also the second paragraph that you can see here, the role of the UN in terms of supplementing and supporting your important national efforts to solve the most important problems of your economic development. Again, we're talking about this about AI, but these are not AI questions. They're questions of policy, of philosophy, of sociology, and so on. And just want to reaffirm that this framing here, I think about 1965, is as relevant then as it is today. It's not just about the technology, but how we can support you and supplement your very, very important national efforts on this journey in the context of AI and other approaches as well. So thank you all for your time, and I would be delighted to keep in touch and look forward to meeting you all at some point in the future as well. Thank you.
And that marks the end of the session 1, keynote presentation and speaker session. Now, before we head to the session 2, which is the panel discussion and lightning session, we'll just call it a break and we'll head out for lunch and we'll be back in 45 minutes. Thank you.
It has to tie back to the human intelligence. It has to tie back to ultimately every Nepali citizen getting better government access, right? Getting better, human rights, getting better quality of life. Ultimately, that's what we are after. Okay, and we'll be speaking of some of these. But on a positive note, where we are really where this gets exciting is there's a lot of enthusiasm about AI in Nepal. Right? I go to a lot of conferences, I meet a lot of people in different stakeholders. Every Nepali in some way or another are interested in AI, which is so exciting. Coursera ranked us, it's a little dated, but Coursera ranked us top 10 emerging countries in 2021. And a fun fact, right, when GPT was out, when ChatGPT was out, in a matter of few months, Nepal reached second after China in terms of most active nation interested in AI according to Google Trends. How exciting is that? A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, the lunch is starting to settle in, I get that. All right, What this says is we have a young population which is hungry to know about what is happening in the field of AI, and what better position for us to start and get started, right? To lay the foundation, right? So as a strategist, I think in strategical ways, and what I want to share is how can we start to think through and put a national level narrative, a national level vision that for a country like Nepal, in the next 10 years, we can leverage AI and again, get that benefit for our citizens, right? Now, in a quick analogy, right? Think about this like, let's say if we were to build a 5-star hotel, 500 rooms, right? How do we go about it? First, it starts with a vision. We get the capital ready. Then we lay the foundation. Then we build the actual building, the 500 rooms, and then we get it ready for commerce, right? And that's what it is. You lay the foundation, build the capability, and then scale the ecosystem. The last part is really important, right? Because unless you scale, unless we bring the benefit of AI to every Nepali citizen, we're not going to realize the vision that we want to set out to do, right? What do we mean by laying the foundation, right? And again, in terms of threes, I like to think in terms of threes, 3 points and 3 points underneath nested within it, right? Awareness, education, policy. Awareness is important because until you are aware, you don't know what is possible, right? We need to lay a national vision. We need to come together and amplify our success stories, right? I want to make a call out. I think the media is a great partner because they're always really ready to take any Nepali story and amplify it, right? There are great companies here, you know, Leapfrog, Cloud Factory, Cedargate. I could keep on naming, you know, SecurityPal. They're doing great work in cybersecurity. And if you're bored by now already, how many of you have watched I think it's a pirate animation, The One or something like that. Yeah, it's a great pirate animation in Netflix. To check it out. And some of that animation was done in Nepal by Incessant Rain. How cool is that? Right? So these type of stories we need to share because we need to believe that it is possible to do it from Nepal. We need to believe. But we need also to make sure that there's a national level awareness. There's a national level campaign where everybody is educated in what is the good, the bad, and the ugly of AI, right? Not everything is good. Education. We're at the point where we can really reimagine education, right? We all have been through that system. We know that we need to shift from a certain way we're doing to more critical thinking, to more problem-solving way. And not only teach AI, but leverage AI in terms of the whole learning process. And I'll speak to it a little bit in sector-specific down the road. Policy. It's really important to create a level playing field. We're going to talk about in this session now, right? And how we're going to create a transparent, a equitable framework so that people feel confident in making the investment and their intellectual property is respected, privacy rights are respected, right? And especially important for countries like Nepal where, you know, we don't have a lot of resources to expend. Once we've laid the foundation, then we need to build the capabilities in that foundation that we've laid, right? Infrastructure, R&D, sector-specific AI. Infrastructure is really important. We can sit here and talk about AI all day long, but if we don't have the compute power, if we don't have the internet, if we don't have the connected devices, nothing is going to happen, right? We need to get this going. Research and development, right? We need to be strategic, right? Maybe we won't lead the world when it comes to core research, but we can do applied research. We can take what's happening in the world, what's being done by, you know, great scientists across the world. There's open source movement going on, and we can really build on that. We can build a sovereign AI model that is applicable to Nepal, that takes our context. Sector-specific AI, I talked about in education. Another one, if you guys haven't seen this tech talk by Sal Khan, Khan Academy, please, please do so. They're coming out with some amazing, amazing impact in education where there's this bot called Khan Amigo or Khan Migo, and it's every child will have their personalized tutor, and every teacher will have help from a teaching assistant. How cool is that, right? It's going to revolutionize how we educate ourselves, and then we need to think through these things, right? Because these things are available now, right? And if we give it to our young minds, right, and we can be bold, right? It's not about plagiarism, it's not about being lazy, but it's about actually making learning fun. It can be totally redefined. Healthcare, right? There's so much we can do in healthcare. I think I read somewhere that Nami, a prominent AI research organization in Nepal, is doing work where, using telehealth and, unique AI modeling for Nepali context is doing diagnosis in cervical cancer. Again, really cool, really, really amazing stuff, right? These are amazing, stories to be inspired by and to amplify it. Similarly in agriculture, right? Just, across our neighbors. In India, there's so much being done. Even here, experiments are being done in terms of identifying ahead of time, when the crop yield and, disease detection and so many things that could be done, right? Tourism, finance, and so on and so forth. Every industry is going to get impacted by AI. We have to understand what we're going to do for us and how does the benefit of that translate to every Nepali citizen, right? If we lay the foundation, we build the capability, we have the expertise to make the difference. Now, how do we scale it up, right? This is obviously my passion of scaling, companies and, scaling industries, and I want to extrapolate that at the nation level as well. If we don't scale, it is not going to allow us to reach to the vision that we want to gain, right? And quite frankly, number one is investment. We really need to direct investment. Again, we could be sitting here and talking about all these wonderful ideas and policies and framework, but nothing is going to move if capital is not directed, right? So I urge the government to think of a sovereign AI fund at the national level. I think Nepal Investment Board is doing amazing work. I think they're organizing some conference coming up shortly where we're showcasing Nepal for foreign direct investment and getting investment from outside. We should also encourage tech companies that are in Nepal to probably find a way to access public funds through NEPSE. So many things to be done. We need to be creative, financially innovative, and we really need to put together a capital strategy. Because without investment, again, nothing can be done. Because AI is expensive, guys. GPUs don't come cheap. And then startup, right? Startup is the lifeblood of economies. They solve real-world problems. They, create employment. They create new value in the marketplace. And until we get AI into the marketplace, bringing value to every citizen, we're not really getting the benefit of it, right? And then continuous learning, right? There could be a national AI council that monitors all of this, has stakeholders from all across the aisle. This is really important. Back to the hotel analogy, we've built that multi-billion-dollar five-star hotel. It's creating commerce, but is it going to withstand a powerful earthquake in that analogy, right? We need strong pillars because otherwise the building is going to crumble. We need to make AI contextual to Nepal, right? What is our context? We have challenges in infrastructure. We have multitude of languages. We have, our cultural heritage is really rich. And until we adapt to our context, it is not going to be beneficial for us. And we need to think in that terms, right? Ultimately, what is the benefit to every Nepali citizen? Inclusivity and accessibility is really important for us, right? Because we have marginalized communities. We have biases, we have gaps, right? We have so many things that we need to work on, and we can leverage AI and not have AI, in fact, be the barrier to exacerbate what we've already been struggling with, right? Ethics. If we don't get ethics right, if it's not a responsible AI, if it's not a just AI, everybody's going to lose trust in the system. And without trust, there's never going to be any momentum. So with that, I want to present Fuse Machine, the company that I represent, as one example. 10 years ago, when Dr. Samir Maske, who is also an AI professor in Columbia University, founded Fuse Machines, he had the vision to democratize artificial intelligence, coming from Nepal, right? Over the years, over 10 years, we've worked really hard. We've had obviously a lot of setbacks along the way, but we've persevered, right? We run our AI fellowship program in not only in Nepal, but many parts of the world. We've just finished in Bangladesh with H&M. We've run in Burkina Faso. We've run in LATAM. And we also run in marginalized communities in US. Right? And we really believe that education can transform people's lives, right? And so it is a free scholarship program. The new cohort, by the way, we just announced 2 weeks ago, we have north of 2,000 applicants just from Nepal. 1 week still remains. I urge everybody to apply if you're interested, right? We have AI products, we have AI solutions, and out of 450 people, 350 are right here in Nepal. Most of our work of AI is done in Nepal, and we're really proud of that. We've worked hard to ensure that there's 38% female representation in our company, and we have patents, and we are across 5 countries, headquartered in New York. It is a success story. It's taken us 10 years to get here. The next chapter, if you must have heard in the news, we are getting ready in the short future to be publicly listed officially in NASDAQ in US. And hopefully we can inspire more companies from Nepal to get to the global stage. And we need many, many, many more Fuse machines, right? So what I want to tie up is, at the end is, it's taken us 10 years to get here. And we are ready to go be public company in the most prestigious public market in NASDAQ. And we have bigger aspirations for the next 10 years, right? We want to be the first unicorn out of Nepal. We want to scale across the globe. And we want to hire thousands of people right here in Nepal, right? We want to be that big company. But we want to be able to scale to that level until those 3 things are not done. If the foundation is not laid, if the capability is not built, and if the ecosystem is not scaled. So, my call to action is, all of us, let's be invested in the future of Nepal, in prosperous Nepal, and I'll end with what I started. 10 years is a very short time, not a long time, in nation building. But 10 years is a very long time when we talk about leveraging artificial intelligence, its power and what it can do to transform. The time is now, the opportunity is here, so let's get started. Thank you.
That was Mr. Parag, Head of Strategy and Managing Director of Fuse Machines. Now we begin with the panel discussions. And before beginning the panel discussion, I'd like to call upon the session chair, Mrs. Pramila Devi Bajacharya, Secretary, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. Now I'd like to call upon the moderator of the panel discussion right now. He is the CEO of Young Innovation Private Limited, Mr. Bibhushan Bista.
Thank you very much. I think it's a wonderful crowd out here. And the one thing that's not in our favor today is time, right? So without getting into any formalities, I would straight away want to invite this esteemed panelists to come in the dais. The first we have Pranay Ratnastafit, Deputy Director, Data for Development at the Asia Foundation, Pranay. And second we have Honorable Pratima Gautam, Member of Parliament, from the Federal Parliament of Nepal. Then we have Mr. Indu Bikram Joshi, Joint Secretary at the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. We have Andre Koch, founder of the Good City Foundation. Can I also request you to join the panelists on the dais? And finally, we have Suvash Dakal, Director at the National ID within the Ministry of Home Affairs. Yes. I guess we have one extra chair, so Parag, if you would want to come there. Yep. Okay. I just, I'll look at the background. We want to do it in Nepali and English so that it's comfortable. And for those of you for whom Nepali and English is an issue, I think we have translators. Please raise your hands so that our volunteers can pass on the translating device to you, right? Headsets. Okay, just to give you a bit of background, yesterday, myself and a lot of us in the room were in Karnali, Surkhet, talking about digital Karnali, and this was engineered by the provincial government of Karnali and some other partners from Kathmandu. So there we were talking about access to internet. One of the prominent issue raised by people in Karnali was how can we have better cell phone network and better internet in far-fetched areas of Karnali, Humla, Mugu and all, right? Fast forward 24 hours later, I am here moderating another session. Here we are talking about artificial intelligence, right? So this is, I just wanted to share that to say that as Parag rightly mentioned, 10 years is a short period of time and we need to get the cell phones right, but at the same time, we need to make sure that we take a leap in creating that 1,000%, 2,000% company working in AI. And that's why this panel is very interesting in a sense that we will be talking about policy regimes. Not just about fixing up our networks in Humla, but again, fixing up our artificial intelligence related ecosystem and things alike. So I would want to start with Pranay. Coming from a background of data for development where you guys work a lot with government officials, the private sector, the civil society, and we all know that the foundation for artificial intelligence is data, right? What's your take on data governance? Do we as a country have enough data and the data and how is our data management regime for us to leapfrog in the AI domain? What's your take on that?
Thank you, Bhushandai. And thank you for the question. Yeah, you rightly pointed out, at the end of the day, the power of AI is basically dependent upon the data we have, right? So I would take this question or reconstruct this question into two parts. Internally, what we need or what we see is with this federalism, right? A lot of functions have been devolved or say delegated to provincial as well as local level, right? We might create or develop a data governance framework or a policies, but the only issue here is because of that devolved power, there is a possibility of various government, local government and provincial government creating their own set of rules that might not really comply or align with the framework developed by federal level. So at the end of the day, what we need is a national framework that a unified framework where all the provincial as the local government, when they come up with their data governance policies, aligns with the national framework so that we have seamless inter-exchange of data. Otherwise, we have these policies, Stat Act 2022 or Digital Nepal framework, but there's always a danger of, various horses going different directions. So that's internal problem. And one more thing, externally, what we need, I think, is our national policy, again, needs to align with all the data system that is across the globe. There are around 1,600 policies that already been developed around the world. So we need, our framework needs to, again, be aligned with that talks to various data systems across the world, having our national interest in mind. I'll give you a very good example, right? The African Union came up with this AI continental strategy that was basically made to counteract with abuse of AI, such as data extractivism or automated imperialism, right? So we need to think what is our national interest first, and keeping that thing in mind, we need to have a balancing act where we also work to a seamless exchange of data, both within as well as outside our country. Thank you.
Talking about data itself, I would want to go to Mr. Subhash. Since you head National ID, you're the director out there, and we've seen the case of India where Aadhaar has become a regime to, democratize so many services within the government. So in terms of data management, National ID ko perspective, what's your take on, do we have an appetite for standardized data? And do we have the capacity to take leverage of that within the government machinery?
So thank you. So for me, I think, so data governance and standardization of data is the ultimate way we need to be there. So as he says, we need a national frameworks for the data governance. What's the first challenges? We should talk about the challenges what we have. So we are very late on the data standardizations and the governance frameworks. And that's why we have many legacy systems which has been working very fine right now. So our challenges here is to adopt with the legacy systems and move forward with the data governance framework. Regarding National ID has itself pivots for the data governance and the data standardizations. Basically, what our vision is, for individual data, the data standards set by the National ID should be the standards for every agencies, for the individual's data, remember. So, but there is a challenge. So different agencies are the different formats, and we have a very specific challenge for Nepal in the data governance. That is the Devanagari Lipi we are using. And font faces, we have many different font faces. So to write the same names, let's say, let me have an example of the Manju. Manju is a very common Nepali name given for a girl. If we use one font face, the character encoding for the Manju, even in the Unicode, is 1. And if you use another font face, that is different. Number of characters are also different. I think they are in one use case, there are the total 4 characters. And then in another, there are the 5 characters. So now even, it looks same, but the characters encoding are different. So these type of challenges we have, that as another challenge is like our localization challenge we have in the data governance. And third challenge, we say that from National ID perspective, okay, I'm saying that I'm going to standardize the data for the personal informations, and those data are not used for the AI. So now we need to link those data. We need to anonymize the data. We need to anonymize the identifiers and develop the databases for all other transactional functional agencies. That is our challenge. If the functional agencies, they are keeping too much of personal information in their database right now. So that is another challenge for using those data for the AI. So if your transactional database has too much of personal information, you cannot use it due to the sake of the privacy. So how to detach that personal informations from the functional databases that other agencies has, like banks do have, tax offices do have, land registrations offices. So all the offices, they are using their functional transactional database are linked with the personal data. So that is the challenge. We need to detach those things. So we are planning for that also, how to detach. So we are planning to use the technologies like the tokenizations and all those things to detach the personal data with their transactional data. Then only those data will be useful for the AI purpose. Until and unless using those data are very, very high, they will generate the very, very high risks. But this is the vision how we are trying to cope with these challenges. Even we are planning to face that localized challenges with the typing also. We have a very strict, if you see the national ID, we have a very strict limitation with the font face and character encoding. All the rules have been defined in case of Nepali characters also. We are trying to solve this, but I see still we need to have a deeper understanding on these challenges. Every of us stakeholders should work together for the next steps we are going on. But from the national ID perspective, we are always ready to help other agencies to govern their data. Thank you.
And it's really good to know that the government people are concerned about our data privacy, coming from you as nationally. Before I jump into Indu sir, Parag, a sana question. Can the Manju use case be addressed by AI? Can AI have a solution to the Manju use case that Suvas sir pointed?
Most definitely, I would say, right? Because I think challenging चाहिँ it's very challenging, right? Because हाम्रो देवनागरी किनभने हामीले पनि कति कम्पनीजहरुसित एउटा सल्युसनको लागि हैन कस्टमर सर्भिस सल्युसनको लागि नै कुरा गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ it's a very difficult challenge because not only scripting ma cha त्यो tonality ma voice ma हैन lot of different languages, we have a lot of different multicities, but this is precisely why a powerful system like AI is here and why we need to be excited, because finally we can solve these type of difficult problems. Tara, we have to recognize that it is challenging, and therefore मैले पहिला भने जस्तो हाम्रो कन्टेक्स्ट के हो र हाम्रो कन्टेक्स्टमा चाहिँ हामी सबै स्टेक होल्डर्स मिलेर कसरी चाहिँ अब यसलाई सल्भ गर्ने र अगाडि बढ्ने भन्दै कोल्याबोरेट गरेर नै अगाडि जान सक्छ.
Thank you. Definitely. I know that we have an elaborated presentation from you, but I think that struck me. Okay, Indu sir, from your role as Ministry of Environment's Education, Science and Technology, हाम्रो education system ले जुन परागजीले भन्नुभएको we need 5,000 AI engineers and हामी software को मान्छेले we need 10,000 developers भन्छौँ हैन. Is our education system ready for that? एउटा next leap लिनको लागि are we ready for that, or if not, what are we doing on that front?
धन्यवाद क्वेशनको लागि. नेपालमा एजुकेसन सेक्टरमा AI पठन पाठन गराउने भन्ने किसिमको एकदम डिक्लेयर्ड पोलिसी शिक्षा नीतिमा त राखेको छैन, तर हामी साइन्स एन्ड टेक्नोलोजी एन्ड इनोभेसन पोलिसीमा AI को एप्लिकेसन छ र अन्य सेक्टरहरुमा पनि AI को एप्लिकेसन भन्ने बार उठिरहेछ. त्यसको मतलब देयर निड्स ह्युमन रिसोर्स. So human resource, we need the education, and definitely universities, from AI literacy to the higher education, we need to have that system. Fortunately, we already have few universities like KU or Gandhigi University have already started AI engineering. And fortunately, we have a lot of IT-based human resources, so they can be upgraded to the AI. So our education system normally don't connect it with the market. This is very bad and unfortunate things. But on the in a time then that will be connected to the market. If there is a market for 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, 100,000, that can be supplied. If there is a market, then there will be supply. In the beginning, maybe it is not that matching demand supply system, but if it's really there is a market, then there will be supply. So it won't be that problematic. मेरो भनाइको अर्थ चाहिँ नि तर निश्चित रूपमा त्यहाँ मार्केट हुनु पर्यो। कहिलेकाहीँ अहिले हामीलाई समस्या भने के हो भन्दाखेरि विश्वविद्यालयका कयौँ फ्याकल्टीहरूमा विद्यार्थीहरू नपाइरहेछ हैन। त्यस अनुसार पनि समय सापेक्ष उहाँहरूले पनि बनाउनुहुन्छ। अब जुन फ्याकल्टीको त्यति धेरै डिमान्ड छैन भने त्यसैमा पछि लागिराख्नु आवश्यक पनि भएन र युनिभर्सिटी र प्राइभेट कलेजहरू सरकारी कलेजहरू विश्वविद्यालयहरूले अवश्य पनि मार्केटसँग सम्बन्धित गरेर यदि ह्युमन रिसोर्स डेभलप गर्नु र त्यो उहाँहरूको एक किसिमको बिजनेस पनि भयो। त्यसकारण त्यो असम्भव कुरा चाहिँ होइन भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ।
हजुर थ्याङ्क यू भेरी मच। त्यही कन्टेक्स्टमा सरलाई मैले एक्चुअली रोक्न चाहेँ। धेरै अब हामी एकाडेमिक्समा पनि अलिअलि इङ्गेज भएको कनेक्टेड हुँदा धेरै मान्छेको के छ भने lot of people are interested to learn to enroll into IT courses and AI, but again there is a system of capping. यति स्टुडेन्ट भन्दा बढी नपाउने पढाउन नपाउने गर्दाखेरि we are as an industry हाम्रो सप्लाई नै लिमिटेड भएको छ भन्ने कुरा पनि आउँछ। त्यसमा चाहिँ because looking at what Parag mentioned earlier, the trajectory that we are looking at, I think we need some change, fixing up of the system पनि जस्तो लाग्छ। त्यो कन्टेक्स्टमा चाहिँ what is the reason that we are still persistent with capping the quota and numbers?
त्यसमा त्यही एउटा हाम्रो ब्युरोक्रेटिक सिस्टम अथवा हाम्रो गभर्नमेन्टको सिस्टम त्यति धेरै एजाइल त छैन। वी हेभ टु एक्सेप्ट द्याट एन्ड द्याट इज द बिगेस्ट प्रब्लम। आजकलको जमानामा एजिलिटी इज द मेन थिङ द्याट द साइज हैन। त्यो चाहिँ नहुनुको कारणले गर्दा हामी त्यति फास्ट मुभिङ नहुँदाखेरि नै हामी पछि पऱ्यो हो। र त्यस्तो सिस्टम किनभने यो डेमोक्रेटिक कन्ट्रीमा जुन स्टेक होल्डरहरूले जुन इन्फ्लुएन्सबाट जे पनि चेन्ज भइरहेको छ नि अकर्डिङ टु निड। If we have changed the constitution, we have changed our ruling system, why not this education system? This will happen, but based on need and the influences that all stakeholders have to play, and the government will never bar the requirements. The process is, we have to follow the legitimate process, and it will take some time.
Yes, definitely that's very encouraging to know that we can change that. Okay, now I would want to go to Andre Gok. Based on your experience with the Good City Foundation, because you guys work a lot on addressing urban challenges, we're using technologies and AI, how do you see that being relevant to the Nepalese context, especially in terms of addressing urban challenges that we see, or if you have seen some?
Sure. First of all, thank you so much for having me here in Nepal. This is my first time here in Nepal, and just a little bit also introductions. Yes, I am the founder of Good City Foundations, and also I come with a background in the nonprofit, so we advocate a lot on how looking into the capacity of public sector's leaders to adopt technologies for their urban planning, using technologies for addressing the challenges. Meanwhile, I also wear the hat of family office, so we also look at investments, how opportunities like such can be commercialized, I would say, because at the end of the day, answering the first questions, how various kinds of AI innovations and technologies could address urban challenges, I think I don't have to put too much here. I think the previous speakers have already, in the morning have highlighted a lot, how AI, even robotics like drones, UAV, and also many, no matter in consumer level, but also in industrial level, how drones could be capturing more real-time data and also turn that into, and also get analyzed by machine learning to understanding, for example, the monsoon and also the earthquakes, a lot of predicting natural disasters potentially, avoiding a lot of issues and by the environment, and also predicting a lot of man-made planning in the future for cities. But I think more important for the questions would be how, like you mentioned, how AI or such robotics or innovations could promote the sustainable city development. I think I would put particular stress in sustainability, because it's not just about keep learning or, like Parag mentioned, the capacity, the Nepalese population have to keep acquainting the latest technology capability. I think this is true, go to even Hong Kong people. We used to be financial city, and now we are transforming our economic structure to be a bit more into advanced manufacturing, robotics, and so on. We also keep learning. More important is the financial sustainability. How, while we keep equipping ourselves with new technologies, how we keep commercializing that as well. I think that is something on top of Mr. Parag's presentations. Not just startup ecosystem, I would say, but also SME sector would be the most important. If we look at a case like Hong Kong, 90% of GDP of Hong Kong basically is contributed by SMEs. The rest probably, the rest are the conglomerates and also their ecosystem and also a little bit of startups. The SMEs are the key pillar to the economic engines. I think for most of the economies in Nepal would be the same. And what I would, it is going to be my third day here in Nepal, and what kind of really concerned me and also what I find very curious is how the young talent, while equipping the AI learnings and also the capability regarding the innovation technologies and also robotics, how that can be incorporated in your career, and also how that could be, how SMEs could be also empowered. We need to look deeper into that. For example, just raising an example, probably a lot of SME sectors in Nepal are operated by families. And the corporate leadership or corporate governance in family business are usually decided by senior family members. And they are driven, and also they run the business by a lot of conventions, by a lot of local cultures, and also the adaptability of new technologies like AI would be rather slower compared with professional or compared with a well-established corporate like the Fuse machine. So I think it goes to how when we talk about topics like implications of AI policy, now the Nepalese government is trying so hard to make sure the policy are being friendly for technologies. Meanwhile, also the policy has to facilitate SMEs to adapt and learn how to bring the technologies to business, not to the big conglomerates only, but also to SME sectors. So the key engine can be, generating new jobs for tech talent, and at the end, one thing to even address is how to, become the tech exporter for the country instead of waiting for or keep facing the issues of the trade deficit of the country. Just 2 cents here, and I'd love to open up for more discussions later on.
Yeah, sure. I might have some more questions for you in the panel. Now that we're talking about policies, let me go to, as a parliament, Pratima madam, as a parliamentarian, हामी यहाँ बसेर policies को कुरा गर्छौं, AI को policy चाहियो भन्छौं, हिजो कर्णालीमा better internet र better cell phone को policy चाहियो भन्ने जस्तो कुरा पनि निक्लेको थियो. As a parliamentarian, parliament मा चाहिँ यस्तो चीजको appetite के छ madam? That is what we would want to know. First, parliament भित्र यस्तो चीजलाई चाहिँ कसरी लिइन्छ? Because we have had incident in the past, एउटा meme नै बनेको थियो हामी when भनौं न यो कुनै एउटा सम्बन्धित क्षेत्रले को विषयमा छलफल गर्दाखेरि it was totally taken into a different track, हैन? र त्यसरी हामी भएको देख्दा अलिकति नरमाइलो पनि लागेको थियो. तर पार्लियामेन्ट भित्र चाहिँ यस्तो emerging policies-हरुको कुरा जुन चीज चाहिँ धेरै चीज थाहा नहुन सक्छ, त्यस्तो चीजलाई हजुरले कसरी लिनुहुन्छ पार्लियामेन्ट?
धन्यवाद प्रश्नको लागि. मुख्य कुरा यो पार्लियामेन्ट भनेको अब हामी पार्लियामेन्ट र एज अ पोलिसी मेकरको रूपमा छौं. अब यो विषयहरू आउँदाखेरि निश्चय नै गम्भीरतापूर्वक हामीले लिनुपर्ने हुन्छ, किनभने पोलिसी बनाउने ठाउँमा छौं. जुन पोलिसी बन्दाखेरि त्यसमा चाहिँ सामान्य मिस्टेक भयो भने त्यसले लङ टर्म इफेक्टहरू पर्छ पछि भविष्यको लागिसम्म. त्यसकारणले यसलाई विशेष ध्यान दिनुपर्ने हुन्छ. तर भन्दै गर्दा म के भन्न चाहन्छु भने यस्तो विषयहरू आउँदा यो AI भन्ने शब्द यो टपिक चाहिँ अहिले चाहिँ नेपालमा भर्खरै सुन्नेको जस्तो फिल गर्नुभएको छ मानिसहरूले. यसलाई चाहिँ अब नयाँ ढङ्गबाट एकदमै के हो भन्ने किसिमको कुराहरू चाहिँ बजारमा यस्तो गफ चिया पसलहरूमा यस्तो गफ हामी त अलिकति पब्लिकसँग पनि टच हुने कारणले यो ढङ्गको गफ हुन्छ. यो के हो भन्ने कुरो हामीले स्पष्टसँग ग्राउन्ड लेभलसम्म बुझाउन जरुरी छ. पार्लियामेन्टमा पनि देशभरिबाट पार्टीबाट इलेक्टेड भएर प्रोपोर्सनल समानुपातिकबाट आउनुभएको धेरै पार्लियामेन्ट मेम्बर हुनुहुन्छ जो आफैमा एकदमै हरेक विषयमा विज्ञ हुनुहुन्छ भन्ने होइन। त्यहाँभित्र पनि धेरै सिक्नुपर्ने कुरा हुन्छ, धेरै बोल्नुपर्ने कुरा हुन्छ। त्यो बाहिर सिकेर केही बुझेर पार्लियामेन्टमा गएर पोलिसी बनाउने कुरा हुन्छ। त्यसको एउटा उदाहरण तपाईहरुले 2-4 महिना अगाडि म दिन सक्छु। एउटा विद्युतीय व्यापारको एउटा चाहिँ विधेयक राष्ट्रिय सभामा छलफल गर्दै गर्दा विद्युत व्यापार भनेर त्यहाँ मन्त्री लगायत अन्य धेरै सांसदहरूले समेत त्यो विषयमा चाहिँ डिस्कसन भइरहेको र कसैले इन्टरप्ट नगरेको र पछि मात्र धेरै पछि मात्र त्यो इन्टरप्ट भएको रोकिएको कुराहरूले पनि हामीले सहजै अनुमान गर्न सक्छौं कि हामीले कुन तहसम्म हामीले यो कुराहरूलाई पुर्याउनु पर्छ भन्ने कुरा टड्कारो रूपमा आउँछ। त्यसकारणले यो विषयहरू आउँदाखेरि अलि बढी ग्राउन्ड लेभलसम्म यो विषयलाई चाहिँ लैजानुपर्छ। यसमा चाहिँ सरकारवालाहरू विज्ञहरू यो विषयमा बढी ज्ञाता भएको मान्छे व्यक्तिहरूले चाहिँ यो विषयलाई अझै बढी प्रष्टाउनुपर्छ विभिन्न माध्यमहरूबाट र यसलाई नियमन गर्ने कुराहरू पनि हुन्छ। यसमा डाटाको कुरा होला, व्यक्तिको विवरणका कुराहरू होलान्। अब मलाई लाग्छ अलि पहिले चाहिँ यहाँ चियाको ठुलो एउटा चाहिँ जारमा चाहिँ चिया हालेको फोटोहरू र मम बोकेर दौडेको फोटोहरू आउँदाखेरि एक खाले मान्छेहरूलाई तरङ्ग भएको थियो के हो यो भनेर एउटा सोशल मिडियामा आएको कुराले पनि बल्ल अलिकति एआई के हो यो भन्दा यो एआई थाहा छैन तपाईहरुलाई भन्ने किसिमको क्वेशनहरू बजारमा बल्ल त्यताबाट चाहिँ आउन थालेको मैले अनुभूति बाहिरी रूपमा गरेको। त्यसकारणले यसलाई डेप्थ तलसम्म गएर यसलाई यो विषयमा हामीले चाहिँ अलिकति एजुकेटेड अझै यसलाई अवेयर गर्ने कुरातिर हामी फर्स्ट लानुपर्छ। त्यसपछि यसलाई चाहिँ नियामक निकाय नियमहरू बनाउने कुरामा हामीले बाँधेर लानुपर्छ जस्तो लाग्छ। किनभने हामीले नियम कानुन बनाउँदा अहिले एउटा हाम्रै नेपालमा अहिले एउटा टिकटकलाई चाहिँ बन्द गर्ने उल्टो एउटा बाटो खोजिरहेको छ। त्यसलाई नियमन गर्न नसकेर टिकटक बन्द भनेर सरकारले जुन ढङ्गबाट टिकटकहरू यस्तो अहिले आएको प्रविधि यो 21औं शताब्दीमा आएको प्रविधिहरूलाई समेत क्याच गर्न नसक्ने तर त्यसलाई चाहिँ नियमन गर्न नसक्ने त्यसलाई उल्टो ढङ्गबाट चाहिँ लगेर त्यसलाई बन्दै गर्ने हिसाबमा चाहिँ हामी हिँडिरहेका छौँ। यस्तो उल्टो बाटोहरू पक्रिरहेको अवस्थामा यो एआई आएको छ। यसलाई चाहिँ अझै व्यापक गरेर यसको महत्त्व एआई को महत्त्व यसले मुलुकलाई कसरी अगाडि बढाउन सक्छ, यसले शिक्षामा कति फड्को मार्न सक्छ, स्वास्थ्यमा कति फड्को मार्छ, आर्थिक रूपमा यसलाई चाहिँ हामीले सही प्रयोग गर्दाखेरि मुलुकले कसरी समृद्ध हुन सक्छ भन्ने कुरा हामीले चाहिँ एजुकेटेड गराउनु अझै अवेयर गराउन बाँकी छ कि भन्ने लाग्छ। यो विषय अब बिस्तारै नियम बनाउने कानुन बन्ने कुरामा संसदमा आउँदाखेरि हामीले गर्नुपर्ने भूमिकामा हामी सशक्त ढङ्गबाट लाग्छौँ भन्ने मैले चाहिँ यहाँ ओड पनि दिन चाहन्छु। धन्यवाद।
थ्याङ्क यू भेरी मच म्याडम। एन्ड आई थिङ्क मैले जुन इस्यु उठाउन नचाहेको नाम लिन नचाहेको ई कमर्स बिलको डिस्कसन चाहिँ म्यामले सिधै भनिदिनु भयो, त्यसको लागि पनि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। एन्ड आई थिङ्क द्याट वाज अ भेरी गुड स्टेटमेन्ट फ्रम आवर साइड सेइङ द्याट वी आर ओपन टु लर्न. And I think as a parliamentarian, this group would be the most relevant group to interact with later on. Now, our second round of questions, we would want to be talking about policy. And one of the pillars of the Venn diagram that Parag also mentioned. So, हामीले policy कस्तो बन्नुपर्छ के बन्नुपर्छ भन्ने अब त्यो विस्तृत छलफल होला त आई थिंक दिस प्यानल इज नट एबल टु टेक अप एभ्रिथिङ तर एटलिस्ट हामी जति पनि एक्सपर्ट्सहरू छौँ यहाँ हाम्रो पर्सपेक्टिभबाट चाहिँ त्यो पोलिसीको कम्पोनेन्टहरू के हुनु पर्यो. पराग हेज अलरेडी हाइलाइटेड सम अफ दोज तर त्यही कन्टेक्स्टमा म प्रणयबाट सुरु गर्न चाहेँ बिकज एज पार्ट अफ यर वर्क आई नो द्याट यु वर्क सिमटा गाउँपालिकादेखि लिएर सबै ठाउँमा चाहिँ डेटा गभर्नेन्स यस्तोमा काम गरिराख्दाखेरि त्यो इन्क्लुजन भनौँ न one thing that we don't want to see is policies frameworks हरू यस्तो भन्छ कि त्यसले एउटा सर्टेन ग्रुपलाई चाहिँ फेरि एक्सक्लुड गर्छ भन्ने एउटा ठुलै डर छ. त्यो कन्टेक्स्टमा क्यान यु सेयर सम अफ यर थट्स इन टर्म्स अफ how can we embrace inclusive approach as part of our AI policy formulation?
Okay. How can we embrace
inclusivity as part of our policy?
Okay, so I think it's about approach and commitment. I know. One thing we need to decide as a government, as citizens, you're a right-based approach. Okay? right to participate approach चाहिँ is very very important हैन AI for all हैन किनकि ethical AI को कुरा गर्नु पर्दाखेरि if a chunk of population is not हैन part of it हैन यो fairness को कुरा पनि आउँदैन अनि त्यो participation को कुरा पनि exclude हुने भएको भएर we need to have that त्यो right based approach के for example मलाई जहिले पनि यो कुरा गर्ने गर्छु हैन so give you an example when the COVID was there हैन I mean one thing is for sure education sector is going to be changed drastically हैन with this when the COVID was there only schools that could afford internet, Zoom were giving services, right? Whereas rural sector, which is around 33%, which is still in a rural part of population are still in a rural area, right? So, त्यो population-लाई पनि we need to cater it, right? So we need to have this AI for all भन्ने approach. I think inclusive AI we need to have that approach, right? If I have to deconstruct this, we have this economic aspiration of through AI भन्ने हाम्रो जुन अहिलेको मोटो छ, हैन? So here is a very interesting trivia भनौं न अलिकति data हैन according to the IIDS को report अनुसार we have around which already accounted 1.4% of GDP यी हामीले सर्भिस एक्सपोर्ट गर्यौं भन्ने कुरा आथ्यो हैन which is huge हैन तर रिस्किलिङ को कुरा आउँछ we need to reskill we need to upskill but reskill whom भन्दाखेरि reskilling for women is very very important. I think it's very okay. Here is another interesting trivia for all हैन according to NLSS Nepal Living Force survey हैन of every 100 women, of every 100 men that are in a workforce population, there are availability of 125 women. तर हामीले workforce मा actually employed हेर्ने हो भने of the 100 men that are employed, there are only 59 women employed. So you just can't exclude that chunk of demography and say that oh we will achieve this economic prosperity through AI. So inclusivity कसरी आउँछ भन्दाखेरि right based approach, right to participation and in rural, urban, in marginalized sector with women हुन्छ नि त्यो सबैलाई राखेर if we don't have this right based approach I don't think we're going to achieve it.
Yep. Thank you. As you can perhaps guess, the MC came to me and asked me to shorten the panel because we are running late. So, त्यो context match, I want people to quickly, Subhash sir, हामीले policy, AI policies यदि बनाउँदैछौँ भने त्यसमा what are the components? And I want it to come from हजुरहरूको background, experience, especially from the government side बाट आउँदाखेरि के चिज त्यो policy को component के हुनुपर्छ होला त?
Okay, so thank you. So मलाई गभर्नमेन्ट मात्रै भन्दा फेरि गभर्नमेन्टको भ्यू पोइन्ट मात्रै बोल्दाखेरि चाहिँ मेरो अलिक प्र्याक्टिस छैन. So normally so multiple stakeholders.
Okay, let's go beyond as a citizen पनि.
Yeah. So multiple भ्यू पोइन्ट चाहिँ राख्ने नै जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई कम्बाइन गरेर. गभर्नमेन्ट भ्यू पोइन्ट्समा चाहिँ सायद अर्को एउटा सानो 5 मिनट्सको प्रेजेन्टेसन पनि पछि आउँछ. सो मैले हेर्दाखेरि एआई को रेगुलेसन्स पोलिसिस भन्ने बित्तिकै हामी चाहिँ ऐन बनाउने कानुन बनाउने भन्ने सोचिरहेछौँ. सो इनोभेसन्समा त्यसरी जाँदैन. इनोभेसन्समा पहिला टेक्नोलोजी इनोभेसन्स आउँछ त्यसपछि रेगुलेसन्स आउँछ. त्यही भएर एआई को पोलिसिसमा पहिला चाहिँ सफ्ट रेगुलेसन एप्रोचमा सफ्ट बेस एप्रोचमा पोलिसिसहरू आउनुपर्छ. मैले आइडेन्टिफाई गरेको बेसिकल्ली एआई पोलिसी नेपालमा बनाउँदाखेरि हामीले चाहिँ तीनटा पार्टमा तीनटा सेगमेन्ट्समा हेरेर चाहिँ राखेर गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ. पहिलो कुरा चाहिँ पहिलो पार्टमा पहिलो स्टेज 1 मा चाहिँ के हो त भन्दाखेरि एआई को युजेज कसरी चाहिँ हाम्रो इकोसिस्टममा बढाउने आइदर गभर्नमेन्ट होस् या प्राइभेट सेक्टर्समा होस् युज केसेसहरू त्यो टेक्नोलोजीलाई एडप्टेसन्सको लागि चाहिँ हामीले कसरी फेसिलिटेट गर्नुपर्छ पोलिसीको स्टेज 1 लेभलमा त्यो आउनुपर्छ पहिलो पार्टमा. दोस्रो पार्टमा चाहिँ हाम्रो डोमेस्टिक इकोसिस्टम कसरी डेभलप गर्ने त. एआई भनेको यस्तो होइन कि हामीले सधैँ चाहिँ हामी जस्तो चाहिँ डेभलपिङ कन्ट्रीले चाहिँ यो टेक्नोलोजिज हामीले सधैँ किन्न पर्ने अथवा सधैँ अरूमा रिलाय गर्नुपर्ने टेक्नोलोजिज होइन. उहाँहरू यहाँ हाम्रै अगाडि हुनुहुन्छ वी हेभ डुइङ दिस एआई. त्यो हुनाले डोमेस्टिक इकोसिस्टम हामीले मान्छेको कुरा गऱ्यौँ स्टुडेन्ट्सको कुरा गऱ्यौँ एजुकेसन सिस्टममा कुरा गऱ्यौँ एआई पढाउने कुरा गऱ्यौँ. तर हामीले अलिकति हेर्नु पर्यो डोमेस्टिक इकोसिस्टम डेभलप गर्दा अलिकति क्रिटिकल्ली हेर्नुपर्ने पनि हुन्छ. हामीले मान्छे भनिरहेछौँ हामीले અહીં उसको पनि कुरा आयो मान्छे नम्बर अफ सिट्सको कुरा गऱ्यौँ. हामीले 1 लाखजना मान्छे एआई पढाएर पनि हामी ग्लोबल लिडर्स इन द एआई डेभलप गर्न सक्छौँ त एजुकेसन सिस्टममा. यो बेसिक क्वेसन इज द्याट एआई को एजुकेसन द्याट स्टार्ट्स फ्रम द प्री स्कुल त बेसिकली द प्रब्लम सल्भिङ टेक्निक्सहरू प्री स्कुलबाट सिक्ने हो एआईको म्यान पावर प्री स्कुलबाट आउँछ इट्स नट लाइक अ वानली रिस्किलिङ विथ डु त्यो चाहिँ कस्तो हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि प्रोग्रामरहरू रिस्किलिङबाट हुन्छ तर एआईको जेन्युन म्यान पावर इट्स कम्स फ्रम द प्री स्कुल वी निड टु थिङ्क लाइक द्याट भनिसकेपछि अरू इकोसिस्टम्सहरू इन्डस्ट्रीलाई कसरी सपोर्ट गर्ने गभर्मेन्ट एकाडेमिया कोलाबोरेसन्स पार्टनर्सहरू यो इकोसिस्टम्स गर्नको लागि चाहिँ हामीले दोस्रो स्टेजमा चाहिँ हाम्रो पोलिसी हुनुपर्छ भने तेस्रो स्टेजमा चाहिँ हामी के हो त भन्दाखेरि ल्यान्डलक कन्ट्री यताउता भन्छौँ तर यो हाम्रो लागि अपर्च्युनिटी पनि हो ग्लोबल अपर्च्युनिटीमा नेपालले कसरी लिभरेज गर्ने त कसरी हाम्रो इकोनोमिक डेभलपमेन्ट हामी चाहिँ जसरी हामीले अहिले इकोनोमिकल्ली हामी अलिकति पछाडि छौँ भने अगाडि आउनको लागि यो टेक्नोलोजिकल डेभलपमेन्टबाट हामीलाई के फाइदा त ल्यान्डलक भएर त हामीलाई मतलब छैन यसमा हामीलाई पोर्ट त चाहिँदैन केही पनि चाहिँदैन भनिसकेपछि त हामीले ग्लोबल अपर्च्युनिटिजहरूलाई कसरी क्याच गर्ने त्यसको लागि आउनुपर्छ इट्स अ भेरी डिफ्रेन्ट यसमा पनि डिफ्रेन्ट आइडिया हुँदो रहेछ आज बिहान मैले एउटा आर्टिकल पढिरहेको थिएँ एलन मस्कले भने चाहिँ विल गो आउट सर्टेज अफ इलेक्ट्रिसिटी इन ट्रान्सफर्मर ड्यु टु फर एआई बाई 2025 भनिरहेको थियो बट द्याट इज आवर अपर्च्युनिटी हामी क्लिन इनर्जी भएको कन्ट्रीको लागि हामी अपर्च्युनिटी हो कम्प्युटेसनल इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स नेपालमा चाहिँ एआईको लागि राखिदिउँ भने त्यसले सपोर्ट मेन्टेनेन्सदेखि लिएर त्यो जब पनि क्रिएट गर्यो नेपालमा इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स हुँदाखेरि एआईकै प्रोग्रामर्सहरू पनि नेपालमा हुँदाखेरि त्यो अपर्च्युनिटी पनि भयो अरू धेरै अपर्च्युनिटी आउँछ भनिसकेपछि यसले हामीलाई अलिकति हिडन अननोन अपर्च्युनिटिजहरू दिइरहेको हुन्छ तेस्रो स्टेजमा चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ यो लिभरेजिङ द ग्लोबल अपर्च्युनिटी हामी कसरी गर्न सक्छौँ भनेर यो तीनटा पार्टमा फोकस गरेर चाहिँ नेपालमा चाहिँ एआई पोलिसी बन्नुपर्छ भन्ने लाग्छ र फाइनल्ली एउटा कुरा एड गर्दाखेरि हामी रिस्कको इथिकल प्र्याक्टिसको कुरा गर्छौँ यसमा हामीले धेरै रेगुलेटरी फ्रेमवर्कमा डे वानमै जानुभन्दा पनि रिस्क एसेसमेन्ट र रिस्क म्यानेजमेन्ट फ्रेमवर्कमा काम गरेर सुरु गर्नुपर्छ त्यसपछि बल्ल हामी नेक्स्ट स्टेपमा रेगुलेटरीमा जानुपर्छ कि जस्तो लाग्छ यही नै हो मैले सर्ट गर्दाखेरि अहिले यति नै भने
थ्याङ्क यू भेरी मच म अब इन्दु सरकोमा पनि होइन जस्तै एउटा एआईको कुरा गर्दाखेरि मैले एउटा दुईवटा प्रश्न छ हजुरलाई एउटा चाहिँ कति चिजमा चाहिँ हामीले गभर्मेन्ट र सर्भिस डेलिभरीमा एआईको टेक्नोलोजी हाम्रो दियो लगायत अरू थुप्रै एआई कम्पनीजहरूले गरिराख्नु भएको छ एउटा चाहिँ अस्ति नै मेरो एउटा साथीसँग डिस्कसन के भयो भने बटले मलाई यो गर भन्यो मैले त्यो अनुसार गभर्मेन्टको सर्भिस गरेँ नाउ इज द्याट आधिकारिक अर नट त्यो आधिकारिक हुनलाई हामीले के गर्नुपर्छ त भन्नु खोजेँ हाम्रो पोलिसी रेजिमले एउटा बटले यो गर भनेर मैले एआई बटसँग कुरा गरेर सर्भिस लिन गएँ होइन अब अहिलेसम्म चाहिँ त्यो आधिकारिक हुन्छ कि हुँदैन र यदि त्यस्तो बनाउनको लागि चाहिँ हामीले पोलिसी रेजिममा कस्तो चेन्ज गर्नुपर्छ
धन्यवाद प्रश्नको लागि यो आर्टिफिसियल इन्टेलिजेन्समा म के भन्दछु भने चाहिँ आर्टिफिसियल इन्टेलिजेन्स मात्र होइन कि हामी आर्टिफिसियल इन्टेलिजेन्सिजममा बिलिभ गर्छौँ होइन इट्स अ मुभमेन्ट र दिस इज द डिसरप्टिभ इनोभेसन होइन हामीले अहिले ठ्याक्कै यसै गर्ने उसै गर्ने भन्न सक्ने अवस्थामा पनि छैन तर हामीसँग एउटा सर्वमान्य सिद्धान्त के छ भन्दाखेरि यो पोलिसी फर्मुलेसनको टाइममा गुड पोलिसी मेकिङ प्र्याक्टिसेसलाई फलो गर्नु पऱ्यो त्यसमा हामीले स्टेक होल्डरसँग इन्टरेक्सन गर्ने यसको इन्फर्मेसन डाटा एनालाइसिस गर्ने यो सारा काम गरेर हामीले पोलिसी फर्मुलेसन गऱ्यो भने त्यसले धेरै मान्छे कन्सेन्सस बेसमा हामीले यदि पोलिसीलाई डेभलप गऱ्यो भने त्यो चाहिँ धेरै एप्लिकेबल र इम्प्लिमेन्टेबल हुन्छ होइन यसै सिलसिलामा जुन तपाईँले क्वेसन गर्नुभयो च्याटबटको बारेमा कुनै पनि अर्गनाइजेसनमा यदि च्याटबट सिस्टम बनाएको छ भने त्यो भ्यालिडेटेड हुनु पऱ्यो र त्यसपछि मात्र रिलाइ हुनु पऱ्यो अब त्यो पोलिसीले हामी यस्तो कुराहरू राख्नुपर्ने हुन्छ तर मैले एज अ त्यो मिनिस्ट्रीको जोइन्ट सेक्रेटरीको आई क्यानट डिक्टेट कि यो राख्नुपर्छ यो हुनुपर्छ भन्नै मिल्दैन होइन हामीले चाह्यो भने त 2 दिनमा हामी हाम्रो कामै पोलिसी फर्मुलेसन गर्दै आएको 2 दिनमा पनि बनाउन सक्छ तर त्यसको लेजिटिमेसी नै हुन्छ त्यो एउटा कागजको टुक्रा हुन्छ त्यस्तो कुराकोलाई हामी त्यो भन्दैनौँ त्यस अर्थमा जुन हजुरले क्वेसन गर्नुभयो त्यसको सिस्टम अनुसार त्यो भ्यालिडेसनको कुराहरू भएपछि अनि हामी रिलाइ पनि गर्न सक्छौँ त्यसमा
त्यस्तो खालको युज केसेसहरू पनि बनाउँदैन ओके आई वान्ट टु गो टु आन्द्रे एन्ड क्यान आई गिभ लाइक वी आर रियली रनिङ short of time so quickly some policy implication that has worked in your part of the world when it comes to AI related policies that we can learn from.
Well, I have heard of a couple of works in the Nepalese conversation. So talking about human resources and also inclusivity. In Hong Kong, back in 2016, I think the government started realizing that we cannot simply rely on being a traditional financial center anymore. We need to be also adapting and also structurally transform, adapting more hardware, deep tech, robotics and so on. And I think and also together with the effort of civil societies, we have been advocating, also advising a set of roadmaps regarding, when we talk about AI and innovation technologies, every economy has their own choice. By choice, we mean what kind of AI do we want to start with? What kind of AI integration or AI empowerment in what sector do we want to start with? It's kind of like playing a chess, and we want to, what step do we want to take first? So giving Hong Kong as an example, Hong Kong used to be and also has been quite a regional and also global banking and financial sector. So AI adoption in banking and financial sector is sort of the first thing to do. So the monetary authority, the regulator in Hong Kong has been adopting various principles, and also we also look at the inclusivity when it comes to adoption of financial technologies, especially when financial technologies are being used for money lending, lending to individuals and also lending to SMEs. How big data, very easily we have a assumption like AI could be easily biased because the more data a corporate have, the easier they can be processed and easier for the bank to lend them more precise money. While the small companies or startups, micro businesses, it's hard for them to get the loans because they don't have the relevant data. There's no such a demographic for them for the bank to process whether they will default the loan or whether they will be risky or whatsoever. So I think the regulator start with the AI roadmap start in banking and finance, and the regulators adopt a lot of principles regarding how to be fairness, regarding the AI adoption at the banks, how to ensure the largest inclusivity for even the populations of relatively lower income and also people of a bit more marginalized. We have a diverse ethnicity in Hong Kong. We have also Nepalese community in Hong Kong. So how do we make sure banks could also adopt AI to lend them money for ethnic minorities? That and also not individuals also, but small companies. So these are some implications when we adopt AI in policies.
Sure. Again, I think Andrea highlighted on the use cases to start with few sectors. Okay, we are really running late, so I want to take 2 questions with permission from the organizers from the floor. If you have any questions, 2 pressing questions, and we do not want to entertain remarks, just question to the panelists. Can I see your show of hand if anyone is interested? 1, and okay, 1. We will take only 1 question. Can somebody please pass on the mic there to the gentleman who's raising hands? Microphone. If not, I think to save on time, can you, sir, can I request you to come here and I'll pass on this mic itself. Yeah.
Hello, namaste.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm Naren Gimire, and I'm interested to know about AI. I'm from media. And I'd like to ask any of the panelists, how can we leverage AI when we badly missed initial industrial revolution? First, second, third, and this is 4th or 5th. 4th industrial revolutions we are here. And if we have no stepping stones, how can we leverage in these situations? Anyone can reply. Thank you.
Sure. So I think the question is more on, I mean, we've missed on the industrial revolutions in so many phases. How can we still embrace AI? You'd say anyone is willing to, Pranay is still no, right? Yes.
Please add on it if I missed anything or if you haven't. So yes, previous boat has sailed. But one of the advantage we have, I feel like Parag had this talked earlier, we have a demographic dividend. In 10 years time, I'm sure we'll be in a position where we'll see a lot of surge in the use of AI. Correct me if I don't know if my numbers are right here, but I think 62% of our working population within age 15 to 59. So that's advantage in ourselves. So provided that we manage our mass exodus that we are facing right now, but I think we are in a very good position if we do things right in terms of taking AI as a leverage for economic development.
It's never late to start a good. So we can start anytime.
Thank you. That's a very positive note. Indu sir.
Thank you for the great questions. And this is the globalized world now. We can't be left out. In that time, UK has started the first revolution, industrial revolutions, we are left out. In third, up to third, we are left out. But fourth, we won't miss this because we are fully connected. In terms of AI, there is no border, no political border. So we can believe. And government is also doing its best, like we are formulating AI policy, that will help. We are, in the morning session, Prime Minister has told the governance 4.0, and industrial 4.0, the Ministry of Industry taking care. So there is something doing from outside, but the business companies like Fuse Machines, Nami, all they are working their part. So we'll not miss that. We have to believe on that. Thank you.
Just a few words. I would take Philippines as example. Since we are talking about policy, I think for policymakers, the most important step for taking the leap is, I think, is about the human resources at the end, like everyone mentioned. Philippines has been also similar, like Nepal, the net import of food. And well, to cut it short, I think it's important to take attention of the diaspora Nepalese. Similar cases like the Philippines, the country has been lagging behind because of a lot of political turmoils and also economic turmoils. It has been the Filipino diaspora who bring back the technologies. The country has lagging behind with the Industrial Revolution, but the diaspora Filipino have not. They are well educated in the America, and also they are well educated with, and doing the business for decades in overseas. So those diaspora are the ones who bring back the technologies and the resources back to the countries and build. If we look at the unicorns of the Philippines, those are mostly the overseas returnee Filipinos. So I think the most important implication at the end would be how the country like Nepal to attract more diaspora back to the country for building it.
Sure. Thank you. Actually, as an MP, हजुरको final remarks on हामीले के गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने कुरामा पनि.
धन्यवाद. अब मलाई लाग्छ यस पोलिसी मेकिङमै जानुपर्छ. सबभन्दा पहिले चाहिँ हामीले पोलिसी बनाउन सकेनौँ भने त धेरै कुरा अवरुद्ध हुन्छ. त्यसकारणले यसलाई चाहिँ कसरी हुन्छ, यसलाई एउटा नीति ऐन बनाएर अगाडि बढाउनुपर्छ. हाम्रो फर्स्ट काम त्यता हुनुपर्छ. अब त्यसभित्र पोलिसीभित्र के हुनुपर्छ भन्ने कुरो चाहिँ मलाई लाग्छ तपाईहरु सरकारवालाहरू, विज्ञहरू, कानुनविदहरू बसेर चाहिँ एउटा शिक्षाविदहरू बसेर पनि यो फर्मुलामा जानुपर्छ, हामी यो पोइन्टहरुमा जानुपर्छ भनेर एउटा विशेष छलफल गरेर हामीले एउटा बृहत छलफलहरू गरेर अगाडि बढाउन पनि पर्छ जस्तो मलाई लाग्छ. एउटा चाहिँ जीवन्त एआईलाई चाहिँ इकोसिस्टममा आधारित अनुसन्धानमा जोड दिने किसिमको एउटा शिक्षा, सिप, विकासको कार्यक्रमहरूलाई लगानी गर्ने एउटा नवप्रवर्धकहरूलाई चाहिँ प्रोत्साहन दिने किसिमको एउटा चाहिँ जीवन्त एआई राख्नको लागि हामीले के गर्नुपर्छ त्यतातिर हाम्रो जोड दिनुपर्छ भन्ने लाग्छ. र मलाई अझ के लाग्छ भने थप हामी यो प्रविधिसँग पर पनि जान सक्दैनौँ. यो प्रविधिलाई हामीले छिटो एडप्ट गर्न सकेनौँ भने यो सूर्य उदयलाई कसैले रोक्न सक्दैन र सूर्य अस्तलाई पनि कसैले रोक्न सक्दैन. यो बीचको भागमा हामीले सूर्यलाई रोक्छौँ, सूर्य किरण छेक्छौँ भने जस्तै यो त अगाडि बढिरहन्छ. त्यसकारणले यसलाई कसरी छिटोभन्दा छिटो एउटा नियमभित्र राखेर यसलाई एडप्ट गर्ने र यसलाई जवाफदेहिता अनुशासित बनाउने कुरामा पनि हामी लाग्नुपर्छ. किनभने यसभित्र अनागृतिक कुराहरू पनि हुनसक्छ. यसलाई चाहिँ डेटा पनि मान्छेको व्यक्तिगत कुराहरू यसमा चाहिँ कुराहरू आउँछन्, गोपनीयताका कुराहरू आउँछन्. यो सबै लिएर जानलाई हामीले चाहिँ एउटा पोलिसी र अलिकति हामी यो हाम्रो आफ्नो भूगोल, संस्कृति, समाजलाई पनि हेरेर एउटा जवाफदेहिता पारदर्शिताका कुराहरूलाई पनि हामीले ध्यान दिनुपर्छ भन्ने लाग्छ र म सबैलाई अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु यस सेक्टरमा हुनुभएको विशेषज्ञहरूलाई यो पार्लियामेन्ट्रियनहरूलाई पनि यसको विषयमा चाहिँ बढी नलेजहरू चाहिने दिनुपर्ने हुनाले तपाईहरूले चाहिँ यो विषयमा विशेष ध्यान दिएर हामीलाई पनि गाइड गर्नु हो भने हामीले तपाईहरूले गाइड गरेको कुराहरूलाई हामी पार्लियामेन्टमा लिएर एउटा नीति बनाउने काममा हामी एकदम डटेर लाग्न सक्छौँ र उचित नीति आयो भने यसले चाहिँ देशको समग्र विकासमा चाहिँ यसले महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका दिन्छ भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ त्यसकारणले हामी भन्दा पहिला तपाईहरूको दायित्व छ त्यसपछि हाम्रो दायित्व आउँछ भन्न चाहन्छु धन्यवाद
Parag, you wanted to okay
के अरे यो एकदम इम्पोर्टेन्ट क्वेसन हो बिकज रियालिटी चेक हो होइन हामीले पहिला सबै मिस गऱ्यौँ तर योपालि डिफ्रेन्स चाहिँ के छ भन्नाले द नेचर अफ दिस चेन्ज इज डिफ्रेन्ट पहिला चाहिँ टाइम लाग्थ्यो अहिले योपालि चाहिँ हामी फोकस गऱ्यौँ भने मैले पहिला भने जस्तो 10 वर्षमै यो धेरै यसको चाहिँ एडभान्टेज लिन सक्छ बिकज इट्स डिजिटल right? It's not, we don't have to create any, hard infrastructure. It is digital. So it can, the knowledge transfer can be done very, very quickly. So यसको चाहिँ एकदम छिटो return आउँछ र last point चाहिँ यो पालि चाहिँ could be the last revolution. So we have to do it. There's no other option. When there is no other option, हामीले गर्नै पर्ने चिज हामी लागेर गर्नै पर्छ. So time is now to start.
Thank you very much. So I think this was a wonderful panel and we have had a lot of pointers that we need to take forward, and I hope that's being noted. With that, I would want to thank all the panelists. र त्यो जानुभन्दा अगाडि चाहिँ हाम्रो यो सेसनको चेयर Madam Pramila Bajracharyaज्यूलाई चाहिँ हजुरको I know that you've been taking notes, so quick remarks as takeaway of the panel and the session. And with that, if you could also close the session, that would be great.
Okay. धन्यवाद मोडरेटर र सबै प्यानलिस्टहरूलाई पनि धन्यवाद छ र कीनोट प्रेजेन्टेसनलाई पनि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद छ र यहाँ उपस्थित हुनुभएका श्रोतावर्गहरूलाई पनि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद छ यसरी चाहिँ नि एकदम धैर्यका साथ सुनिदिनु भएकोमा र यसको चाहिँ नि आजको यो सेसनको कन्क्लुजनको मा पुग्दाखेरि हामीले चाहिँ नि भन्नुपर्ने विषय के रह्यो त भन्दाखेरिमा अब विश्वले एआईमा प्रवेश गरिसकेको अवस्थामा नेपालले पनि पछाडि परेर बस्न मिल्दैन किन भन्दाखेरि हाम्रो अबको जेनेरेसन भनेको हामी विश्वमा कम्पिट गर्ने हो त्यसकारण हामी यो क्षेत्रमा हामी प्रवेश गर्न नै पर्छ हामीलाई अर्को कुनै विकल्प नै छैन र अब कसरी सुरु गर्ने भन्ने विषयको बारेमा आज छलफल भयो पोलिसी पहिला अगाडि बढाउने हो कि अथवा चाहिँ नि यसलाई चाहिँ नि प्र्याक्टिस गरेर अगाडि बढ्ने भन्ने विषय कुरा आउँदाखेरि मलाई चाहिँ के लाग्छ भन्दाखेरिमा यो विभिन्न हाम्रो प्यानलिस्टहरूको पनि हामीले विचारहरू सुन्यौँ पोलिसी हामीलाई चाहिन्छ डेफिनेटली किन भन्दाखेरि पोलिसी बिना ऐन नियम बन्दैन नियमन गर्नुपर्छ र भोलि कुनै चाहिँ नि त्यसमा चाहिँ केही दुर्घटना भयो भने त्यसको जिम्मेवार को हुने भन्ने विषयको लागि पनि हामीलाई पोलिसी पक्कै पनि चाहिन्छ तर पोलिसी बनाउँदाखेरि हामीले यो अब नेपालले एकदमै भर्खर सुरुवाती चरण भएको कारणले गर्दाखेरि पोलिसी यसो भन्नुपर्छ कि पोलिसीले चाहिँ नि त्यहाँ कुनै ब्यारियर हुन भएन एआई बिजनेस गर्नको लागि अथवा एआईलाई हरेक क्षेत्रमा टाइअप गर्नको लागि जस्तो अहिले हामीले हेऱ्यौँ धेरै क्षेत्रमा एआईलाई टाइप गर्न सकिन्छ स्वास्थ्य कृषि त्यसै गरिकन उत्पादकत्व नवप्रवर्तनमा यो एआईलाई यसरी टाइअप गर्नको लागि चाहिँ पोलिसी यस्तो भन्नुपर्छ कि एकदम पोलिसी चाहिँ नि अल सेक्टर फ्रेन्डली हुनु पर्यो तर हामीलाई पोलिसी पहिला सुरुमा चाहिने हो त्यसकारण आजको यो कन्फरेन्स पनि पोलिसी बनाउनको लागि यहाँहरूको चाहिँ यो धारणा लिनको लागि चाहिँ यो आज यो कन्फरेन्स हुन गइरहेको भयो भने पनि मलाई लागेको छ त्यसकारण प्यारलली आई थिङ्क वी हेभ टु गो प्यारलली not which first but at the same time we are making the policy at the same time we are also promoting the startup we are promoting all the sectors to coming and to collaborating with the AI and at the same time we also need to start up AI education we need to change our education policy and we need to embed AI in our education and all the research and innovation works
र मलाई यति नै लाग्छ कि आजको यो पहिलोको सेसनको निष्कर्षमा हामी पुगिसकेका छौँ। मैले यति नै आफ्नो रिमार्क्स पनि राखेँ र आजको यो फर्स्ट प्यानल डिस्कसन सेसन पनि यही समाप्त भएको म घोषणा गर्न चाहन्छु। थ्याङ्क यू अल।
Thank you so much, everyone, from the moderator to the panelists to keynote speaker and everyone. It was indeed a very insightful session. So, Conference on Artificial Intelligence for Prosperous Nepal, and the theme is Future of Work, organized by Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, Nepal Academy of Science and Technology, NAST, Robotics Association of Nepal, RAN, the Asia Foundation, Frost, Digital Ventures Association of Engineering Colleges of Nepal, supported by UNDP Nepal, USAID, civil society, and media. Also in partnership with FNCCI, Fuse Machines, Samsung, Dish Home, TechPana, Premier International School, Youth Innovation Lab, and Events Mo. So we'll be taking a break of 15 minutes so that we can break this hall and carry out 2 sessions. And it is up to you if you'd want to attend the lightning session or the information and misinformation panel that is about to happen within the next 15 minutes. So 15 minutes of break, and we'll be starting 2 sessions on one go, lightning sessions on one, and yes, information and misinformation on the other. So basically there's going to be 2 parallel breakout sessions. Handling misinformation and disinformation through AI. र गोदावरी भन्ने जुन हल छ हाम्रो, हजुर त्यहाँ चाहिँ enabling AI market through government investment, presentations, brainstorming sessions हुँदैछन्. र enabling AI market through government investment presentations and brainstorming session मा facilitator and presenter Indu Bikram Joshi ji हुनुहुन्छ, who is the Joint Secretary of Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. र त्यसै गरिकन हाम्रा handling misinformation and disinformation through AI मा keynote presenter हुनुहुन्छ Miss Tony Friedman, Assistant Director, Digital Technology, Policy and Innovation, the Asia Foundation, San Francisco. र lightning session अब हामीहरू यहाँ केही बेरमा सुरु गर्न गइरहेका छौं.
नेपालमा के देखिन्छ भन्दा इभन रसिया र युक्रेनको वार पनि एआई को युज भइराछ भनेर न्यूज मिडियामाहरुमा आइराखेको छ हैन. तर बट नेपालमा भइराको एआई को एक्टिभिटिजहरु जुन चाहिँ ह्युमन गुडको लागि भइराखेको छ त्यसको बारेमा धेरै प्रचार गरेको देखिदैन. त्यो हिसाबले गर्दा भनौं न नेपालमा मिडियाहरुले पर्टिकुलरली के गरिराछन्, मिडियाहरुले पर्टिकुलरली के गरिराछन् भन्दा एआई भनेको एउटा त्रास हो, डर हो भन्ने जस्तो हिसाबले धेरै रिप्रेजेन्ट गरिरहेको देखिन्छ. त्यति नै भने मैले सुरुमा हाम्रो एआई
sorry. So now AI चाहिँ हाम्रो नेशनल पोलिसीमा अलरेडी इन्क्लुडेड भएको छ हाम्रो 2019 को STI पोलिसीमा AI लाई हामीले यिनी क्षेत्रहरुमा प्रयोग गर्ने भनेर विशेष गरी इन्डस्ट्रियल प्रोडक्सन र प्रोडक्टिभिटीको लागि एग्रिकल्चर एन्ड युटिलाइजेसन अफ ल्यान्डको लागि सस्टेनेबल इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर कन्स्ट्रक्सनको लागि युटिलाइजेसन अफ नेचुरल रिसोर्सेसको लागि क्लाइमेट चेन्ज एन्ड डिजास्टरको लागि अनि गभर्नेन्स र साइबर सेक्युरिटी र नेशनल सेक्युरिटीको लागि चाहिँ हामीले AI प्रयोग गर्नलाई चाहिँ र डिफरेन्ट प्रोजेक्टहरु बनाउनलाई चाहिँ हामी AI कम्युनिटी जो काम गर्दै हुनुहुन्छ AI मा वी आर ओपन टु देम केही प्रोजेक्ट लिएर आउनुस् ताकि हामीले यो क्षेत्रमा AI युज गरेर केही काम गर्न सकौं त्यही भएर यिनी क्षेत्रहरु अलरेडी हाम्रो STI पोलिसीमा इन्क्लुडेड छ अब पोलिसीको पर्सपेक्टिभले AI पोलिसीमा हामीले के फोकस गर्छौं त भनेर पनि मन्त्रालयमा कमिटी बनेर कामहरु सुरु भइराखेको र प्रारम्भिक अवस्थामा यो क्षेत्रहरुलाई चाहिँ भनौं न विशेष गरी विदेशका अरु देशहरुले पनि AI सेक्टरमा फोकस गरेको पोलिसी एक्टिभिटिजहरु भनौं लाई चाहिँ यहाँ मैले प्रस्तुत गर्न खोजिरहेको छु यसमा बेसिकली पहिला त ह्युमन रिसोर्स डेभलप गर्न पर्यो त्यसको लागि म्याथ र साइन्स एजुकेसन स्कुल लेभल देखि नै एकदम हाई हुन पर्यो त्यसैगरी हायर एजुकेसनमा AI सम्बन्धी कति म्यान पावर डेभलप गर्ने हो त त्यो अनुसारको हामीले स्किम बनाउन पर्यो भन्ने कुरा छ त्यसपछि हाम्रो अहिलेको वर्कफोर्सलाई रिस्किलिङ गर्ने यो एकदम पपुलर रिस्किलिङ भन्ने टपिक चाहिँ एकदम पपुलर छ AI मा अहिले भएको ह्युमन रिसोर्सलाई कसरी हामीले चाहिँ AI सँग अपग्रेड गर्न सक्छौं त्यो रिस्किलिङ गर्ने पनि हामीले AI पोलिसीमा फोकस गर्ने भनेर प्लान गरेका छौं त्यसैगरी अब त्यसपछि हाम्रो इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरको कुरा धेरै गर्यो सरकारले लगानी गर्ने मेजर क्षेत्र भनेको कम्प्युटेशनल इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर र रिसर्च एन्ड इनोभेसनको लागि चाहिँ सकेसम्म बढी कम्प्युटेशनल इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर नट ओन्ली फर द पब्लिक सेक्टर बट अल्सो फर द प्राइभेट सेक्टरले पनि प्रयोग गर्ने गरी कम्प्युटेशनल इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरहरु हामीले बनाउनु पर्यो भनेर AI पोलिसीमा चाहिँ यो क्षेत्र पनि फोकस गर्ने हाम्रो टार्गेट छ अब नेपालमा डेटाको कुरा भइहाल्यो AI भनेको त मेसिन लर्निङबाट चाहिँ केही डिसिजन मेकिङ गर्ने हो विदाउट डेटा हाउ क्यान वी ट्रेन द हाम्रो मोडल हैन हाउ क्यान वी ट्रेन आवर मोडल सो डेटा एभाइलेबिलिटी र कुन सेक्टरमा सपोज अघि भर्खरको प्यानल डिस्कसनमा सर म्याडमहरुले ख्याल गर्नुभयो होला त्यहाँ हामीले बैंकिङ सेक्टरबाट वी शुड स्टार्ट भनेर कुरा सुरु भइराखेको थियो त्यसैगरी मतलब हामीले चाहिँ कुन सेक्टरलाई एप्लिकेसनको रूपमा डाटा एभाइलेबल कुन सेक्टरको छ त्यही सेक्टरमा चाहिँ सुरुमा AI को एप्लिकेसनहरु स्टार्ट गर्न पर्यो त्यही भएर हाम्रो AI पोलिसी शैल फोकस अन द कुन एप्लिकेसन सेक्टर्स दैट शैल आइडेन्टिफाई द एप्लिकेसन सेक्टर्स फर युज अफ AI त्यसैगरी अब हाम्रो नियमनको पोर्सनको बारेमा सुरुमै नियमनबाट सुरु नगरे पनि इथिकल परमिशन्स र प्रिकसन्स किनभने पब्लिकले कसरी बुझिरहेछ AI भन्दा यो फेक बनाउने काम हो यसले युज गर्ने भन्दा यसको चाहिँ बेयुज बढी छ भने यो युटिलाइजेसन भन्दा युटिलाइजेसन गलत पर्पजको लागि युज गर्ने चलन बढी छ भन्ने हाम्रो पर्सेप्सन जुन पब्लिक छ त्यो पब्लिकलाई चाहिँ ट्रस्ट गेन अप गर्नलाई चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ इथिकल प्रिन्सिपल्सहरु प्रिकसन्सहरु र स्ट्यान्डर्ड्सहरु बनाउँछौं ताकि सबैले त्यसलाई फलो गरेर चाहिँ AI को एप्लिकेसन्समा मोर पब्लिक ट्रस्ट हामीले चाहिँ डेभलप गर्न सक्छौं त्यसपछि अब AI भनेको पब्लिक र प्राइभेट सेक्टरको रोल एकदम स्पेसिफिक र क्लियर हुन जरुरी छ त्यसको लागि चाहिँ हामीले रोल अफ पब्लिक एन्ड प्राइभेट सेक्टर पनि AI पोलिसीमा कसरी हुन्छ सकेसम्म डिसइन्टिग्रेट गर्ने भनेको त छुट्टा रोल्सहरु आइडेन्टिफाई उ गर्ने भन्ने हाम्रो AI पोलिसीको चाहिँ अहिले प्रारम्भिक मस्यौदाको चरणमा चाहिँ छलफल भइरहेका विषयहरु यिनीहरु हुन् त्यसैगरी अब ग्लोबल पार्टनरशिप AI एक्लै हामी गर्न सकिन्न विभिन्न राष्ट्रहरुबाट चाहिँ कसरी चाहिँ AI सँग सम्बन्धित रिसर्च र इनोभेसन फन्डहरु स्टार्टअप फन्डहरु लिएर आएर ग्लोबल पार्टनरशिप गेन गर्न सकिन्छ AI मा यिनी सेक्टरहरु मेनली चाहिँ हाम्रो AI मा फोकस छ अनि अर्को कुरा चाहिँ मिनिस्ट्रीले फोकस गर्न खोजिरहेको मेनली के कुरा छ भन्दा इकोसिस्टम डेभलपमेन्ट इज भेरी मच इम्पोर्टेन्ट भनेको मतलब स्कुल लेभल देखि हायर एजुकेसन सम्म र चाहिँ एउटा भक्करको एन्टरप्रेन्योर देखि बिग इन्डस्ट्री सम्म कसरी होल इकोसिस्टमलाई हामीले चाहिँ एड्रेस गर्न सक्छौं हामी त्यसमा एकदम सचेत छौं हामीले AI पोलिसी फर्मुलेट गर्ने बेलामा अनि AI पोलिसीको आउटकम यो चाहिँ मेरो लास्ट स्लाइड हो AI पोलिसीको आउटकम चाहिँ रिस्किल्ड ह्युमन फोर्स हामीसँग हुन्छ युनिभर्सिटी ग्रेजुएट्सहरु हुन्छन् जो AI मा र डेटा साइन्समा हाई नलेज एन्ड स्किल भएकाहरु हुन्छन् सपोज विभिन्न देशहरुले त टार्गेट पनि गरेका छ यति हजार म्यान पावर हामी डेभलप गर्छौं भनेर टार्गेटहरु पनि सेट गरेका छ त्यसरी सेट गर्ने हाम्रो योजना छ त्यसैगरी चाहिँ हाम्रो क्लाउड र कम्प्युटिङ इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर चाहिँ एकदम महँगो छ भनेर भनिसकियो सरकारले लगानी गरेपछि त्यो चाहिँ कसरी सस्तोमा उपलब्ध गराउन सकिन्छ हाम्रो प्राइभेट एन्टरप्रेन्योर्सलाई ल रिसर्चरहरुलाई त्यसमा पनि मेजर ध्यान हाम्रो दिने योजना छ त्यसैगरी अब डेटाको नेपालमा चाहिँ सपोज नेपाल बाहिरको प्रोजेक्टहरु गर्नमा चाहिँ डेटाको एभाइलेबिलिटी केही न केही बढी हुन सक्छ तर देशभित्र चाहिँ डेटा नभएको कारणले कुन डेटाबाट हामीले चाहिँ ट्रेन गर्न सक्छौं हाम्रो मोडलहरुलाई त्यसो भए कस्तो डेटा भनेपछि डेटाको कुरा पनि प्याटर्न पनि सँगै अगाडि बढाउनु एकदम इम्पोर्टेन्ट छ भनेर चाहिँ हामीले रियलाइज गरेका छौँ। त्यही भएर चाहिँ क्वालिटी डेटा फर एआई ट्रेनिङ मोडल्स भनेको चाहिँ एआई पोलिसीबाट चाहिँ डेटामा पनि हामीले केही काम गरेर केही न केही आउटकम हामीले निकाल्छौँ भन्ने हाम्रो योजना छ। त्यसै गरी अब सरकारी इन्भेस्टमेन्ट पनि, किन सरकारले इन्भेस्टमेन्ट गरेपछि मात्रै देशभित्र प्राइभेट सेक्टरहरू पनि सपोज कस्ता प्रोजेक्टहरू, सपोज हामीले राष्ट्रिय गौरवका योजनाहरू टाइपको लेभलको चाहिँ हाई लेभलको योजनाहरू चाहिँ एआईसँग सम्बन्धित आइडेन्टिफाई गरेर चाहिँ पब्लिक र प्राइभेट इन्भेस्टमेन्टमा त्यसलाई बढाउने भन्ने हाम्रो, किन भन्दा यो चाहिँ बाहिर पनि सेल गर्न मिल्ने टेक्नोलोजी भएको हिसाबले त्यो हिसाबले पनि हामीले सोचिरहेका छौँ र यसको एउटा आउटकम एआई पोलिसीको आउटकम चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ यो सेक्टरमा यस्तो इन्भेस्टमेन्टहरू गर्न छ भनेर चाहिँ हामी गर्न सक्छौँ, आउटकम निकाल्न सक्छौँ जस्तो लाग्छ। अनि अल्टिमेटली चाहिँ अब सोसियो इकोनोमिक चाहिँ ट्रस्ट गेन गर्ने चाहिँ एकदम इम्पोर्टेन्ट कुरा छ, जुन चाहिँ एआई को रेगुलेसन्सबाट मात्र पोसिबल छ। र अनि अघि नै पनि डिस्कसन भयो ग्राउन्ड लेभलसम्म चाहिँ हामीले कसरी एआईको चाहिँ एआईको बारेमा प्रचार प्रसार गरेर चाहिँ एआई चाहिँ गुड टुल्स हो, नट ओन्ली ब्याड टुल्स। यसले त ब्याड टुल्सको रूपमा मात्रै प्रचार प्रसार भइरहेको कुरामा चाहिँ कसरी यसलाई चाहिँ गुड टुल्सको रूपमा ग्राउन्ड लेभलमा ट्रस्ट गेन गर्न सकिन्छ त्यसबारेमा पनि हाम्रो नीतिले चाहिँ सम्बोधन गरेर यसको बारेमा पनि पब्लिक अवेर हुने हामीले एजम्सन गरेका छौँ। यति नै हो लगभग मेरो पार्ट अफ प्रेजेन्टेसन। थ्याङ्क यू फर योर टाइम।
So lightning session, lightning indeed. That was Engineer Santosh Sharma, Undersecretary, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. Next in the lightning session, we've got Engineer Vijayan Bhattaraiji, who is the CEO of Dio.ai.
Thank you. So, I want to begin from my first slide over here. Is it visible from last side? And everyone can understand Nepali language? Okay. As in Nepal, we started Dio.ai with the big vision of localizing AI. So, there are many AI technology have been developing in US, Japan, even China, in India, but there are very few technology and applications developing in Nepal and for Nepal. So with the greater vision of localizing AI, we started the Dio.ai. Here we work in 3 sectors. First, effective government service delivery. Second, enterprise chatbots. And third, impact AI. So I go deep down in each. Since we did a survey with UNDP, we found that there are around 80% of peoples in Nepal use a Romanized Nepali language. We all understand that Romanized Nepali language means Yemi means Mero, like language. And there are different government initiatives. Government is providing the different kinds of information in different platforms like website and in social media platform and in newspaper. But there is a huge gap that audience is in this side and government providing the information is this side. So we bridge this gap through using a social media integration, and in that social media integration, we built our chatbot, and currently we incorporated the citizen charter in that chatbot, so that a person who wants to know information about how to get marriage registration, what are the documents needed for the birth certificate through our chatbot. So, with the development of evolution of the mobile phone and the reach of internet technologies, in Nepal there are many businesses have adopted the technology of digital technologies. So to boost that business, we use the AI technology and we customize the chatbots for them so that they can leverage the power of the chatbot and can do business. So we customize for the different kinds of chatbot, like as want of their business. So we are not selling the chatbot, we are selling the, we are solving their problem and giving the business value for them so that they can make a revenue. So we can say that we see that in different discussion, inclusiveness and our sir from Young Innovation also told that Karnalima internet puge chaina. Like that we are in this scene and we are talking about AI. So to create an impact overall, we have joined with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation also, Amplify Change and UNDP, and different kinds of organizations like Research Center Nami and community organization PSDP, PST Nepal, and a SRMS organization, Visible Impact, and community group like COVID-19 emergency group to create an impact in Nepal. So there are few symbols. During COVID, we launched our chatbot Golu, where we found that many misinformation of the have been coming in internet that about COVID. So through our chatbot, we are providing to reliable and trustworthy information at that time. So there are many people chatting with the chatbot. And second wave of chatbot, we provide the information about ambulance service, COVID in ambulance service, bed information, and blood information through our bot. So we have to stop this project after the COVID due to our own infrastructure, own capital, and our own financial due to our financial causes. So we want to develop this project in next level for other pandemic diseases like dengue, malaria for this. So any of the organization or any of the government sectors can come with us or can call us to work in this project for to take this project for longevity or for the another cause also. So here is sexual maternal and reproductive health chatbot project. In this, with the hype of ChatGPT, we did research in ChatGPT like LLM model, around 9 different types of models. And with the 9 different models, we found that there is no nice models that works in Nepali languages. And with that, we deployed 4 chatbots in different LLM models and reach out to 7,500 peoples. And we also set up the system where people can chat with the expert in sexual, reproductive, and maternal health from a rural village of Nepal. So we found that there is a there is any gap in our existing large language models regarding Nepali context that does not understand Nepali language, our language nuances like this problem. So while working with this project, we found there is this region. In Nepal that around in daily basis, it seems that there is 720 unsafe abortion. To mitigate this problem, we are working on a safe abortion chatbot so that we can connect the people directly to an abortion center and we can provide the information about the abortion and our legal information about the abortion. So we want to tell this that we have talked about AI, machine learning, and technology up to now. That is a second thing. Is a technology we have to use this to solve a problem. So if there are problems, different kinds of problems, we leverage the power of AI to solve that problem. So if you belong to different organization, different development agency, and a national government agencies, you found that there is our problem. If it could be solved by the AI, can contact with us, and we can design a project for like this, and we can use the AI and can solve the problem. So moving forward in Nepal, we have won a few awards, and in Thailand also our team represented in a line awards. So with this also, to make our next generation AI companies, after us also, we have organized the Hackadev event where around 100 students were participants and around 10 ideas were practiced and worked with us for 10 days. And after that, 3 ideas were selected. Among them, 3 ideas represented bestly and done many research and many marketing and many analysis and many kinds of activities within 6 months of time. So in December, again, we are launching the Hackadev event. So I asked you all to be a part of this event. This is not for a DO, not for our company only, it's for whole Nepal. There will be next generation AI companies after this event. So while working with this, all this, what we have done so far, and I want to say our problem is already defined that while working in the Nepali language, there is a very less data. And another problem, there is data, there are available data, but that is not for machine learning training. And another problem that there are many machine learning models which have a problem of that do not understand Nepali language. So combinedly we can say that there is problem in our data, like NLP data for resources, for machine learning. So for this we have initiated our project Sabdakunja. So Sabdakunja is the crowdsourcing platform. Like अब सबैलाई भन्नुपर्दाखेरि यो कस्तो खालको भयो भन्दा if you want to collaborate for us, you want to help for us, then you can provide the data also, like simply text can be a data, Romanized script can be data. So we will be soon launching our transliteration in our website. Then you can test that transliteration, it can help us. So to bridge a gap, we are launching this program. So I want to say this is the huge project. We could not afford all this. So we need a support of government agencies, development agencies, so that we can make a gold class data for Nepali language. So that other AI companies and other different kinds of companies could leverage these powers. Like we can use our transliteration, we can use our translation, we can use our language understanding APIs, we can use our language generation. So we are talking about LLM, we can make our own LLM from this. So there are many countries have been doing many things for the AI. I found in internet and in newspaper one day, and I wish next year in Nepal also I could write many things what will be done by our government. So similarly, in one day I found a newspaper like this. This is the status of our country. So there is allocated budget for technology, and that is not spent yet. So we say that organize open programs, say your problem, all the government agencies come with the problem. We all take companies, AI companies come with our solution, and let's make our project and let's do our work. So we have not a budget issue. We can see this in the newspaper also. So this is my last slide. And I want to conclude here. Thank you.
For the next lightning session, I'd like to call upon Mr. Binay Raut, CEO, Paila Technologies.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm thankful for everyone to be present here, to be listening to my speech based on AI for a prosperous Nepal. I'm thankful to Vikas Ji for inviting me to this event. So, hearing all these wonderful speakers, I guess we have already found an insight that AI is the future. So let me take you back to my story. I'm Binay Raut, CEO and founder of Paila Technology. Paila Technology has been working in robotics and AI since 2016. Having incepted then, it was a dream to come back from United Kingdom, to come to my nation, to start my innovative startup based on robotics. Then it was a myth and only a dream everyone could dream of. We innovated meter-greeter robot for banks, restaurants, and different industries. Everyone used to ask me a simple thing. Did he import it from Japan? Did he import it from China? Where did you make this from? Where did this idea come from? So, well, in my journey, it was always about learning to solve a problem and to deliver the difference in the market. So you see different robots and solutions that our company has created over this period of time. So moving ahead, I will just show you my quick journey. Because being a startup from Nepal, I would like to show my journey and then address the problems next. So being an AI company that has been working in robotics, so talking about robotics, we build the skeleton of the robot, we build the technology, we have been working in machine learning, we have been working in natural language programming, we have built chatbots, we have built the first digitized robotic restaurant in the entire Southeast Asia that happens to be Nolo. So with time, we have won several awards in our timeline. So with time, we built ventilators during COVID, and also we are working, and we have been working in different traffic management sectors. So these are some of our product ranges that you can see. I guess some of you have experienced it, and some of you can still come and be a part of our culture that we have been trying to build an innovative Nepal for a prosperous, tomorrow. So well, moving ahead, this is the first robot that we exported to America, and that was all tailor-made in Nepal. So we have been working with medics, healthcares, and we have built transport ventilator. We have been nursing robot during the time of COVID, and these are some of our product lines. So that is a UV sanitized robot that you can see down there. So everything has been made in Nepal. So well, moving ahead, we have been always working on certain niches in the market and the solution that we have been providing timely. So customer service retention is one of the biggest part of the industry that is very crucial for all of us. So in every sector, software is used, and now AI has been powering to add more value to that solution. So we have been using very minimalistic resources. Suppose in banks, in insurance companies, in telecoms, a lot of part is about data. A lot of customers come and ask in banks, suppose, what is how do we open a savings account? How do we open a current account? So a lot of customers have this problem statement. They keep coming for queries. So all these monotonous and repetitive tasks can be automated by robots or by chatbots. So AI programs that can be in the form of speech or in form of text can be automated. So these solutions we have been providing to banks, insurance companies, and to a lot of corporate ventures at the same time. So that enhances accuracy, productivity, and performance at the same time. And that saves a lot of time, energy, and money for a lot of, us. So well, data is a big part of the industry, so data is important. So a lot of data can be taken, and we can analyze it, and we can make decisions accordingly. So moving ahead, since today's event focuses on AI for a prosperous nation, so well, for tomorrow and today, why do we use AI? So well, for that, for efficiency boosting, for example, robotics and automation can automate tasks like paperwork and customer service, leading to faster delivery and cost-saving answers. So well, a lot of data-driven insights, such as AI analyzes larger data sets for policy decisions and resource allocation, improving government effectiveness. So a lot of predictive capabilities we can see. AI can predict future needs, enabling proactive interventions and better resource planning for the future. So well, with the use of chatbot, we can see, and other virtual assistant, we can find 24-hour citizen support. So well, it also enhances public safety. So like recently we see a lot of cameras being implemented in the valley. So we have been hearing about AI cameras. So well, with the use of these cameras and tools, it is bolstering public safety through surveillance. At the same time, in advanced countries, we see a lot of drones used for surveillances. So well, these things and tools are enhancing the future. So well, in the sector of healthcare, we can see that it has improved healthcare and social services with the use of AI that has been optimizing by identifying risk population diseases and personalizing interventions. So we see a lot of streamlined compliances as well. AI monitors different regulatory compliances and detects fraud effectively, ensuring fairness and transparency. We see a book for transparency with the use of AI. Moving next, we have seen that AI, with the rise of AI, traditional and monotonous jobs are being taken care of. We see a lot of, like customer care services, like replying to these kind of messages and giving information has been automated. And these roles, with the use of AI, the traditional jobs will see task automation. And it is leading to a new job shift in the industry. Upskilling and reskilling workers, like in today's era, are adapting to new skills that complements to AI technologies, and that is transitioning with the use and with the requirement with the present use. So we can see AI being collaborated in different segments, along with which employees are now being taught with the new technology advancements to be more productive. That leads to profitability of the company. So human AI collaborations is another subjective part where jobs will focus more on managing and organizing AI systems, implementing AI-generated insights, and ensuring the effective use of AI. So well, moving ahead, remote work and gig economy, if you see, AI integrated may facilitate remote work and gig economy, providing flexibility, but also necessitating adaptability and self-management skills. So ethical and regulation rules are also there, like I mentioned in my journey. So well, when I started making robots, so well, R&D is a bigger part of the industry. So well, for that, a lot of fund is required. So we initially bootstrapped and we started working on the R&D part, but a lot of fund is being required for the same. So in today's part, for a prosperous AI nation for tomorrow, the government has to be a part and collaborate with SMEs to develop new products for the world. So I think public-private partnerships are very crucial for a better tomorrow. So continuous learning culture is very crucial, as well as it is important to adapt to new technologies day and day. So we see a collaborative approach for upskilling the AI area. So well, we see businesses and government form partnership for top skilling programs. Leveraging resources and expertise from both sectors is very crucial to upscale this side of the industry. We have to identify the skill gaps, so collaboration will allow that, ensuring upskilling programs that assures and accesses the specific needs of the industry, which is very crucial. So tailored training programs, by working together, we can see that businesses can reach more with the industry demand and fill in those spaces at the same time. Finance is a very big part. Again, as I mentioned, like we heard in the previous presentation from Paragji, that foundation is very crucial, and HR retention is a very big part in this industry. Because having worked for 7 years in my company, I have seen a lot of people going abroad. So we have had more than 50 HR turnover in a period of 7 years. So a lot of people are migrating to better opportunities. Why not create better opportunities in our country itself? So I believe that is a bigger decision that we need to take as a team. And we have to have not just one event a year to understand this gap, and that is not going to solve the problem. We have to have continuous sessions, rounds to educate the government at the same time, because when we started with robotics, we had counter products that were imported from China. So well, being a country that is developing resources within the nation, we had a counter product that was more cheaper. But the country needs to understand that the product prices is influenced because of production cost, and R&D is very tough in our primary infrastructure. Infrastructure being the foundation is very crucial, that we have to develop advanced structures so that we can fill in the gap for a better product development. That is important as well. So well, having said that, we have to ensure responsible AI development in Nepal is also very crucial. There has to be community workshop and forums that can be organized in local communities across Nepali schools. And hats off to Bikasji and his team for facilitating that. I think he has done a commendable job tying up with different schools, and he has been trying to leverage the knowledge at the same side. So participatory design sessions involving community members in the design process of AI systems through designs that ensures values, and in this whole ecosystem, that is also very crucial. Ethical impact assessments are important at the same time to identify potential risk, biases, and societal implications of AI deployments and mitigate these kind of activities. Community advisory boards are equally crucial. At the same time, we have to have accessible channels so that communication is done on a timely manner so we can reflect on culture norms and sensitiveness, reflecting the diversity in our nation. So capacity building is the biggest thing that we require from the schooling level in itself. I think now that you see a lot of youngsters migrating to different nations for their settlement, we have to have control over it from the schooling level itself. What is being schooled is what is reflected. जस्तो भनिन्छ नेपालीमा जस्तो घाँस त्यस्तै दूध त्यस्तै भने जस्तै we have to be very crucial on this subject as well. So we have to be very crucial on the schooling side to develop capacity based on AI or different knowledge-based programs. That is crucial. We have to have different collaborative projects and partnership so we can develop AI on local level with NGOs, INGOs, community leaders. These are very important at the same time. So well, we discussed about these things. So well, these are the important sides, and now we see that what impact of robotics and AI will have on the Nepalese economy and society. So well, economic growth perspective, if we see that there is a lot of good returns that happens. During the time of COVID, our institution that has been there for 7 years, we have been doing an annual business of 10 crore plus. So we can scale these numbers if we can reach to the global market. That is very crucial. So well, if there is a ladder that bridges the gap between the outer world with our government infrastructure, so that is going to give us a subjective reach to get to that market. So well, inclusive development, ethical considerations, environmental impact, all these resources are very crucial for a better, prosperous nation. So well, we see a lot of leverages for AI, jobs creation, economic growth in developed economies. So we see social impacts, ethical AI guidelines are very important so that we can build ground principles for a better tomorrow. So tailoring AI regulations can be equally done to support SMEs based on simplified compliance procedures, resource support, technical assistance. So all these things are very crucial, capacity building. So well, training and the groundwork has to start eventually so that we can build in the framework for a better tomorrow. At the same time, we have to develop international standards of AI in Nepal in compliance with other powered nations. As our guest just mentioned from Hong Kong about his country and how we can relate such ideas and how we can mitigate the gaps at the same time. So well, we have to align with the national priorities about the goals and agendas at the same times. We have to have ethical considerations. We have to continuously review and improve the gaps that's there. We have to engage with international bodies. We have to take stakeholders, consultation that have an expertise over this industry for last decades. That is crucial for us. As we see with time, now the world is moving into robotics. Now we see a lot of humanoid robots being there. So soft robotics has been coming into play. So well, with soft robotics, you can see, different robot parts can be built within the nation. So we go with robotic exoskeletons. So we can make different robot outer body parts and we can export to other nations. That is another part. So we have been working in self-driving cars. We have been working in such research that has been extensive. So such research is a very tough task. Those researches requires a lot of fund at the same time. So having said that, humanoid robots, swarm robotics, medical robotics, these are all a part of the growing and booming industry for tomorrow. So we have to align these things also in the school curriculum, I believe. So these things will be more adaptive to the coming generation, and for a better Nepal and an AI prosperous nation, these things are equally crucial. So having said that, foundation is a very important part to build a better tomorrow. R&D plays a vital role. Education is the pillar. So coming to our conclusion, I'm thankful and grateful to everyone for giving me a valuable time. So let's all of us be united for a better AI future in Nepal together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Binay, CEO of Pilot Technologies. And now I call upon Dr. Sudan Jha, Kathmandu University.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And from the beginning, I've been asked to squeeze it down within 10 minutes since it's an enlightening session. In a short note, I must thank Bikasji for creating this forum and a platform to exchange idea. Basically, I'm from academia, so I'll be focusing on the academic perspectives of what is AI, how it has to be proceed, what we are doing at Kathmandu University, and what is my concern regarding the policy, if we are going to make it, and what are my concerns. So I'm Sudan Jha, working as a professor in Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Kathmandu University, since last 1.5 years. So from the morning, we have been talking about artificial intelligence. So somewhere we are lagging behind IoT. Internet of Things, which makes smart, which are making our lifestyle much more smarter than what was it yesterday's. So apart from AI, I think the IoT should also be discussed in this platform. That is one of my issue. At Kathmandu University, we are the first institution, pioneering institutions to offer artificial intelligence both on UG and graduate level. So in BTech, we have intake capacity of 30. In masters, we have intake capacity of 10. And currently, in undergrad, we have 70 students enrolled. And in masters, we have 26 scholars enrolled. So curriculum, obviously, they are based on recent trends. We are committed to revise the curriculum in association with the industry, especially with fuse machines, which Mr. Parag had rightly said. So in the last few weeks back, we have been revising the syllabus in order to meet the industry requirements. And then, in the same in the due course of time, we have also introduced IoT, Internet of Things, I think, which is also for the first time. So that is why Kathmandu University are a step ahead, both in terms of academia and meeting the academic requirements for the industry. So, I'm sorry. So apart from that, the other activities related with artificial intelligences, we have AI club, managed, monitored, and doing various activities from the student level. So recently we had Kathmandu AI Meet, All Nepal AI Meet in the year 2023. Which was a similar platform like this one, inviting all the industries, academics, and national and international experts to share their views and all. And we had some good exhibitions also. Now, being from an academia, what I would like to mention over here is we work for some kind of novelty and some kind of our individual contributions towards a particular idea, which we called, in the morning also in the keynote speech it was mentioned, which we call as research. But in addition to that, what I would like to mention over here is when you do a research, your novelty and the contributions should be clear. Now, it may be an individual work or it may be a collaborative or group effort. So when you come down to a particular research paper, because I have been doing research papers in AI and IoT since last 7-8 years, and this is the leading, the data source itself, it's a Google Scholar profile, and we all are from Kathmandu University. So my concern is not this data, but my concern is when you publish a research paper, when you do a lot of works from last 3-4 months, and when your novelty and contribution is been recognized and you get it published. The question is, where do you get published? So from the morning, in the morning, it was mentioned. Here, my point is, we need to recognize the publication. We need to understand the impact score of the publications. It's not that it gets published and your job is done. The question is what is the impact of your research publication? How many of the other researchers and collaborators have cited your work? So from being an academia, I think that has to be promoted, that has to be recognized, and that has to be brought up to the knowledge of industry experts so that they can also understand that, yes, at the core part, this is also one of the vertical or domain where we need to consider. So that is what is R&D, of course, no doubt about that. But again, this has to be taken serious thought. And when we talk about the policy, so in the policy level also, how do they consider this, this particular domain? So now coming down to IoT, basically I have been working in IoT from last 5-6 years. So at Kathmandu University, for the smartness of anything, for smartness of the society, for smartness of our well-being, apart from artificial intelligence, I also believe that Internet of Things is going to become a vital role player in the technology. It has already been. We are already in the era of industrial IoT and green energy, green society 4.0. So in addition, in contribution to that, I'm already on the 2 projects. That is the one of the book, which is going to be published by CRC Press USA. And the other one is going to be published by Elsevier. So these 2 are the 6th and 7th book under my authorship. And within this 2024 mid, both of these books will be published. And what I request is, I hope that these books will be beneficial for the academic, Nepali academic domain. Because the case studies that have been included over here are they are based on Nepalese context only. They resolve the problems of the Nepalese society. Now, these are some of the research which I think I should mention over here. Out of 10 or 11 published articles in the year 2023, so one was recently published in 2024, and the other one is in the end of the 2023. So these 2 articles, basically why I have mentioned over here in my slide is they focus on the integration of IoT, AI, 5G, and ML. So we talk about so many things in AI, but what are the background scenario? What is the backend going on? What are the other components? What is the hardware issues and all? This has to be brought into the academics. Students should be able to know. So from this, what I need to say is that, let us talk, we discussed about AI, various applications have been developed and all. What will happen if a student who doesn't know AI wants to enter into AI, he wants to learn, he wants to know something about AI? What I mean to say is multiple entry and multiple exit education policy needs to be implemented now. Because once he enters into science, he has to be, somewhere around the science stream only. It may happen that he may go to, it may happen that he gets interested in some other hardcore economic subject, though I am not an economic person. Similarly, when a non-technical person or purely non-technical student, he wants to enter into an AI. So our education system doesn't allow that. So from here, what I propose is we need to have an education policy which allows multiple entry from the students and multiple exit. So recently, as I have said, so recently we have our subject committee meeting has passed the syllabus for Internet of Things. So it was Fuse Machine only who had given very constructive comments and helped us to revise this syllabus. Then, of course, we are going to introduce that subject in Masters also. And the syllabus was designed in order to make the industry demands and energy and issues, renewable and non-renewable energy issues, basically, something like piezoelectricity and all. Then, of course, hands-on learning is there. And the main... Yeah, so the Kathmandu University has been pioneering, and it will keep on pioneering by introducing IoT also. I think we have taken a step ahead in terms of academics. One, I have already said the national education policy. So it has to be mapped with what they are going to implement in terms of education. Both there is a concept called III, so Institute Industry Interface, that has to be brought into this one. I know it's not that one industry is signing up MOU with the one institution and they are going on their own way. There should be a common national education policy where all the academics, all the industries, they come into this single interface. Then there is a recognition, like there are some researchers who are working on their own, on their lab. I'm going to establish my own lab. The contributions in terms of papers, the contributions in terms of your other academic resources has to be brought into the knowledge of industry as well, so that there can be some tie-up, and it may not be for the purpose of money making, but yes, it can go up for the, it can go and meet up other objectives as well. And one more thing I would like to, what I have experienced being a professor of computer science and engineering, what I have observed is, when you enter into the class for 2 hours, and it was the different story 10 or 15 years back. But today, there is Coursera, there is YouTube, there is Kaggle, GitHub, everything is there. So once I upload my PPT in the classroom, Google Classroom, and I inform the students that, okay, tomorrow I'm going to have these lectures for 2 hours. So not 100%, but what if I'm not wrong, 10 to 20% of the students, they are already prepared with whatever contents, rather more than that, because they have all resources other than those slides. They have already, they are availed with all those resources. Now, when they enter into the class, they have something extra in their, they will be expecting something extra, because whatever slides I have shared, they have already done with that. Now, in that particular topic, what I need to give an extra. So, of Bikasji and all other organizers, what I mean to say is this kind of platforms, this kind of conferences should happen periodically, so that we all get up to date with both academia and industry. Thank you so much. Thank you.
अब म इन्जिनियर गौरव थापा, प्रोडक्ट म्यानेजर एन्ड क्लाउड एक्सपर्ट हुवावे नेपालबाट म स्टेजमा निम्त्याउन चाहन्छु।
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Government of Nepal, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, and Robotics Association of Nepal for giving this platform for all of us from various sectors assembled here for this AI conference. And thank you for giving me opportunity to share something about cloud computing in Nepal. I am Gaurav Thapa. I am product manager and solution engineer at Huawei Nepal Technologies. Not the Huawei that sells the cell phone, but it's the Huawei. We are the infrastructure and communication technology business, and a lot of telecommunications equipment that we provide to the telecos operators in Nepal as well. And I look after the IT and the cloud part in Huawei Nepal. So cloud computing in Nepal. So we have heard a lot of speakers talking about the computing resources, the GPUs, and on the infrastructure level that the difficulty they are facing for their AI projects, right? AI projects and the machine learning. So I think I have a perfect solution. I have a perfect solution. Huawei has the perfect solution for all the difficulties that our AI companies and the machine learning companies are facing. So, okay, so what is cloud computing and what is the solution for all of these, okay? So cloud, not the cloud on the sky, okay? This is a different cloud that I'm talking about. So let's say like if you have a software development company or any other small company and you want to scale up, right? Your business is growing and you want to scale up. So, so what do you need to scale up, you know? So you want to scale up. So if you want to scale up, then you will need additional human resources and you will need to invest in the IT infrastructures like the servers, storage, and the network equipments as well, and a lot of maintenance cost as well, right? So that can be a roadblock for the scalability of your business. And so this cloud computing can help us remove those roadblocks, okay? So cloud computing can remove the roadblocks that you are facing while scaling up your business. Now, talking about the cloud computing, let us differentiate between the on-premise IT infrastructure and the cloud infrastructure, okay? So let's say in terms of scalability, like let's say you have a business and you want to scale up, a lot of investment you need. You need to add a lot of IT hardwares. And even though if you add a lot of hardwares, you have fewer options, right? You have fewer options and a lot of maintenance cost. On the cloud, you don't have to add your hardwares, you know? You don't have to add hardwares. So as how much resources you use and for how long you use, you pay on that basis. So it's cheaper that way than to add IT infrastructures in a business. And the next is the server and storage. The server and storage cost is very high and you need a lot of space for the server and storage, right? So, and there's a lot of power consumption, a lot of maintenance cost as well. So on the cloud, all the cloud service providers like the Huawei, AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, they will do all these things for you. They have their space, power, everything. So that is cost saving as well. So I'll try to be fast as well, okay? So and in terms of data security, on-premise cloud, we use the traditional cloud, traditional security, right? So it's harder. So on the cloud, you don't need to manage the data security because the cloud service provider has the cloud security features for the backup, disaster recovery, and all those kind of things. So it's efficient that way. And the next is for the data loss. So data loss is one of the huge concerns right now, you know, like a lot of attacks going on. And when there is some disaster, let's say like there's an earthquake, and you know, like your servers and your storage, it collapsed, you know, there's damage. So it's very hard to recover those data loss, but for the cloud, no problem. Within like few minutes, we can recover your data, you know, because we have so many cloud security features in the cloud. And another one is, I don't think you can see from the bottom, but another one is about the maintenance. The maintenance cost is very high for the on-premise, but for the cloud service providers will do the maintenance for you. So you will have a cost saving in the maintenance as well. So now that we know cloud is the best choice, right? Best choice for all the AI and the machine learning business in Nepal, not only for the AI and machine learning, but for the overall the financial institution, banking, government, and everyone. So it's the best choice, okay? And so now, while talking about cloud computing, okay, because I even remember like Mr. Parag Shrestha from Fuse Machine, he was talking about the difficulties that the company is facing regarding for the cloud computing and the GPU processors. At the GPU processor, it's very, very high. It's very expensive, you know, like one GPU processor costs around like 15 to 25 lakhs, like depending upon the specifications as well. So what is cloud computing? So cloud computing is this delivery of on-demand computing service over the internet, and you can pay as you grow, or you can pay as you go, okay? So as long as you grow, the more you are growing, you know, the more you will pay more, and maybe like in 12 months, let's say like for the 2 months, like your business is very down, right? So you can scale down whenever you want, right? So I remember like Doraz has this, like let's say like this occasion 11/11, right? If I remember the date, right? So it's 11/11. They have a huge flow of data and huge flow of traffic. So I'm sure Doraz is doing the same thing. So if I was that company where I have like 2 months, my business is going very up. And so what I would do is like for that 2 months, I would add additional resources on the cloud, so I can scale up for the 2 months, and for the next 10 months, I can scale down, so I have this flexibility in this cloud. So on the cloud, what we would do, rather than managing files and services on the local storage in your office by itself, you would be managing your files over the internet, so it's very cost efficient. Now next, talking about the deployment model, okay? So this cloud have 2 types of deployment model. One is this one. So we have this public cloud. Think of it as a SASA bus, right, okay? SASA bus. So like SASA bus is like you pay for the fare whenever you use it. So this public cloud, like the AWS, Huawei Cloud, Azure, it's like you pay whenever you use it. So that's the public cloud model. And another one is private cloud. That's like your private car, like it's yours. You have to manage your hardwares, and all the cost is yours. So all the service you have to manage by yourself. So it's a private cloud deployment model, right? And another one is hybrid. It's like a pathao or like a taxi. Like whenever you pay, you can use it like a private platform, but if you are not paying it, you cannot use it. So it's like a hybrid. So hybrid is combination of both public and private cloud, okay? So, and another deployment model is the service model, right? So this is also a very cost efficient method as well. These are all the services that the cloud can provide, and a company can choose what kind of deployment model they want. So first of all, we have the on-premise, which is very expensive. You have to manage all the hardware by yourself. We have the IaaS, PaaS, SaaS. So the below one on this light green, the cloud service provider manages for you. And on the dark blue part, you have to manage by yourself. So IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. I won't go much into technical details. So these are, so in the PaaS, so let's say in the IaaS, no, let's go to PaaS. PaaS, all these like from runtime, server storage, the cloud service provider manages, okay? So if you are a company and you go for the PaaS model, then you only have to manage the data and application. And for the SaaS model, all these from application to servers, all these, the cloud service provider will manage it for you, okay? So so there is no hassle about managing all these applications, operating system, virtualization, anything. So it's very cheap model as well. Now let's talk about like how this cloud computing and the AI and the 5Gs are associated, okay? So in terms of, like I said earlier, so in terms of scalability, these AI companies have a lot of data they have to handle, a lot of databases to handle, right? So if you think about it, if you have all this server and storage in-house, so think about all the hassles that you have to face. You need a maintenance team. You need a lot of cost for that, right? So for all these databases and data, you can store it in a cloud, and you can access it whenever you want. So in terms of scalability, it can support AI. And in terms of cost, always, AI projects is very expensive. It's very expensive because it requires data, hardware, software components for the algorithm to work. And these resources, cloud can provide to all these companies, okay? And the other one is memory and storage. AI is very complex, and it requires a huge memory and storage. So cloud computing can meet this requirement as well. And another one is the GPU. This was talked about Mr. Parag Shrestha as well. For this GPU is very expensive as well. So expensive. So on the cloud service providers they already have these GPU-based servers. Okay, so you can just rent it whenever you want it. Okay, so we have the GPU, and even for the data management, for all the backend, all the databases that the machine learning and AI need, cloud computing is the option. So cloud computing has enabled artificial intelligence to grow at a much higher pace, actually. Okay. So and the symbiosis between the 5G and the computing, okay? So we know the next one, the next telecom revolution would be the 5Gs, right? Where there will be a lot of IoTs, like Sir mentioned earlier. A lot of IoTs, devices, And so cloud computing can also, there's a symbiosis relation between the 5G and the cloud computing, okay? Because as you can see there, 5G devices can only process the local data, right? But the cloud computing provides the elastic compute resources, which is very important for the 5G. And also the CRAN, Cloud Radio Access Network, is one of the very important device in the 5Gs. And so cloud computing can support that one as well. So I won't go on the bottom. And talking about market insight and policy, so Nepal has a huge market for the cloud, you know. As you can see, the revenue in public cloud market is projected to reach $87.85 million in USD. And among them, IaaS, the service deployment model that I talked about earlier. So IaaS dominates the market in 27.95 million, okay? So huge lot of opportunity. So the government and all the private sector should invest in the cloud computing as well, especially the government. So moving on to the next one. So the policies that we want to talk about, you know. So why the policy really matters? Because policies, it matters because it establishes a trust and credibility for secure and ethical data handling, okay? And another one is investor-friendly policy attracts foreign investment as well, okay? And the stability and the policies, we talk about the digital transformation of Nepal, right? But without the clear policy, it's not possible. So the clear policies expedites digital transformation as well. So, and doing about the Nepal policy assessment, you know, there has been, we know that Nepal doesn't have any, I mean, it has some policies, you know, but the policies doesn't help the IT and the AI and the cloud computing technologies in Nepal, you know. So there is lack of data protection laws, privacy laws, cyber security laws. Let's say there's one company, you provide the data, that company sells your data to any other company, you know. So we need all these like rules and regulations, okay? So, and there is not clear public-private partnership as well, and no clear jurisdiction for data storage. So let's say like we are a cloud service provider, like governments should have a clear policies about the data jurisdiction, like what data can be stored in Nepal and what data can be taken outside to Nepal, okay? So, and R&D is must as well, as we all know. We've been to school, we've been hearing it since we were kids, you know, like Nepal lacks in R&D as well, so it's very important. And then, so since I'm from Huawei, so let me tell you a little bit about the Huawei role in digital transformation in Nepal. So Huawei, for almost 25 years, Huawei has been honored to support Nepal in network infrastructure with the mission in Nepal for Nepal. And, 1 minute. And Huawei has been a reliable partner and supplier for Ncell for 10 years. In our 10 years, the two company has brought the 4G networks in the different cities in Nepal. And beyond telecommunication, Huawei has completed all these data center projects with the Ncell and DSOM, and the data center in Nakku. It's one of its kind in South Asia. It's the tier 3 data center. And Huawei also provides the public cloud deployment model solution to the Nepal market as well. We have a lot of companies who have their data in Huawei public cloud as well. So, so this is the brief introduction of the cloud computing. So I think the AI and the machine learning and the cloud computing has to go in hand, as the infrastructure will be provided by the cloud computing that will make the AI companies and the machine learning companies easier for them to grow so that they don't have to invest more in the infrastructure. So yes, that is it for my part. Thank you.
Last but not the least of the lightning session, Mr. Utkarsha Khanal, Omdena Key AI Application in Government.
So good afternoon, everyone. So first of all, I want to thank MOEST, RAN, and Asia Foundation and D4D. So my name is Utkarsha Khanal. So I am a country manager at Omdena. So I am also a partnership manager at Omdena. So let me tell you brief about what is Omdena. So Umdena is a community of AI engineers. So हामीसँग 20,000 of AI engineers community मा छ. So we have already completed 650 projects. So key applications in government. So this is so let me go show you some of my projects. So modeling economic well-being through the AI. So as you know, like census data is like very expensive. In India, in 2011, it cost around 2,000 crores. So there is also the risk of like data corruption and everything. So instead, what we did was AI model through satellite imagery, it can like extract features from satellite imagery, so such as like housing condition, changing agricultural conditions. So we can like, it can guide the policy makers to make the policy. So it can also add the value to the census data. So let me show you. Sorry. So we use ResNet 18 architecture. So we use 2 ResNet, and at last we use fully connected layer. So these are the variables we analyze through the satellite imagery: cooking, water condition, light, household, roof. So actually model prediction is only 70%, so this is not yet good for production. So if we have used like super resolution, it could have got like 90% accuracy. So improving the media in Nepal. So this is our partnership with the Asia Foundation in Nepal. So we, like our AI model, we analyze the vast amount of Nepali media, news article, social media, and radio data. So it can rate like the credibility of media sources. So this mostly focused on Lumbini and Madhya provinces. So here is the example. I hope you can see. So there is in top Nepali news. So our model has detected this as biased news. The reason of bias is there. So it is targeting some of the social group. So we have the graph of our social group and time series analysis. So this is biased. We can also filter it based on location, like this. So if we, suppose we click in map Kapil Vastu, so it will show the graph and the news article. So how we build this product? So at first we have data collection. So we used web scraping, and then we have data labeling. We use like a sort of human in the loop. So it is like semi-automatic. And we have some data cleaning, so pre-processing and data cleaning. So collected news article is stored in database. Backend ko lagi hamle Django framework use gareko cha. Pattern detection ko lagi NER. Bias detector ko lagi OpenAI LLM. And the final result is displayed in React with, in dashboard. So our approach of building AI solution. So we educate, innovate, deploy, and scale. First ko hamro phase chain capacity building huncha. So we partner with various universities. And like finally hamro product building ma chani we hire a top talent of 1% from Umdena. So it is 1% of 20,000 engineers. So obstacle in building this product was like, it was challenging from the ethical point of view. So most challenging भनेको चाहिँ Nepali language को model develop गर्दा we have very limited resources. Data set, we started with 0 data set. हामीसँग data set थिएन, training data set थिएन. And pre-trained model पनि we have limited pre-trained model. So यो चाहिँ हाम्रो German government सँगको यो project थियो. So this is like more like it will guide the foreign policy expert in making the negotiations. And we develop a dashboard, so they can like, it can guide them in making the negotiations. So yeah, that's all for me.
र अब लाइटनिङ सेसन यही अन्तर्गत समापनतर्फ आएको छ र अब हामीहरू केही बेरमा एकछिन ब्रेक लिए पश्चात अब फेरि अर्को प्यानल डिस्कसन हुनेवाला छ त्यतिन्जेल केही क्षणलाई हामीहरू विश्राम लिनेछौँ थ्याङ्क यू र प्रोग्रामलाई अब अगाडि बढाउनु पर्ने समय आइसक्यो सो प्लिज यदि सुनिराख्नु भएको छ भने प्यानल डिस्कसन छोटाइहालौँ र अगाडि बढिहालौँ Body International AI Leaders, FNCCI, will discuss the importance of AI, how industry sees the progress of AI, and how we can leverage the power of AI. So हामीहरू केही बेरमै यो सेसन सुरु गर्न लागिरहेका छौं हामीहरू केही बेरमा अब next
we have seen most of the videos people are talking about the physical robots. Okay, now this is the time we are going to talk about the digital workforce. Basically, this is also a digital bots. Okay, so two type of innovations are happening. One is on the physical, another one on the digital side. Okay, the physical you can see like the bots just now. In fact, in the morning presentation, Dr. Sedu was showing the bots moving, and a lot of innovations are happening on the other side. Same way, the digital also a lot of innovation. Okay, why we put it as a digital workforce? Physical employee people like us, we are assigned to some task. Okay, we are doing some work, maybe moving some item, or if I am assigned into some organization, I have to execute some transaction or do some order placement or invoice creation and all this. Okay, so you can see there is a guy sitting in the office and in front of your computer and executing certain task. Okay, that is called the physical employee executing. That is our current environment, current situation for every industry, organization, or even government entities. Eventually, this is going to be changed by the digital employees. Okay, the same work done by the machines, by the robots. You can see next to your table, there is a PC. The PC is getting open. Someone will be operating remotely, but you can't see the person. Who is the person who is operating? This is the case behind the whole scenario. This is what we are going to talk about, the digital workforce. Okay, why we need this? Because this pandemic, like we know, like a lot of people, majority working from home, and then a lot of people, on and off coming to the office. Eventually, it is going to be a hybrid model. Okay, people coming to office maybe once in a week or two, and most of the time they are going to work from the home. But from the company perspective, we really need the productivity. Are we getting the 100% productivity from the employee before the pandemic? Okay, if you ask, like most of the company owners say, maybe, but still not. Okay, so now this is the time for us to give some technology in associate with the people to get the maximum productivity from the people. That's what this concept, this digital employees came into that picture. Digital employees is basically nothing. is something like a software bot which can flow across the softwares. Any of the system you are having, like you have multiple system in your organization or in your government entity, this bot can jump into one system to another system seamlessly, extract all the data within few seconds, and then do whatever the data massaging and data reporting within fraction of second. Okay, now there is a call, what is digital workforce, what is human workforce? Okay, human workforce we know. What is digital workforce? Again, it's a combination of a little bit of AI and machine learning. Okay, and again, people talk about like, okay, can this robot do the advanced level of what we have seen like in the morning, like the neuron networks or generative AI and all this. Now, I'm talking about the company perspective. Okay, we always tell the customers, okay, the innovation of this AI 0 to 10 range. The 10 is going to be the most advanced level of the generative neuron and all this. But the 0 is, the basic level. Even the companies not even started the first step of the digitalization. Okay, so we help the company, okay, from 0 to 1. If you want to climb the staircase, first thing you have to put the first step. So this is what we are starting. We tell all the companies, okay, first you start one digital employee in your organization as a prototype or the first step. Eventually you will realize the potential, then you will start building more, 5 or 6 or depends on your need and requirement. Okay, by doing this, what are the benefits companies are going to get? Okay, so one is, okay, so it can take care of seamlessly any workflow. Okay, you have that, executing certain transaction. Maybe the companies, they know order to cash, procure to pay, make to order, invoices, dunning notice, or whatever the business process. We identify every organization close to 150 processes or individual autonomous process, no dependencies, which means like 150 process can be executed by this digital bot without any intervention by the humans. Okay, by doing this, what benefits companies are going to get? First thing, your efficiency is getting improved, which means all the bots, whatever next we are going to run some bots, the basic level bots. These bots execute the job like 25 times faster than human. You sit any champion asking to do certain transaction, you run the bot almost 25 times lesser than the time the bot will execute the particular task. So imagine there is one organization, 10,000 transaction, 10,000 invoice has to be triggered end of the month. Typically they keep 5-6 people, they will be sitting 2-3 days to do the whole transaction. If you put one digital employee there, this 10,000 executed within 10 minutes or 15 minutes. Okay, there are two types of digital employees available in the market. One is the front office, another is a back office. The front office can be a very simple inquiries or simple report routing and all this. The back office is the most powerful one, which you can run for any of your functional departments, irrespective of whether you are government or enterprise or large. Every department have HR, sales, finance, procurement, contact center, customer care center, all this. Okay, whether it's a service or manufacturing, whatever industry. So all this process can be done by the back office robo. Okay, now we are going to run one or two simple process, okay, how the bots are executing the basic level. Okay, we have more than 100 plus bots which can run even some SAP system, Microsoft, Oracle and all this. But this demo, we are going to put the very basic level of transaction, how the bots are executing. Can you run the video, please?
Welcome everyone to today's RPA Once Excel work is done, robot opens the PowerPoint for update.
Please. Okay, so you have seen the two examples here. Is completely executed by the software bot autonomously, no human intervention or anything so far. This is a very basic level. In fact, we have done most complicated scenarios, the complete supply chain, third-party process, all under the one robo will be taking. Some process will be on the midnight. Basically we do the scheduling. Okay, what are the areas these bots can be deployed? Okay, there are 5 major areas, 5 factors you have to consider. One is the employee involvement, okay, where and all more headcounts are sitting and then doing the manual task. Okay, the government is, the morning they were talking about how to improve the productivity and all this. The huge volume of data and all this can be executed by these type of basic level bots. And second thing, the complexity in the process, like, number of steps, number of system has to go there, extract the data and then do the reporting. And the volumes are huge. And also the government is looking for the standardized, particular reports, and difficult to outsource because it's confidential information. If we have these 5 factors, you can immediately consider to start the first step of putting this type of bots. Okay, is it secure? 100% it's secured because it doesn't store any of this information. You hire a new employee, what you do, you are telling, okay, you are putting this person into the finance department, you create a user ID profile to access a system, and you train the person, and he started doing the work every day. The same way, the digital bot also, exactly we need a user ID and authorization profile and everything. And instead of deploying this person into the office, we deploy into their office network, server, or in cloud. It could be a AWS or whatever, Azure cloud. And we schedule it. It will be login through the secured VPN and then open up the system, execute it and come out. It doesn't store, it doesn't change any of the logic within your system. And it does not store any business information or data, and it stores only the business logic, and it handles the exception. Let's say you give certain permutation and combination. If something is not matching, please prepare a separate exceptional report. It will prepare an exceptional report. Let's say 1,000 transaction executed, 990 okay, 10 maybe the wrong information or the data are not available. It pick up that 10 failed transaction and send a report to that particular department, which means like 990 is already done. The person earlier sitting and doing 1,000 now is going to focus only on 10 transactions. Okay, so there are the departments like finance, procurement, HR, contact center, I think many more departments. and we put a lot of scenarios inside. Okay, even finance itself, we identify like more than 50 plus process can be automated through these bots. Okay, there is a strategy, like every bot before we deploy, we have to identify the stakeholder, understand the process. There is a documentation procedure. Once we sign up, then we do the prototyping. Once the prototyping start working, then we do the deployment. After the deployment, we monitor the performance of the digital employee. How your annual performance are happening. Same way, we are going to perform the digital employee's performance. Okay, there are method to execute it. We call it as a 10 steps method. Okay, by adopting this, what are the other benefits organizations are going to get? The first thing is the customer satisfaction. Okay, because these bots are working based on the algorithm and logic. So the errors are absolutely zero. It won't give any error at all. And it's faster service because the video what you have seen, we reduced the speed almost 25 times. The actual speed nobody can see, like it's like flickering. Okay, then for demo purpose, we reduce 25 times. And second thing, the management is getting the real-time analytical report. Even the government can get the real-time information. Even 100,000, 500,000 screening, it can do it within a minute and then give you analytical report real-time. And the overall benefit is like, of course, there is a business benefit and there is a cost reduction. And HR, the attrition is very less. Okay, they have less headache. They don't want to run behind with the people to retrain, to that particular area, and all this is not required. Compliances, it's 100% compliance, and even in India, like the GST filing and all this timely, we started building the robots. And finally, there is a reduced fraud. Okay, and then your data are fully secured. Even people, they take a snapshot or they just, take some screenshot and data stealing possible. But this robot won't do anything. Okay, anytime if you don't want, you can stop it. It's all under your administrator control only. And it's a non-invasive system. And you will get a very basic level, you will get a savings of 25 to 30%. If you do fine tuning, you will get maximum 80%. Okay, we did a lot of case studies and some companies, they got the maximum of 80% time saving and return of investment. Okay, this is a very clear chart before and after. Before you see that, because this is one of the complex scenario, it was running on 3 business unit and 31 input combination. Like every time bot go there, there is a different permutation and combination and very complex scheduling. One process, the robot has to go for close to 200 plus steps. The bottom you can see there is a return of investment, and you can see that before the digital employee execute the job, manually people executed, it took almost 20 minutes. After the digital employee took over, it takes only 3 minutes. Okay, and there were 30 people in the department. Eventually they moved 10 people to the other department. Only 20 people are there. So if you calculate properly with all this direct benefit, indirect benefit, okay? Okay. So you will get a lot of other benefit. Okay, so these bots globally available on 3 model. One is on robotic as a service, on subscription model you can take it. Another one on rental. Another one on premises. Basically, you can buy the platform, you buy your license, you call any of the vendor, they will come and deploy for you. Okay, so this is the business benefit on the ROS model. Okay, with this slide, I'm going to stop it. If you really wanted to do some sort of an implementation, this is the timeline. The basic level bot will take close to 10 days. And if you want to do the complete enterprise level, it takes 6 months. Okay, it's a risk-free deployment and you will get an incremental benefit because the first year you are going to do the cost of implementation. Second year onwards, only the cost of licenses plus a small amount for the maintenance. Okay, with this I'm closing. If any doubt or anything, probably in the next session, you can have a Q&A. Thank you so much.
Now proceeding with the panel discussion, first of all, I'd like to call upon the session chair, Professor Dr. Rabindra Prasad Dhakal, Secretary, NAST. Now I'd like to call upon the moderator, Engineer Vikas Gurung, President, Robotics Association of Nepal. Now I'm about to name the panelists. So the first panelist is Mr. Mangesh Lal Shrestha, CEO, Frost Digital Ventures. The second panelist is Mrs. Preeti Adhikari, founder, the Great Nepali Diaspora. The third panelist is Engineer Hirendra Man Pradhan Sir, President, Association of Engineering Colleges of Nepal. The fourth panelist is Dr. Suresh Mananda, CEO, Chief Scientist, YCAC. Oh, there's a mistake on the screen. If we could correct it, please do. It's Dr. Suresh Manandar, CEO, Chief Scientist, YCAC, and not Dr. Surendra Manandar. Organizing team, if you are around and if you could change it right away, it would be really, really appreciative. And the fifth panelist is Mr. Pranay Ratnastapit, Director, Samsung Nepal. म फेरि एकपटक सबैजनाको नाम लिन गइरहेको छु. Session Chair, Mr. Rabindra Prasad Dhakal, Secretary, NAST. Moderator, Engineer Vikas Gurung, President, Robotics Association of Nepal. In the panel, we have Mr. Mangesh Lal Shrestha, CEO, Frost Digital Ventures, and Mrs. Preeti Adhikari, founder, the Great Nepali Diaspora. Engineer Hirendra Man Pradhan Sir, President, Association of Engineering Colleges of Nepal. Dr. Suresh Mananda, CEO, Chief Scientist, YCAC. And Mr. Pranay Ratnastapit, Director, Samsung Nepal. And if we could please have the name corrected, we would be very, very appreciative about it. The organizing team, I'm pretty sure you're on it.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much, Jay, for wonderfully introducing all our panelists, session chair over here for the panel session, Accelerating Industry Innovation with AI. The whole conference is about AI conference, AI for Prosperous Nepal, Future of Work. So now we have stepped into industry innovation. And I'm glad to see this amazing panel with us with a diverse background. And I'm really glad to see the amazing audience over here as well. Definitely, there has been a time lag, so I can see the time lag on your face as well. But I guess we could be able to spark, everyone's face with the interesting conversation. So with the permission of our session chair, Dr. Rabindra Dhakal, we would like to start our panel session. So as our host rightly mentioned about the panelists, so we have Mr. Mangesh Lal Shrestha, who is the CEO of Frost Digital Ventures. So I would like to request everyone for giving him a huge round of applause for being here. Definitely, Preeti Adhikari ji, who is the founder of the Great Nepali Diaspora. Huge round of applause for her. Definitely to Dr. Suresh Mananda sir. Huge round of applause. I'm just trying to warm you up. And then Engineer Hirendra Man Pradhan sir, who is the chairman, president of Association of Engineering College of Nepal. And then Mr. Pranay Ratna Stapit, who is the director of Samsung Nepal. So without further ado, I would like to go directly into the accelerating industry innovation with AI session. I don't want to go on the background because we have heard a lot from the morning and we are already into the 6 p.m. So I would start with Mangesh Lal Shrestha, sir. Mangesh Lal Shrestha, please be with the mic. As you are running this Frost Digital Ventures, which is working with human plus artificial intelligence, you are working to reimagining the business with human plus autonomous assistance. So my question is, how challenging is it to have AI into the daily business processes, and how you are trying to make your process innovative?
Thank you, Bikash, and hello everyone. So one of the biggest transformation that we've seen in last 1 year is application of AI or even adoption of AI. So what we believe now is we are going through a huge revolution, and we call it intelligence revolution. So what does it mean is that we've gone through agricultural revolution, industrial revolution, and now into intelligence revolution, where our intelligence is getting augmented exponentially. Now the biggest challenge within the corporates, as we can see going forward, is the understanding of adoption of that particular intelligence revolution. So we believe a lot around how the human intelligence and the artificial intelligence can collaborate and augment the capabilities. But at the same time, the way the world looks at artificial intelligence is very traditional digital world. And I think that's the biggest challenge that the world is facing, especially in the corporate world, to adopt AI. Secondly, you know, I would say, you know, when we go into a AI first strategy, I think there's a big gap around understanding what is AI first strategy. When we talk about AI first strategy, like Mr. Bala just presented, it's about using the AI system first by human and then augmenting and going into it. It's not about developing the AI system. So there's a huge transformation in the entire ecosystem that comes into play. So, and secondly, you know, AI is not a black box. You cannot implement one and replicate multiple times. It's a very narrow system by itself as well. But at the same time, with the large language models that came in, like generative AI, we saw adoption like never before. It was exponential, right? In 2 months, there was over 100 million users using generative AI, ChatGPT, to be specific. And the adoption last year, when we look at the innovation, what happened in that particular industry, I think we didn't see that innovation in the last 50 years. In OpenAI itself, they had released about 5 different versions and products within 10 months, right? There are multiple LLMs that came in. There are multiple systems such as RAG and so on and so forth that came in 12 months. So I think 2023 was the biggest foundation and realization for the world. And we were just talking this morning, around 40,000 AI companies started globally when this came up immediately in 2023. And one of the, side talk that we have during our meetings is, in 2023, when we talk about digital systems, we say it's so 2022. So that's the kind of leap that is taken in 2023. So adopting that and implementing in an organization is a huge challenge. That's first thing. The second thing, the core foundation to AI is data. So last decade, I would say 2020, 2010 and beyond, the biggest challenge and the buzzword was big data. But we never understood the power or how to utilize that particular data. With that said, even in today's world, The biggest challenge is having a clean data, more recent data, more accurate data, right? So you can use LLMs to get general outcomes, but when you go narrow it down for specific use case or application as we call it, it becomes extremely difficult, very difficult to get into that. And that is what differentiates the exponential system vis-a-vis a general system that comes to it. The third part is when we look at that is talent. Talent still is exponentially scarce in the world for AI, especially around core AI as we call it. Well, if you look at, it was scarcity was about 70%, but with adoption in 2023, I don't have the latest data, but the demand has gone exponentially, at least 3 to 5 times more. Every company is looking for an AI resource to make sense out of it or something, right? So I think that demand is going to be exponential. The supply is going to be hugely decreasing as well. The gap is going to be huge, right? So that is another thing. And lastly, I was talking to a few companies back in US and with Microsoft as well. And we asked them, what is the biggest challenge? The biggest challenge in AI today is everyone is treating AI as a pilot project. That is the biggest problem, right? And everybody wants to ride the wave, but treat it as a pilot project. And why is that happening is because they are not being able to identify a use case or application of AI to solve a specific problem. So that's in the business world. I'm very focused on the business world as of now in the corporate. And that has been the biggest challenge, right? And AI requires, it's a journey, it requires a process, it requires, I wouldn't say patience, but continuous training and adoption as well. So once AI gets mature, your business process also needs to get transformed. So these are the few challenges that we see. And having said that, some of the companies have really, really well adopted understanding that in the beginning and putting human in the loop as well and implementing that for success. And when we do that, like Bala said, it can be 25 times or 5 times or 10 times more efficient or even giving that exponential augmentation. Yeah.
Thank you so much for wonderfully highlighting the challenges that exist for AI companies in integrating the innovation process. Mangesh sir is a Nepali diaspora himself as well. Like he lives in US. He traveled all the way from US for this conference actually. So it's great to hear his experience. Now I would like to get more specific examples of how Nepali diaspora are working on AI application successfully for corporates and business industries. As Preetiji, you are working with the Nepali diaspora and you have incredible experiences with people like Hira Dongaldai, working on Bank of America, Pukarji, Samirji, everyone who are making Nepali proud in a global scene. So please give us some examples.
Namaste. First of all, in the audience, who knows who Taylor Swift is? Can you raise your hand? Taylor Swift, vaneko tha cha bhane. Our next raise your hand if you know who Messi is. Lot more, right? So can you imagine that Taylor Swift concerts, which are sold out shows, एउटा ticket को $1,800 पर्छ. Messi को Miami मा I think tickets haru triple bhacha, right? So can you imagine that a technology built by a Nepali powers that? Isn't that incredible? So this example is a company called Wicked that does facial recognition for ticketing, for entrance, payments, amazing things. Wako technology also really lights up New York City Times Square, which is incredible. So that is one example of the diaspora. What I want to really share with everybody is, हामी नेपालमा हुँदाखेरि चाहिँ we hear, a few names in the media that are doing incredible work, right? That are really leading the conversation around AI. with the Nepali diaspora, not just in the US, but around the world, there are incredible entrepreneurs really disrupting AI matra haina ki, the landscape of things, and we hardly know their names. So for us, with the Great Nepali Diaspora, that's the reason this community exists, so that we can really bring visibility to our entrepreneurs, our lawyers, our doctors, people from all domains. So that's one example. Another one I want to share is a smaller company. They just went through our incubator program at the Great Nepali Diaspora, and it's a company called EcoWin. So really small. What they do is automate calls for small and medium businesses, right? Because usually if it's like a beauty parlor, a sano office, and so on, there's only one person maybe that's managing phones, and if that person misses it, they miss the business, right? What I want to highlight with that is sometimes with artificial intelligence, we really talk about big things, okay? Right? Which is really exciting. Drones, autonomous vehicles, and so on. But in a lot of different situations, AI is actually very unsexy. Okay? It's not really seen, it's really small, sano kura huncha, but it's also really exciting. So with the Great Nepali Diaspora, what we see is a lot of people that have domain expertise, right? That are not just scientists or computer engineers and so on. They could be doctors, lawyers, wealth managers. They're taking their experience of 10, 15 years of experience and now are building AI companies. So one is that, and two is a smaller subsegment is maybe somebody that recognizes a small pain point in their industry, whether it's somebody that works in a legal office and knows the pain point there, or in a doctor's office and so on, and are building companies around it.
Thank you so much for wonderfully highlighting Nepali diaspora work. As we saw in our keynote presentation, the digital workforce are coming, RPAs are also coming, and it needs a great skill sets to develop some kind of technology. So I would like to go to the Dr. Suresh Mananda. What are these key skills and definitely the mindsets necessary for, I can see like our crowd is 20 to 30% youths or individuals to thrive in future fueled by AI-driven innovation, as you have been leading this industry for decades now. So we would like to understand what are these key skills that we need to focus for our Nepali to grow more.
Yeah.
And also, I would like to request our keynote presenter to be also on the stage. I think we missed you. Please.
Yeah, great question. So since a lot of young people here, and if you're thinking, well, I'm not a machine learning engineer, I'm not an AI scientist, I'm going to get a better job, I'm going to fit in this new AI revolution, the great news is that establishing the AI ecosystem, establishing an AI industry requires all kinds of skills. So I'm going to highlight a bit later that actually, in some sense, having domain knowledge, knowing the problem that you need to solve, I think Preeti ji also highlighted, right? You can do AI on the small things. And actually, doing AI is not going to be that sexy from a certain point of view, okay? I'm going to come to that in a second. I would say that AI is the new Excel, right? Because, in the past, if you knew Excel, you were going to be hired as a data scientist, right? Now, you can use ChatGPT. A lot of AI systems have become easier for you to use, right? And the AI industry needs all kinds of skills. It needs business skills, entrepreneurial skills, you need strategists, right? So you're going to need all kinds of skills. So also the other point, very, very important point is that if you're going to deploy AI systems, managing and monitoring these AI systems is actually not really AI. It's more of a software engineering skill, right? And I would say that if you build an AI model, train it, and you get very good results, now you want to put into production, you still got 50% work left in terms of deploying and commercializing that product, right? So that requires a lot of software engineering skills, right? So if you look at the entire skill sets needed within the AI industry, you would find that actually the AI scientists and engineers are probably, only going to account for maybe 30%, right? So you're going to have other kinds of engineers, business analysts, et cetera, occupying the 70% of your AI industry, right? So now, if Nepal is going to embrace this AI future, then the question is, what is the kind of skills, what is the kind of manpower we should train, and what are the kinds of reforms we need to do, right? So that's an important question. And what I would say would be that if you think from an AI scientist perspective, and that is that we are going to build, as I think Parag said in his keynote earlier, that we are aspiring to become Nepal's first unicorn company, right? You need to be top of the game in each of these skills. So what that means is that we need to have highly skilled ML engineers. We need to have highly skilled AI scientists, and so on and so forth, right? So which means that our education systems needs to be reformed. So the key thing, I would say, lacking in our education system is that our education system is still based on rote learning, right? And if we focus on computer science education, I'm going to say that, the computer science education in Nepal at this point in time is not fit for purpose, right? So, so we really need to, reform that. And basically what I would say is that we need to introduce mathematical thinking, right? We need to have very strong coding skills. What I find based on my 4 years of time in Nepal is that our engineers do not have very strong mathematical skills. They do not have strong coding skills. So even before we go into AI, these are the prerequisites. So we need to invest in higher quality education. And I would say that, it's actually not necessary to spend 4 years of undergraduate education to become an AI engineer. We could do, the same kind of education, let's say in 2 years' time. So I think, I would say, we need to cultivate this from a critical, critical thinking at an early age. So we need to roll back to the schools and think about, what are the changes we need. So I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for wonderfully highlighting the key skill sets. It's about your growth mindsets, it's about your innovative mindsets, it's about being the top of the game. I would like to request the audience, please listen to our panelists because I'm hearing some noises. So please, for a while now, help us with your quiet environment. Then I would like to move on to our next panelist, Engineer Hirendraman Pradhan sir. You have been also on the top of the game, Kathmandu Engineering College. You have been leading it for 2 decades now. And definitely leading such a prestigious institutions and also now being the president of Association of Engineering College. I must say you must have realized there should be a lot of collaboration. So how can collaboration between different stakeholders, such as academics like you, businesses like Mangesh Dai, Venkatesh or Pranay sir, and then policymakers like Secretary Ma'am, Indu sir, definitely Ravindra sir, they can come together and play a role in accelerating industry innovation through AI. So you must have also faced different challenges. I think let's go to the collaboration.
Thank you, Vikas. Actually, my question was already answered by Dr. Suresh Manandar, most of it. Because first of all, we have to identify whether we need AI to apply in industry or not. First of all, the industry should come up with the ideas. Then, along with industry, then the government should come up also. They should go to government or they should come to the academician. How can we apply AI for betterment of the industries? Then together we can come up with something and do the research. Our part, as Dr. Suresh has said, we are very raw in these areas. We have to accept this. We need lots of input from international agencies who are expert in these cases. So what we can do is we can identify, if they identify the problem, then we can do research and find out what possible AI could be applied to solve the problem. For that, the government should also be positive and should help in the industries. But we don't see the industries are getting support from the government, nor they are coming to the institution to do better. So that's our problem. So I think after this conference and all, now people will start accepting that AI is only the alternative to improve the situation either in industries, business, or education, or whatever areas. So what I say that we should come together and do some research and point out the correct measure applying AI forward, then we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's definitely open-mindedness to have the collaboration. And definitely, since AI is being adopted, so I think there should be more opportunities to collaborate. Now I would like to go to Mr. Pranay Ratna, sir, being the director of Samsung Nepal and recently launching Galaxy AI. So definitely lots of consumer products you have been delivering on, helping countries like Nepal to have top-notch products. So what are your predictions for the future of consumer-based AI product as they are coming in? Definitely, we have seen a lot of these products coming in our earlier presentations. And what product do you think will lead the AI industry?
Okay, thank you. So, as the consumer landscape is evolving over the past few years, there are a lot of advancement anticipated in the several areas in the coming days. So, we have already seen, the revolution of AI chatbots, search, all these things. So AI is definitely going to, be there in all the consumer products, slowly and gradually. And if you talk about today, if you talk about my industry, consumer electronics, be it refrigerator, be it washing machine, be it smartphone, most of these are now already IoT and the AI enabled. Because end of the day, it is all about the value that we can provide to our end consumers. With this technology, what is it in for the consumer? How it going to improve the consumer's lives? That is the key thing. And leading brands like Samsung and other brands are already incorporating these technologies in the products. And as of now, maybe these products' contribution is a little small, but in the days to come, it is going to grow exponentially, not only in Nepal, but globally as well. But if I have to talk about one single product, then I guess it has to be smartphones.
Yes,
right? So we already discussed that in our last meeting, the launch event as well. Because end of the day, this is something which, gives consumers the opportunity to experience AI firsthand, to the billions of consumers worldwide. So the effect is so much bigger. And if you talk about specifically about our company, like Galaxy AI, we have introduced a lot of innovative features, be it talking about live translations, which we could never imagine before, live call translations, and the live translations, the interpreters without internet, right? Or if you talk about the circle to search kind of functions. So these all are, adding value to the consumers' lives and well appreciated by the consumers. So I think that's one product which is going to change and give a lot of different experience to the end consumers.
Thank you so much. Consumer products are really important because until and unless we experience AI, I think we are not going to believe the power. So I think Galaxy AI has, give us the chance to have that experience. Definitely, consumer products are there, but we have to also be innovative enough to develop our own AI solutions. And for countries like us, definitely we discuss about the different challenges, but still there has to be way. There has to be a way that even Nepal or even smaller businesses or startups should be able to come up with different products. So how can smaller businesses or startups or even companies like yours compete and innovate effectively in a landscape increasingly influenced by AI-powered giants like Samsung? So there should be a way. So Mangesh Dai, I would love to hear from you.
Sure, thanks, Bikash. So it's interesting, right? It's an ecosystem. And large companies like Microsoft, OpenAI, Samsung, we've seen historically as well the kind of investment that goes into developing a new innovative product that transforms the entire economic scenarios needs to be focused, right? For example, let's go back 20, 30 years when an operating system came out, from a mainframe to operating system. When we look at that, we didn't see hundreds of companies developing operating systems, but companies were building on top of it, right? So I think that's what is going to happen now also, right? So we see the Moore's law coming back. While it was plateauing on a traditional IT, in GPUs, the cost and the efficiency or the power of GPU has gone exponential. You can see even the stock price has gone exponential with NVIDIA. So first, that is a great scenario now, especially with last year's, again, coming back with LLMs and Gen AI that's come in. That platform has empowered companies which lacked skills at that exponential level for AI, and also resources to come and plug in and build on top of that, applications on top of that. And we are going to see more and more of that integration happening and innovation being built on top of it. So one of the biggest things that we see in last 12 to 15 months is innovation on applied AI, where AIs are really being used. For example, Samsung also, right? The Samsung AI is maybe built on top of those platforms, right? So even the AIs that we are using are built on top of those platforms. So if we were to talk about Gen AI even 2 years ago, NLG, natural language generation, was a very complex model that had to be built and required a huge resource to run on. Right. So, but now with this OpenAI and other large language model that's there, I think it has democratized innovation of AI itself. Exactly. So that's exactly how we should look at it, and that's why the 40,000 AI companies are now there in the world trying to do that innovation. So I think it is not a competition, but it's in fact an empowerment of that particular innovation. I think so.
Thank you so much. I think definitely AI giants are there, but smaller businesses can come at any time, because we never heard about OpenAI. But somehow OpenAI has changed the whole landscape. So it was small, right? Now it's big. So definitely we have such kind of opportunities. But with the AI coming up, and there is just so much of concern about job displacements and other potential downsides, definitely Nepal diaspora must have faced it. So what do you think, what are our Nepali diaspora, such kind of challenges they are facing in, and what advice do you have even for our Nepali innovators over here, and even to the diaspora to go on and build and adopt AI?
Thank you. So currently, 2024, can you imagine how much time it takes to create and schedule social media posts for a company for 1 month using AI? So this particular task, graphic design, they can, creating those posts, scheduling those posts, it would probably take a few hours, maybe a day for a social media person, right? Now with using ChatGPT and Midjourney and all of these tools, Canva, all of these tools, you can get social media posts for your business for a month in 30 minutes. It's incredible. I've done it myself, so I know that, right? What that means is the job of that social media person redundant now? Is that job going to be replaced, right? The way I look at it is AI is taking the boring, the manual, the redundant things away, and it's actually giving us this opportunity to really upskill ourselves, really do things that are creative, that are a little bit more strategic, right? So my advice to individuals or businesses is even if you're not technical, I think AI is it's already impacting all our lives, and it's going to increase, not decrease. So, really learning about what AI is, how it impacts our industry, how it impacts what we do is super important. I think it prepares you for the current as well as for the future. And apart from that, one thing I just want to quickly mention is, some of our speakers talked about, when ChatGPT just came out, Nepal was #2 in terms of searches and so on, right? Great, but not amazing. And let me explain why. What that means is just the volume of, your interactions means, that's just the starting point, right? What I want to encourage people also to do is look at the quality of your prompts, the quality of your interactions. That actually makes you more efficient, right? So, great that Nepal is #2 when ChatGPT came, and we're all excited. It shows the demand, it shows our excitement, but let's work together to get to that next level. How do we make sure that we're really using these tools that are available? How are we creating these tools so that we can take Nepal to the next level? And one quick thing I want to also include is whenever we have conversations about policy in Nepal and so on, we have different stakeholders, the government, different agencies, the private sector, and so on. My ask is that you also include the diaspora, right? The diaspora is a very important component because these are, even though we don't live in Nepal permanently, these are people that actually really love the country and want to contribute. So, let's find, all of us really talked about bringing people to the table, different stakeholders, and, creating policies, creating that ecosystem. My request to everybody that's here and listening is that, include the diaspora as well, right? Because the diaspora is not just investment, it's technical expertise, it's mentorship, and it's much more. And I think that's going to really help the ecosystem as well.
Thank you so much. We were able to include you here in the panel as well. So that's why our panel has become interesting. Definitely the job displacements and other potential downsides are there. But for countries like Nepal, we have to see the opportunities. And definitely when we have industry leaders like FNCCI, CNI, we need to identify the promising areas where we could have the emerging areas of AI application. And I think it's really important for leaders like you to show us the path. So what are some interesting and emerging areas of AI application that can be implemented in our industries? Thank you.
Yeah, very important question. So what I would say is the following, that I've been thinking about, what could be the short-term and the mid-term path for Nepal in AI. How can we engage different stakeholders, empower small businesses, empower the new generation in this journey? So one thing I was thinking is that, okay, Nepal has got cheap electricity, okay? So there's a lot of electricity. So why not we build data centers, right? Because GPU computing is needed, right? Although a lot of the computing is also moving to the edge, but still you need computing hardware and computing infrastructure. So I think in the first step, what I would suggest would be that we should collectively as a nation should invest in, I think somebody mentioned earlier about internet provisioning in some remote areas, right? So along with the internet, I think the data, hardware infrastructure could be provisioned. So we should make available cheap computing resources for everybody, right? So that is going to be a great enabler for our students, for our small businesses in the road to AI. So I would say, that would be the first step. Secondly, what I would say, and I think a lot of keynote speakers earlier also highlighted, there is a lot of open source solutions out there, right? So if you look at AWS, if you look at Azure, now you have open source alternatives to cloud computing, right? So now we can host these AI computing solutions in our cloud infrastructure. So, and then what is it we can do? What we see is that, AI architectures, especially like large language models, are becoming generic, right? So if you look at llama-derived large language models, there are many, right? They are exactly the same code, the same algorithm. The only differentiator between yours and mine, yours is performing at 70%, mine is performing as 80% average on the LLM leaderboard, is only the data set, right? So so if everybody here collectively or individually, we train our open source large language models on the data sets that are needed, right? That could be a good business model, right? So that could be one path, right? We also see integration of multiple modalities into large language models. And in the coming years, we're going to see large language models not just for language, but for speech, vision, biology, chemistry, legal LLMs, or even robotics LLMs are coming at this point in time. So at least one easy step would be for us to leverage all of these technologies, but customize it for our local needs, right? Yes. Which doesn't require a huge amount of AI knowledge, but requires good knowledge about data set preparation, data set generation. So this could make AI much more accessible for everybody, especially for developing countries like Nepal. So what that would imply is that we can own our own AI, we can own our own data, and we can build our own large language model. You can even build your own personal large language model, which you can delegate, deploy it on a smart Samsung Galaxy phone, perhaps, and it can do a lot of the work for you, right? So AI can definitely close the technology divide. And as these LLMs become more sophisticated, right, we can even get the AI to do the coding, right? Now we have the code at large language models and automate the work. And we can expect AI solutions to improve efficiency at every step of a fully digital company. And I think, as you said earlier, we can look at integrating AI into accounting systems, AI-assisted inventory management, AI-assisted HR, customer service, so you get the idea, right? So that doesn't mean that you need to have big AI systems. I think, as Preeti says, these could be small AI systems that could be there to improve the work efficiency at every step of the workflow. So I think these are some of the short-term paths we can follow to embrace the AI future. Thank you.
Yes, definitely catching up to you, like embracing AI. I think we need to, the first easiest way is to embracing the consumer products. So I would like to go to Pranay sir. What are your suggestions to the Nepal government to maximize the use of AI products and smart consumer technology? Because maybe there might be challenges for you to bring on those technology into the country and then get it to the public, right? So I think since we have secretaries over here, representative of governments over here, it's the right platform to share, and definitely it would be included in the resolution as well. So please.
What I feel is that, as I mentioned earlier, the adaptation of AI-enabled products, it's a natural process because it's where the world is moving towards, and sooner or later, all of us will be there, right? But then I think what is important is to build the ecosystem. It's not the device, running on its own, but then we have to build the ecosystem. And that's where I think the investment in terms of research and development, we had a lot of distinguished guests, the speakers speaking about that in another hall. So those kind of local level, the research and development funding has to come through. And secondly is the skill development. I think to get the economy prepared for the next wave of AI, the planning has to be there. And one of the example that I would like to quote over here, again, sorry to quote the Samsung because I only know Samsung as a company. So we had a partnership with Institute of Engineering, Pulcho campus, and we rolled out Samsung Innovation Campus, which is a global CSR project, and through which we are, the imparting training to the ICT students, young people, on the Internet of Things, AI, and various things, and mostly focus on the AI. So likewise, the government should look around and then get in the right partners who can train the youths to be prepared for the future, because it's a continuously evolving thing, right? Because the innovation is continuously moving, so we have to catch that wave. And in order to do so, if we can have the right partners, like big corporates coming in, sharing their knowledge, expertise, and in that process also make the people job ready, the youths job ready, because on the other side, one of the big macroeconomic problem is the youth migrating abroad, right? Because again, I'm linking to that. If we can do such kind of training, imparting the training, making them capable to have their productivity improve, then definitely that will overall improve the country's economy, I feel. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So it's about, skilling our youths, right? I would like to go to the same question because we have Hirendra sir, who is leading the whole Private Engineering Colleges Association. So how is ACON planning to skill the engineering and IT students through AI knowledge? And definitely, how Nepal government should be helping private engineering institutions to, definitely, as Pranay sir mentioned, help our youths to gain such kinds of skill sets. And I think it's also really important, businesses can also come. So the question is, how? Helena sir.
It's a good question. First of all, I'd like to thank the Minister of Education for bringing out the awareness of importance of AI, which we cannot leave if we want to develop our nation. And I'm very glad to be part of it. But all of us know that we need to apply AI, but we need trained, skilled manpower too. That's the most important thing. And as of now, I don't think we have enough manpower, even if we want to apply the AI in most of the fields. But what I'll suggest, I don't think I need to suggest the ministry, but they already know. But anyway, I would like to put up things like, why don't we change the policy of education? Let's rethink the policy of education. Because for the younger generation, we have to make them aware of the AI. We know AI, but I don't think most of our younger generation studying in schools know about AI and application of it. At least we must develop a curriculum and put it so that they can, they will be aware, they can find out some kind of awareness in themselves. And the school should teach them the initial stages, like skills, which require maybe data entering, or maybe make them aware of the data, because we don't expect them to solve it, I think, but make them aware that how AI, then where AI could be applied, how data is more important. So those kind of skills, if you give it to them, later on when they come up with the undergraduates in engineering areas or other areas, they would be able to work at the same time or learn also. These are the type of things the young generation are working for. So my main suggestion would be, let's change the curriculum of school and give them a good opportunity to understand and be aware of the AI. But another thing is we can apply now, it's coming up STEM, STEM in curriculum, so that we give science in technology and engineering and mathematics. As Dr. Suresh has said, we have lack of mathematics in undergraduate students. When I studied my engineering for 5 years, way back, we have 10 semesters of mathematics. That time I used to ask myself, why do I need lots of mathematics? Now the thing has changed, and for that matter, we need lots of maths, as the experienced scientist of AI has told, and I do agree with him. So we have to make aware so that they'll be interested in taking training. Otherwise, if they don't know what is AI and how it will be applicable, how can they use it, how can they learn, then how will they come up and study AI? Otherwise, this AI has been coming up from last 10 years, I think. And without AI, the country won't move. We all know, but the thing is, we just have now the conference to make aware and plus to make the policy level decision. For that, we are seeking the international experiences so that we can move in the right direction. Likewise, once we have the policy right in direction, then we can make aware of the students and we can adopt in the changing context by adopting in curriculum so that the younger generation will be more aware of it and they will join and they will learn about AI and then they will use it, and that's the only way I think that we can increase the manpower to solve the purpose. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the wonderful panel. Now I would like to take 2 questions. As I quote Bibhushan Dai again, no remarks please, only the questions. 2 questions because we have a really limited span of time. And I can see 2 hands raised, Timila ma'am and then Dr. Sethu. So 2 questions from the dignitaries over here. Please pass on the mic, volunteers. And then we will wrap up this panel session with our session chair's remark. Volunteers, please pass on the mic. No, the volunteers is coming. Ravid sir. Okay.
Okay. I'm going to speak on behalf of all the younger generation people here. The question is, we have Preeti Madam, the great Nepal diaspora, she can bring in lot of diasporas in Nepal. Am I right? Yes. So let's demand that, right? And then we have Dr. Suresh Manandar, who is also one of the diaspora, who came all the way from UK after teaching for 14 years in university. He has a lot of grievances here with the ministry. And I feel that a lot of grievances can be solved through the involvement of diasporas organized by Preeti Madam. So inclusion of diasporas will also bring in a lot of solutions with the bureaucrats of Nepal. Yes, whatever Dr. Hirenman talked about, the mathematics, I went through heavy mathematical, when I went through 5 years of engineering, like he went through, huge amount of, we're flooded with mathematics, complex mathematics. I used to be so scared. So the education reform, also then Diaspora can bring in experts in the academic area. I know a lot of diasporas in US, in Europe, who can contribute through Zoom. So I'm speaking all this on behalf of younger generation. So the AI and 40,000 new emerging companies, everything is coming up in a big exponential, this thing. So let's invite, I think, a lot of diasporas, include them in the scenario. The complexity of Dr. Suresh Manandar.
Please, your question.
Please, yeah, the question is the government going to recommend all these things strongly in terms of documentation and upload those documents in the internet so that we all will join hand to hammer the government. So is that going to happen is the question.
Thank you, ma'am. That's a really important question, and I think one of our key outcome is to make government, answer to these all questions. So I would like to go to the Dr. Sethu.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the panelists. And I have a question and a remark that I've sort of noticed. I'll try to play the devil's advocate here because sitting through all of the discussions today, I think it's very important that we need to distinguish between what is sort of AI, clever AI end users, clever AI sort of modification or modulation of existing work, as Suresh mentioned, in terms of the local context, and then AI innovators or AI core innovators. And I think those three things are completely different, which requires completely different set of resources and completely different set of policies. And I think often people tend to confuse these three things. And I think it's important that we distinguish these three things to make advances in either of these things. I think it's a noble goal to have ambitions in each of these three things, but it's dangerous to confuse these three things.
Thank you. So I would like to request any of our panelists to answer to Dr. Sethu's question. And then I think, Ravinder sir, you would like to answer to Timla ma'am's answer with your remarks, closing remarks.
Yeah, I think what Professor Sethu has said is very, very important. I don't think I made a good enough, in my statement to distinguish those points. But what I was trying to say is that, how do we bootstrap this process, right? So in the bootstrapping process, we can take the easy route first, which is just to, have train the same model with different data and build the ecosystem around it. But as I also said, it's also important that we train the next generation. We build the IITs like in India and Nepal. We have high quality mathematical thinking, coding skills in our computer science education so that we can, build the next generation of scientists. So all of these things are equally important. But, what is the path? And how do we hit the unicorn company in the next 4 to 5 years? It's a very important question.
Anybody want to add more to it? Mangestai, please.
Yeah, I think, that's a very powerful statement that Professor has made out here, and I've seen it in applied business, the success and the failure, right? And among the 40,000 that we've been talking about, a lot of them are plugins, as you know. And we saw a huge failure, and I've been part of it on evaluating some of that as well. The key element goes into 3 phases, like you correctly mentioned. One on the, we call it a functional experts, right? They're also functional engineers who come from a domain expert and know how to interact with AI and get a right outcome on prompt engineering or anything that comes into it. That is a very, very powerful input that is required in today's world. The second is, based on that, how do you connect to these large language pre-trained models and get that right outcome? And it has a lot of gaps, right? And we call the third layer, we call it our specialized AI. That's where the magic happens, we say, right? And we've seen the power when it happens on that manner. So we discovered that only in November last year, because things were changing too fast. And you're very, very right. If we don't work in a cohesive manner in these three areas, and they need to work in a collaborative way, not distinctly or exclusively in one by one. So that is something, it is very, very difficult. And we've seen, we ran multiple projects in parallel. And we were piloting, we didn't know what would succeed because things were changing so fast. And we saw that when we had a very strong understanding business team who was collaborating with our AI team and a digital team, they succeeded faster or better on getting a correct outcome or more precise outcome than and there was a team who would give an outcome very fast, but in a week's time we would know that it's very general and it was not usable outcome, right? So that is a very, very dangerous, thank you so much for highlighting that, but that's a very dangerous scenario where even falsification can happen on masked data that sees there. So it's very, very powerful. And the last part I would like to say is the small data. I think we look at large language models, we look at big data, but when we come into a small data and be very precise on filtering those data for outcome, I think that's very, very important as well, I think so, when we get to that. So those are the few things that we've seen in last 6 months on how things are evolving.
So I think with this note and question and answers from all our panelists, okay, short remarks, please. Right. Babu, please.
Okay, just to add, you started with the innovator, and then the person who's supposed to take the product into the market. Third one is the context. Context probably from our point of view is a pain point of the organization. Probably the companies like us, whatever the innovation happened from the academia or the startup or any individuals, that product innovation, we do the testing, whether we can resolve this pain point from the industry. Okay, all three, what you say, it's a broad spectrum. We have to make a proper demarcation, and we have to give you a proper connectivity. And what Mankesh mentioned, we started the first deployment of all the demo what you have seen, 2016 in Singapore. We are sitting after 8 years. I'm just telling my practical experience. We trained close to 50 people during that time. And even countries like Singapore, the development all from 2016 until now, we met close to 200 plus companies. And majority talking about POC. We have done close to 90, close to 100 POCs done. But how much conversion happened for the past 8 years is only less than 10 to 15%. Less than 10%, I would say. Everybody, because there is a two clash here. One is the planning, which is all taken by the C-level people like CEO, CFO, and all these. They are very much concerned about the cost, productivity, and optimization and everything. Planning is okay, they agree. Coming to the execution, there is a problem because it's involve all the next level segment of people. There is a gap. We got stuck on all the AI deployment for the 8 years because of this gap. I hope that now this 2024 is coming up nicely because a lot of people are not asking for POC. Straightforward, they themselves come up with the process gaps and they identify the knowledge got improved. Straightforward, they are coming and asking us, okay, what is the cost? What is my return of investment if I start doing the deployment? I can see the momentum already started. Yes. But we were waiting for almost 8 years. This is our real-time experience.
I think we should
Mangesh,
definitely
and,
learn from the
yeah,
real-time
thank you.
experience you had, and we should be prepared for the future. So with the closing remarks from Dr. Rabindra Dakal, we will be signing off from this panel session and we'll went to next closing session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vikas Gurung, for wonderful conductions of these panel discussions. And I'm very much delighted to be as a part of the chairing these sessions with the distinguished and successful panelists here. And I realized that artificial intelligence, all the people used to say and afraid that is a kind of the intelligence just overcoming to the human intelligence. So which is not the case that we have discussed with this forum. And another thing is artificial intelligence only need the computer. This is not the case. I think this is also being discussed with this forum because the technology, materials, life science, every knowledge and the data has to be generated, incorporated, and then analyzed, which is the major task of the artificial intelligence. That is what I understood, and then the panelist has rightly mentioned about in this forum. This is very wonderful deliberations, I guess. And another thing is the data we need, of course, but that data should be useful, recent, updated, and these kind of the data should have, contribute for the public consumptions or maybe the public use. This is also more important things that has to be discussed. And another acceptance by the academic sector that there are some glitches that has to be fixed, like the mathematical skill, computing skill, and another things that we have to rethink from the academic sector. I think the policy maker also maybe in the resolution or recommendations part has to be assigned that as the globe has been changing, then we have to change our curriculum, teaching strategy, and pedagogy and other things has to be changed accordingly. I think this is the need of the time, and I think academic institutions, along with the sitting with the industrial partner, we have nicely discussed about the future, accelerations of these industrial innovations that we need by our society, by our lifestyle, and by individual people. I think the panel discussions has been given some task that has been nicely delivered, and the wider and the wiser audiences has been taken as a takeaway message from these panel discussions. By saying so, what I can tell you that, as Timila madam has mentioned, that we have to carry out the aspirations of the young, that they want to have some sort of the changes in this country itself. And then we are trying, maybe Pramila madam is also here as a secretary of the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, and I as a secretary of Nepal Academy of Science and Technology can collectively work together to contribute to transform this educational reform, or maybe making the ecosystem for the research, conductions, and maybe improvement, whatever we need. And in that sector, I think the infrastructure, investment in the infrastructure is very necessary. And then human resource capture by the industry is also very prominent and very useful, because I think that is the reason behind why major youth doesn't stay here in this country, because we don't have the industry for the consumption. So I think the industrial support, even from the diaspora, that the greater diaspora, maybe success diaspora, should come back to Nepal in some way, this way or that way. Even I can consider, I was also a diaspora in some time before, but now I am working as a home ecosystem here in National Academy. So in that case, I think some success stories, some inspirations could be taken into the country, so that we can inspire the youth to stay here in the country, to serve the society, and without having some negative connotation that this country can't give anything. No, we can create that opportunities, because we youth has the mind, and the intelligence, human intelligence, living intelligence is also equally important as the artificial intelligence. So I think by saying so, I would like to thank every panelist present here, and the moderator who conducted the panel is a very nice way, and taking my major role by himself. So thank you very much for everyone. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Sorry if I took your seat.
No, it's fine. I'm here.
We're on to the closing sessions now, and for the special remark, I'd like to call upon Mr. Oliver Tian, Vice President, Global Robotics Cluster 10 REN. You want to speak? I'll speak to you.
Well, good evening to all of you. It's certainly a pleasure here to be invited to talk to all of you. I spent a whole day listening. I took down a lot of notes. I'm very, very impressed of what has happened today. The amount of insights and discussion is very intensive, and one word that can describe what has happened today, very powerful intellectual exchange of ideas. I hope Nepal can take this as a platform to move forward and be able to bring it to the next level. I wanted to start off by sharing with you a couple of research I did before I came, and I looked at some of the internet and reports, and I discovered that, hey, there's actually a number of discussion already on your media on why you should go into AI. Right, this is one, right? We need to unlock Nepal's potential on AI. So there are writers, journalists that are saying that's the way to go. This is another, right, by the Nepal Economic Forum, and you can read the text that took place. Right, this was written last year in August on why and how we should move forward. So the feeling is that the momentum is there, and this is the right time to move it forward. Right, 3rd March 2024, starting point of a new move forward. Now, why are we saying all this, right? And here clearly another example by a write-up that took place 4 years ago. Already, you were already thinking about such things. So what is important for you is you got to get going. And we need to get smart going. So a lot of discussions that you're having here is great. I think a lot of direction points us to looking at how we can get smart going. Now, to do so, you must understand that the times are not waiting for you. I know we all talk about Industry 4.0 in a few discussions, but let me suggest to you that Industry 5.0 is already here. In January this year, I participated in a Singapore forum that looked at how AI can be deployed in Industry 5.0. In Singapore, we are already exploring the adoption of AI in the whole manufacturing process. And when we talk about manufacturing, we don't only talk about production, from R&D all the way to the retail and customer service, the whole manufacturing smile. It was a very interesting discussion in January when we had this dialogue, because we realized that we cannot do away with AI. Now, why is that the case? For some of you who remember, I was here last January, and I made a presentation. This was what I showed. I left Nepal with this message. AI will not replace us humans, but those who know AI will. So it is so important that we all master and understand what AI is. The question is, what really is AI? And we have lots of discussion. I'd like to divide the appreciation of AI into 3 categories. AI aware, that means you know what it is it good enough? AI competent, yes, you can get a hands-on, you can do the work. Now the 3rd level is probably most important. AI fluent. I chose the word fluent. Language, we master languages. We can write good essays, but are you fluent enough to know how to use language in the most effective way to convey your message? So the question for you, and for Nepal, the next generation, how can you build yourself to be fluent in AI so that you can leverage the best out of AI to support your future work? Why is that the case? Because times have changed, right? It's so important for us that we don't just do process work, digital workforce, we talk about it. We talk about how technology can actually help you process very mundane work. It is important we humans are now able to take the next step, to understand why it happened, to also suggest how can you solve the problem. The how, the next step how, is probably most important. Let me suggest that we need to look at education from a very different perspective. I hear a lot of requests, a lot of call for education to move forward. I think learning must be fun. Fun not in terms of hanging in yourself to enjoy what you're doing, but fun as in it must be flexible. Learning must be flexible. It must allow you to learn whatever you need to learn, how to satisfy your curiosity. Secondly, it must be unlimited. If I'm curious, don't stop me from learning. If a student asks a question, teachers should not say, no, that's outside the syllabus. And thirdly, learning must be never ending. We all know lifelong learning. In fact, if we all have read the book from Alvin Toffler, Future Shock, he says that the illiterate of the 21st century is not those who cannot read and write. It is those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. The relearn is so important because with technology moving so fast, we must be prepared to say what's old, put it aside. Let's learn the new things. Because within our generation, we will see that happen. And I made this presentation to Applied Human Factors and Economics Conference in San Francisco last year. I talk about just-in-case learning and just-in-time learning. A lot of things that we go to school is just-in-case learning. You learn just in case you need to apply the knowledge. But it is time we start to explore how we can provide just-in-time learning. Learning that you need to apply to your work, learning that you need as the technology changes. And this is an equilibrium that the ministry needs to look at. What is just in case? The foundation piece that you need to build in your next generation. And what is just in time? Because this is where you need to make sure that the learners can learn how to learn, pick up new knowledge, apply them accordingly. That is the difference between what I call memory retention and memory association. Today, most of the time, we train our generation, our young talents to remember, and then reproduce inside the examination. We need them to understand those knowledge and associate it to practical examples, to know how you can apply. The contextual alignment is a very important skill. You don't learn for the sake of learning. You learn because you know how you can apply it. If I take COVID, for example, many of us did the whole chromatography in chemistry. What do you use it for? In COVID, we applied it. The test was chromatography, right? So let's make sure that our next generation learns something and know where it can be applied on. The how becomes so very important. I also proposed this model to the conference. I learn, you learn, we learn. Let's think about that model. I learn because I absorb a lot of content. We all know that if you know enough content and you can teach the next person, you learn. I know much better. I fully appreciate the content, and that's why I can translate that across to the next person. That's you learn. We learn means we come together, we learn together. You know A, I know B, we get A, B+. And that's where the team becomes more powerful and you can innovate and create new ideas. I love this quote from the chess player. When I was in high school, I played a lot of chess. I love it. Of course, he has retired. But he says that we do not need new technology because it will continue to evolve. But we need better humans. Better humans who can appreciate technology and know how to leverage technology in order to augment our capability and, more importantly, extend our potential. I use the formula 0 to 1. That means we have an ideal state of our competency. How can education and competence help? How can technology and education help us to get to an ideal state? 0 to 1. You could be 0.5, 0.6 today. Can you get to 1? And after you get to 1, let's talk about 1+. What can you do beyond the current state of expectation? education, and technology must be able to augment us to do more than what we expect. Give us that surprise. And AI is able to achieve that. I'm going to end off with this particular slide. This slide that says that if we think we know AI, let's think again. Maybe we don't. And more importantly, I'll leave you with this last final advice. Let us work together, Nepal and the international community, to leverage technology, particularly AI technology, to narrow or reduce the digital gap. And we can do it together. I represent the Global Robot Cluster, a network of 25 countries around the world. I'm also involved with the International Alliance of Robotics Association. Both organizations look at AI and robotics. We have the window into many, many operations. And let's share those experiences. Let's work together, and we can lift Nepal, your competency, the level of what you want to achieve for the next generation to be more successful. With that, thank you very much. I enjoyed today.
Now I'd like to have Mr. Johnny Kim, Executive Director, Korean Association of Robotics, and he'll be joining us virtually.
Dear esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Korea Association of Robot Industry, I extend my warmest congratulations to the organizers and participants of the conference on artificial intelligence for Prosperous Nepal with the theme of Future of Work. I would like to express my sincere respect to the Minister of Education, Science and Technology of Nepal, Nepal Academy of Science and Technology, Robotics Association of Nepal, and the Asia Foundation, First Digital Ventures, and the Association of Engineering Colleges of Nepal for their collaborative efforts in hosting this wonderful event. As we gather to explore the potentials of artificial intelligence and its implications for the future of work, it is our collective responsibility to harness the power of innovation to create opportunities and drive sustainable development. I'm confident that this conference will serve as a platform for fruitful exchanges, inspiring ideas, and meaningful partnerships that will contribute to the prosperity of Nepal and beyond, and the future cooperation with South Korea. I express my sincere gratitude to the organizers once again, and I wish this event paved the way for continued collaboration, knowledge sharing, and progress in the field of artificial intelligence and robotics. Thank you very much.
Joining us virtually now is Mr. Liang Liang, Deputy General Manager, Chinese Institute of Electronics.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, good morning. I would like to begin the speech by expressing my sincere gratitude to the President of the Robotics Association of Nepal, Mr. Prakash Gurung, for inviting me to join this conference online. On behalf of the Chinese Institute of Electronics, I would like to extend my warmest welcome and heartfelt greetings to all the attendees. Now I will speak in Chinese. 人工智能是引领新一轮科技革命和产业变革的重要驱动力。经过60多年的演进，特别是在移动互联网、大数据、超级计算、传感网、脑科学等新理论、新技术以及经济社会发展强烈需求的共同驱动下，呈现出深度学习、跨界融合、人机协同、群智开放、自主操控等新特征，正深刻改变着人们的生产、生活、学习方式，持续对经济发展、社会治理、
国际格局产生重大而深远的影响。中尼两国是山水相连的友好联邦，两国关系保持良好的发展势头，各领域互利合作不断深化。尼泊尔高度重视人工智能的发展，发布了2019科学技术和创新政策、2019数字尼泊尔框架，将机器人和人工智能技术作为主要任务。近年来，中国智能产业规模不断提升，大模型、脑机接口等新技术不断突破，云算、智算、超算等协同发展，算力总规模居全球第2，并保持了30%左右的年增长率。可以说，中尼在人工智能领域开展合作具有深厚基础和广阔前景。我们愿意一道，共谋未来发展，共享创新红利。今天，我也向各位分享几点个人看法。一是人工智能为人类社会的赋能程度是前所未有的。我们正在进入一个由人工智能深度参与和塑造的新时代。人工智能不仅改变了我们生产和使用物品的方式，更改变了我们思考和解决问题的方式。我们要拥抱这些变化，并做好应对随之而来的风险挑战的准备。这是科技文明高速发展下的全球课题，唯有合作方能共赢。二是人工智能应用的普及将极大提升人民数字素养。人工智能应用为人们提供了个性化的数字生活体验，数字素养将逐渐成为人们必备的基本能力。因此，我们更需要联合各方力量，加强人工智能技术的应用普及，助力每个人都能够享受人工智能带来的便利和机遇。三是人工智能的发展要坚持以人为本。目前来看，阿西莫夫定律是有道理的。人工智能技术的研发和应用需要深入了解人们的需求和感受、隐私和安全、就业和社会，以及认知和价值观等。只有在充分考虑到人的基础上，才能确保人工智能技术的健康发展，为人类带来真正的福祉。女士们、先生们、朋友们，当前人工智能技术方兴未艾，未来的道路曲折又精彩。我们愿与尼泊尔共同推进人工智能技术创新发展，深入技术研发、伦理治理、人才培养等领域的国际合作交流，促进人工智能技术造福于人类，推动构建人类命运共同体。2024年是在中国举办的世界机器人大会的第10年，全球机器人领域相关组织机构、专家学者、企业等齐聚一堂，共谱机器人与人工智能发展新章。在此向各位嘉宾发出邀请，欢迎大家今年8月相聚北京参加盛会。I wish AI Conference for Prosperous Nepal a complete success. Thank you. Tony Bad.
Now I'd like to call upon Ms. Pravina Thapa, who is the Executive Member of IPAN, Executive Member of HISAN, and Academic Director, Premier International IB Continuum School, Nepal's only IB Continuum School.
Good evening and namaste, ladies and gentlemen. At this point in the conference, I think it is needless for me to talk any further about what is AI and the pervasive role that AI has played in our life and across industries. What I'd rather like to do is switch gears a little bit and share with you all the opportunities and challenges that we face as educators as we work towards providing relevant and future-ready education for our students. We're living through a period of accelerated, exponential change, especially owing to AI's evolution. And given the way that we currently teach our students, we are not ready to adapt to this change. The World Economic Forum's Future of Job reports suggest that around 50% of all work tasks could be automated by 2025. Another report by the McKinsey Global Institute estimates that automation could potentially affect between 400 million to 800 million jobs globally by 2030. This does not mean that all jobs will be completely obsolete. Many of the jobs may evolve or change significantly due to automation and technological advancements. Jobs that are done repeatedly and have predictability or are data-based will be replaced by AI. But AI would also create new job opportunities. It is estimated that 97 million new jobs will be created in industries such as AI, green energy, and data analysis. So what does it take for the students of today to survive? Not only survive, but thrive in a world where jobs are becoming obsolete and new jobs are being created at a pace never seen before. The World Economic Forum's Future of Jobs Report 2020 lists the top 15 skills for 2025. Let me list out the top 7 for you, starting with the most important. Number 1, analytical thinking and innovation. 2, active listening and learning strategies. 3, complex problem solving. 4, critical thinking and analysis. 5, creativity, originality, and initiative. 6, leadership and social influence. 7, use of technology, monitoring, and control. Let's stop and think about the discrepancy between the findings presented by this list and the skills we teach and value the most in our schools today. For the vast majority of us, education is focused around performing well in examinations. As I speak right now, thousands of students are studying day and night to do well in the upcoming board-administered examinations, BLE, SEE, and NEB, which are just around the corner. And these students in the 8th, 10th, and 12th grade across the nation are focused on just one thing, that is memorizing volumes of information to regurgitate them in these board examinations. It is a sad reality that no matter how much schools try to reinvent the pedagogical practices and assessment systems in schools, mandatory examinations such as the BLE, SEE, and NEB, and the significance these examinations hold, play a substantial role in what and how the schools teach. Just think for a minute, what does a written examination focus on, and what is imperative to do well in these examinations? Primarily, memorization of facts. And I think it has been established by now that we are not going to win against the machines when it comes to memorization. Then why are we placing so much value on memorization? Instead, why don't we focus on things that can't be done by machines? Why don't we focus on things that make us uniquely human? A machine cannot look at a completely new situation and say, let me try and take a risk here and see if the solution works. Only humans have the capability to look at a completely new problem and take creative risks to solve the problem. Hence, schools need to develop the capacity and the will to design such learning experiences where students do not learn subject-specific knowledge in isolation, but in real-life contexts where they can tap into the unique human instincts and intelligence around analyzing and taking the risk of thinking up creative solutions to complex problems. While schools might be trying to redesign educational experiences that help students tap into the skills that make us human, it is not enough to do this as a part of a project that is done once in a while. Design thinking is not a project. STEAM education, or STEM education as some might call it, is not a project. It has to be almost a fundamental way we approach life around us. It has to be a part of our school culture and academic and intellectual practice. Hence, the education system has to change from a model that focuses on course completion and memorization of facts. Instead, we need to adopt a model that values the process of learning, a model that values deep learning, thinking, and creative problem solving instead of wide and shallow coverage of set course content. Finally, I want to bring to your kind attention that AI should not be treated just as a tool to help us do our work more efficiently and as an additional subject to teach. We need to realize that we are on the verge of the beginning of a new era, which means that our values, our culture, are going to get shaped by AI. Hence, it is also responsibility of educators and policymakers to think of values, culture, language, behavior, even issues like crime, which are all going to evolve in the AI era. We have to rethink education if we are to help our children lead a successful and wholesome life in the AI era. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Now I'd like to call upon Mr. Rodrigo Balbontin, Associate Director, Digital Technology, Policy and Innovation, the Asia Foundation, San Francisco.
Hello, everyone. Well, it's Sunday and late, so I'm going to try to be brief. I just want to give my opinion on what are the barriers to overcome for promoting a human-centered AI in a country with the context of Nepal. So I want to propose 5 points to take into consideration. First, it's not possible to harness all the benefits of the digital economy, even less from AI, if internet is limited. The unequal distribution of digital infrastructure, particularly internet connectivity, will impact productivity. Moreover, the AI tools that could close the service gap will be implemented in a suboptimal way, precisely because the least connected, often rural or poorer, won't be able to capture those benefits. Second, accessing compute power is increasingly challenging. Compute cost is a divider between large-scale incumbents and other actors. This happens both at the firm and the country level. This is a cross-cutting problem in many low-income and middle-income countries in Asia, and many entities struggle to secure stable computing power given its cost. This is an unresolved issue in emerging Asia. Different countries are testing different approaches. There is no single bullet for this. So we encourage Nepal to begin this discussion. Third, there is room for policy intervention to facilitate access to high-quality data. Nepal and many countries in the region have to balance the trade-off between recent trends of data localization, laws and regulation, and having access to high-quality data. The policy discussion must be aware that in places where personal data cannot leave the country, the outcomes rely on domestic capabilities and infrastructure. Fourth, basic digital literacy is increasingly important. The first step to spreading the benefits of the potential of AI among the population is to provide basic digital capabilities, such as basic internet skills for e-commerce. This is socially inclusive and economically efficient, increasing productivity and expanding online safety capabilities. And fifth, Nepal needs to reinforce its connection with the rest of the world. Despite any effort putting best practices in place, not even the largest economies in the world are capable of developing frontier AI technology solely with internal capabilities. For Nepal, this is a more significant challenge. Countries in the region are making significant effort to reduce transaction costs and cross-border frictions to unlock the benefits of the digital economy through digital trade agreements, e-commerce charter of free trade agreements, and similar initiatives. I will list some examples of this. There is the Digital Economy Partnership Agreement, or DEPA, between Singapore, New Zealand, and Chile, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, where India is part of, among other 13 economies. The ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement, or DEFA, among ASEAN member states, for example. Nepal should begin this discussion and join the rest of the region. Finally, social dynamics are also relevant. Nepal has the challenge of assessing if the migrant community will be affected and how by AI. There is no evidence about in which direction AI might impact low-skilled labor in migrant-receiving countries. But this is a particular pressing issue since remittances represent more than 20% of Nepal's GDP. A massive return of migrants due to job displacement will affect twofold: by lowering the national income and by expanding the demand for public services. So we are all at the end of the conference that leave us with a lot of work to do, but with optimism. At the Asia Foundation, we are very honored and happy to be part of this journey. Thank you.
Now for the resolutions and recommendations, I'd like to invite Mr. Indu Bikram Joshi sir, who is the Joint Secretary and representing Ministry of Education, Science and Technology.
मैले सम्बोधनलाई यथावत राखेँ। अहिले जुन अन्तिम सेसनमा, क्लोजिङ सेसनमा जुन किसिमको उत्साहप्रद उपस्थितिले हामीलाई यो कार्यक्रम सफल भएको महसुस भएको छ र अहिले हामीले यो एउटा अब्लिगेसन हो, हाम्रो सम्माननीयज्यूले यो सङ्कल्प प्रस्तावलाई पेश गर्नलाई भन्नुभए अनुसार हामीले यो तयार गरेका छौँ र तयार गर्ने क्रममा मन्त्रालय भयो, अनि सोसाइटी अफ इलेक्ट्रोनिक एन्ड कम्युनिकेसन इन्जिनियर्स अफ नेपालको भयो, अनि ऱ्यानका साथीहरू र हाम्रो मन्त्रालय टिममा मनिषाजी, सन्तोषजी, पिताम्बरजी र म लगायत मिलेर बनाएका हौँ। र यसमा यहाँहरूलाई ठिक लाग्यो भने इन्डोर्स गरिदिनु होला र यसमा चेन्ज गर्नुपर्ने एकदमै अत्यावश्यक छ भने भन्नु होला। र यो केही दिनपछि हामी प्राइम मिनिस्टर अफिसमा सबमिसन गर्नुभन्दा अगाडि पनि केही साह्रै इम्पोर्टेन्ट कुरा केही छ भने भन्नु होला, म पढ्छु र यदि तपाईँहरूलाई यसमा ठिक लाग्छ भने थपडी बजाएर इन्डोर्स गरिदिनु होला। कृत्रिम बौद्धिकताको सङ्कल्प मिति 2080 फागुन 20 गते, तदनुसार सन् 2024 मार्च 3 का दिन समृद्ध तथा सुशासनको लागि कृत्रिम बौद्धिकता सम्बन्धी विषयमा काठमाडौँमा सम्पन्न भएको सम्मेलनमा भएका विभिन्न सत्र, सम्बोधन तथा छलफलबाट आज हामी यो सङ्कल्प प्रस्ताव पारित गर्दछौँ। नेपाल सरकार शिक्षा, विज्ञान तथा प्रविधि मन्त्रालयबाट तर्जुमा भइरहेको कृत्रिम बौद्धिकता सम्बन्धी नीतिलाई प्राथमिकताका साथ सम्पन्न गर्ने, कृत्रिम बौद्धिकता सम्बन्धी नीतिको तर्जुमा तथा कार्यान्वयनलाई प्रभावकारी तथा नतिजामुखी बनाउन सार्वजनिक, सरकारी, गैर सरकारी तथा निजी क्षेत्र बीच समन्वय तथा सहकार्य गर्ने र कृत्रिम बौद्धिकताको प्रवर्धन, विकास, उपयोग तथा परिचालनको लागि निरन्तर प्रयत्न गर्ने। सार्वजनिक निकायबाट कृत्रिम बौद्धिकता सम्बद्ध सम्भावनाका क्षेत्रहरू पहिचान गर्ने कार्यक्रमका लागि आगामी आर्थिक वर्षबाटै बजेट विनियोजन गर्ने र सुरुवातका लागि नमुना कार्यक्रम वा सम्भाव्यता अध्ययन गर्ने। कृत्रिम बौद्धिकताको प्रयोग मार्फत उत्पादकत्व वृद्धिको लागि प्राथमिकताका क्षेत्र पहिचान गर्ने र यसको लागि डिजिटल नेपाल फ्रेमवर्कमा पहिचान भएका विषयलाई समेत आधार बनाउने। कृत्रिम बौद्धिकता सम्बद्ध अध्ययन अनुसन्धान तथा अन्वेषण गर्ने संस्थाको विकासका लागि प्रोत्साहन र सहजीकरण गर्ने। नेपाल सरकारबाट उपयुक्त कोष सहित सहलगानीको खाका निर्माण गर्ने। 6. सार्वजनिक सेवा प्रवाहलाई थप प्रभावकारी बनाउँदै नागरिक सन्तुष्टि प्राप्त गर्न कृत्रिम बौद्धिकता सम्बन्धी पूर्वाधार विकासमा प्राथमिकता साथ लगानी गर्ने तथा यसलाई विकास प्रशासनको मियोको रूपमा विकास गर्ने। 7. कृत्रिम बौद्धिकता तथा स्टार्टअपको पारिस्थितिकीय प्रणाली निर्माण गरी स्वदेशमै सिपयुक्त सृजनशील तथा व्यावसायिक मानव पुँजी विकास गर्ने र यसका लागि विश्वविद्यालयलाई उद्योगसँग जोड्ने नीतिगत व्यवस्था गर्ने। 8. सबै तहको शिक्षण सिकाइमा कृत्रिम बौद्धिकताको नैतिक उपयोगलाई प्रवर्धन गर्दै यसको नकारात्मक जोखिमबाट संरक्षण गर्न चेतनामूलक अभियान सञ्चालन गर्ने। डिजिटल साक्षरताका माध्यमबाट गलत सूचना सम्प्रेषण तथा प्रभावलाई रोक्न कार्यक्रम सञ्चालन गर्ने र तथ्य जाँच सहित सम्बन्धित संस्था फ्याक्ट चेकर्सलाई सबलीकरण गर्ने। नेपाल विज्ञान तथा प्रविधि प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठान, नेपाल कृषि अनुसन्धान परिषद, विश्वविद्यालय, सरकारी तथा निजी क्षेत्रका अनुसन्धान गर्ने संस्था वा निकायबाट कृत्रिम बौद्धिकता विषयमा अनुसन्धान र विकास कार्यलाई प्राथमिकता प्रदान गर्ने। निर्यात क्षमता वृद्धि गर्न कृत्रिम बौद्धिकताका सम्बद्ध निजी क्षेत्रको क्षमता अभिवृद्धि गर्दै प्रमुख निर्यात क्षेत्रको रूपमा कृत्रिम बौद्धिकता प्रविधि क्षेत्रलाई विकास गर्ने। निजी तथा प्राज्ञिक क्षेत्रलाई अनुसन्धान तथा विकासमा प्रोत्साहन गर्न कम्प्युटेसनल इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर निर्माणमा लगानी बढाउने। 12. सेवा प्रदायकका सेवामा स्वच्छ प्रतिस्पर्धाको वातावरण कायम गरी कृत्रिम बौद्धिकताको उपयोग गर्न प्रोत्साहन गर्ने। 13 नम्बर, प्रविधिका क्षेत्रमा वैदेशिक लगानी भित्राउन यससँग सम्बन्धित कानुन निर्माण तथा सुधारको लागि आवश्यक पहल गर्ने। 14 नम्बर, कृत्रिम बौद्धिकताका क्षेत्रमा विकास साझेदार हुँदै आएका सहकार्यलाई विज्ञान कूटनीति मार्फत थप अभिवृद्धि गर्ने। कृत्रिम बौद्धिकताका सम्बन्धित क्षेत्रमा आबद्ध विज्ञको तथा सरोकारवालाको सञ्जाल निर्माण गर्ने। र 15 नम्बरमा समृद्ध तथा सुशासनका लागि कृत्रिम बौद्धिकता सम्बन्धी सम्मेलनलाई सफलतापूर्वक सम्पन्न गर्न प्रमुख अतिथिको रूपमा उपस्थित भई सम्बोधन गर्नुभएकोमा सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्री श्री पुष्पकमल दाहाल प्रचण्डज्यूप्रति कृतज्ञता सहित धन्यवाद ज्ञापन गर्ने। यसका साथै यस सम्मेलनमा अध्यक्षता गर्ने माननीय शिक्षा विज्ञान तथा प्रविधि मन्त्री एवं यसमा सहभागी प्रस्तोता, वक्ता, मोडरेटर, पत्रकार तथा आर्थिक र प्राविधिक सहयोग गर्ने सबै व्यक्ति तथा निकायलाई धन्यवाद प्रदान गर्ने। धन्यवाद। भन्नुहोस् न। त्यो एउटा ठिक छ। अरू केही छ? ल यस्तो पोइन्टहरू हजुरले दिनुभयो भने एकदम हस् 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 त्यो पनि हजुरले लिखित रूपमा दिनुभयो भने वी एप्रिसिएट। भोलिसम्ममा दिनुभयो भने वी एप्रिसिएट द्याट। थ्याङ्क यू भेरी मच।
Now I'd like to call upon Mr. Indu Bikram Joshi, Joint Secretary. No, sorry, my bad. Now I'd like to call upon Dr. Rabindra Dhakal, sir, who is the Secretary of Nepal Academy of Science and Technology.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, and good evening, the chairman of this concluding sessions, chief guest, and highly delegates present from the national and the domestic, national and abroad. And I think this is very high time to thank you everyone. My task given to me is to thank everyone. This is very concluding word, but I have to refer individual ones because this conference has been concluded with very strong determinations from the maybe from last years. And I still remember that the Nepal Academy of Science and Technology hosted first National Innovation Conference at Nepal Academy of Science and Technology as its premises. And as a part of it, that we believe that this artificial intelligence is another step to step into the development of the this innovation sector. So in this occasion, I would like to thank Right Honorable Prime Minister to present here to give his enough time to address the gatherings. And at the same time, I have also I also thank Honorable Minister for Education, Science and Technology and the State Minister of Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, Secretary and other delegates present here in the inaugural sessions. At the same time, I would also like to thank everyone who supported this conference as a grand success. I believe that this is the grand success to come up to this point and up to the making the high, performing resolutions that are already Mr. Indu Bikram Joshi has shared that this can be assumed that some conference has given some sort of the deliberations that we may execute by tomorrow onwards. So I'm very sorry to say that when I visit Karnali, the people are thinking that Kathmandu is calling with artificial intelligence. And seeing from the Kathmandu, we believe that the Karnali is calling from the internet and other things. This is the harsh reality that the country is facing, and we have to feel this digital divide between the urban and the rural setup, that we have to realize one thing. And another important thing is artificial intelligence may fill up the gap very much easily with this another level of knowledge that every individual living even in the Karnali can better contribute to fill up the gap, so that the artificial intelligence not only recognize the internet facilities, but the natural intelligence, human intelligence living in the Karnali and far western region and the far eastern region that could better contribute to give the some sort of the knowledge, informations, and then technology to develop together with the artificial intelligence embedment. So in that connections, I would like to thank everyone who supported to organize this conference. Like I have to give the name the parties that the government, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, and of course the Nepal Academy of Science and Technology, whom I am representing from it, and the Robotic Associations of Nepal, the Asia Foundations, the Frost Digital Ventures Associations of Engineering College of Nepal, and in associations with the UNDP, FNCCI, Fuse Machines, and the Premium International Schools, who have come together to materialize this conference as a grand success. And I do believe that this conference is the beginning, it's not the end. and we have to continue this sort of the conference organized in regular basis, maybe in the annual or maybe in the, at least in the 2 years basis. So in that connections, I would like to thank everyone who present here up to this point, because I think you have started your day by 9 o'clock and up to now is around 7 o'clock. We are still here as a more energetic audiences. So I think I would like to I should thank everyone present here as an audience who is representing different organizations, universities, and institutions who come all the way from the US or maybe the other part of the globes to the Nepal, and also from the different part of the country to make the conference as a grand success. So I would like to thank in conclusions that this is a grand success, and I also like to thank Ministry of Education, Science and Technology taking a lead to organize this sort of the artificial conference on the artificial intelligence, which is very much catchy topics and in timely organized conference. And by saying so, from the Nepal Academy of Science and Technology, I would like to thank everyone present here. Thank you.
Now for the closure of the closing remarks session, I'd like to invite the chair of the closing session, Engineer Ganesh Shah, sir, who is the former Minister of Ministry of Education, Science and Technology.
सबैजनालाई अब सन्ध्याकालीन नमस्कार है। भोक कसलाई लागेको छ, घर जान आधार कसलाई छ, सबैलाई छ भनेपछि भाषण सुन्नलाई कसैलाई समय छैन। त्यसैले लामो भाषण नसुन्ने है, 3 to 5 मिनट्सको भाषण सुन्ने क्लोजिङ। सर्वप्रथम के छ भने हाम्रो इन्दु सरले संकल्प प्रस्ताव पढ्नुभयो। हामी सबैजनाले यो संकल्प प्रस्तावलाई अलि जोरदार तालीले चाहिँ समर्थन गरौँ, अझै जोरले। र के गरौँ भने कि यो संकल्प प्रस्ताव चाहिँ 3 दिन 5 दिन भित्र हामी कहाँ सबैको इमेल होला, नम्बर होला, कहाँ आओस्। र यो संकल्प प्रस्तावलाई चाहिँ तपाई हामी सबैजनाले आफ्नो फेसबुक ग्रुप कुन ग्रुपमा सबैमा पठाउने। त्यो भनेको यो सम्मेलनको सबभन्दा ठुलो उपलब्धि चाहिँ सो संकल्प हो। र त्यो संकल्प गराउनको लागि चाहिँ हाम्रो मन्त्रालयका सचिवजी यही हुनुहुन्छ, नासको सदस्य सचिवजी यही हुनुहुन्छ, मन्त्रालय छ, योलाई पुरा गरोस् भन्ने पनि मैले कन्क्लुडिङ रिमार्क्स एउटा कुरो भन्न लाग्यो। सेकेन्ड, आवर global president of the robotics and the other your colleagues has expressed a collaboration, cooperation. I think Nepal is all the time ready to cooperate, collaborate, and work together hand in hand. That I assure that we will be doing, and because Gurung is leading that, we will do for that. That's why we will give a big clap to our international friends who have given so much heartily to cooperate. I come as a trade union leader, you see. So I have been watching the workforce, formal sector, informal sectors, since 1990. I made my speech in ILO conference in 1992. Now the workforce is changing. As you say, you see, now the employee relation will be changed. Mode of production will be changed. Before, we were giving the work for two purposes. One purpose was for building the machine. If you go in the age of the industrial revolution of 2.0 or 3.0, but as our global president, if you go to the industrial of 5.0, then you will need more people to make the machine and less people to run the machine. So now the new avenues of the work knowledge is very, very necessary. For that, our academic institutions, our schools has to be ready. Not only that, our entrepreneurs has also to be ready. If my farmers want a good plow to plow the land, we went for the tractors, sprayers. Now we'll be doing with the robotics, you see. The world is facing so many challenges. Everybody were talking about the climate change issues, environmental pollutions, by loss of the biodiversity, global world is facing the global hunger, so water scarcity, what not else. Everybody, you are familiar with our SDG, where the all 17 goals we have to fulfill. I think there is the need of the use of the artificial intelligence. And I have been advocating in the science technology sector that the scientific community, they don't belong to any caste and creed. They belong to the humanity. So whatever we the scientists will do, that will be benefited the humanity. So let us give a big clap to all the scientists, all the technology, all the innovations who are doing the works. I am very happy to see the young generation is still sitting from morning 9 o'clock, waiting for the Prime Minister what he is saying, and sitting till 8 o'clock. I am the chief of the Department of Science and Technology of the ruling party. So I assure you that I am all the time with the young generations. If you have any problems, any curiosity, please don't hesitate. Vikas came to me, you are doing the yantra. I said, okay, come, whatever problem you want, we'll be ready to support you. But I said to all young generation, don't depend on us. Be innovative. Be innovative from this evening. Be productive. जे गर्छौ त्यसमा चाहिँ उत्पादनशीलता हुन्छ. Be efficient. अहिले संसारमा जति पनि नलेज छ, हाम्रो टाइम जस्तो भार्गव डिक्सनरी किन्नु पर्दैन क्या. The everything is in your pocket. र यसले चाहिँ तपाईहरुलाई चाहिँ काम गर्न चाहिँ प्रेरणा दिन्छ. र अहिलेको वर्ल्डमा त अघि हाम्रो म्याडम हुनुहुन्छ कि हुन डायस्पोराको, आई डोन्ट नो वेयर सी इज हियर और नट. हाम्रो म्याडम कलेजको म्याडमले कस्तो मिठो गरी वर्ल्ड इकोनोमिक फोरमको कुरो गर्नुभयो, डाभोसको कुरो गर्नुभयो. हाम्रो सुरेश डाक्टर साहबले त्यसैले अबको एजुकेसन इज द स्ट्रिम एजुकेसन. र त्यो स्ट्रिम एजुकेसनको लागि चाहिँ अब चाहिँ मल्टिडिसिप्लिनरी नलेजहरुको आवश्यकता छ. म I work with the science teachers also. And I feel, might be after 10 years, there will be a scarcity of the science teachers globally, not only in Nepal. Because there is another things where everybody wants to do business. Few people want only to be the scientist. But the world needs more scientists to solve the global problems in the coming days. मैले यो भाषण, मेरो भाषण नसुन्ने को छ यहाँ केटाकेटी? पहिलेचोटि सुन्ने को छ? सुन्ने हात उठाउ त. धेरैजना पहिलेचोटि कोही छैन सुन्ने? हो, मेरो नभएले टिभीमा पनि इन्टरभ्यू आएर चाहिँ फोन गरेछ के. यहाँ मलाई भन्छ के मन्त्रीज्यू तपाईको टिभी इन्टरभ्यू हेर्दै छु. मैले भने हेर्दै गर्छु, म भाषण गर्छु अहिले यहाँ सानो केटाकेटीलाई. तर तपाईहरुमाथि मैले के छ भने अहिले राष्ट्रले, हामी जस्तो व्यक्तिले तपाईहरुमाथि चाहिँ भर परेको छ. We see the future and hopes in your face, in your eyes, तपाईहरुकोलाई देखेपछि हामीले चाहिँ अब नेपाल चाहिँ समृद्ध बन्नेछ, सुशासित हुनेछ र विश्वमा नेपालको जुन एआई मा अघि चाहिँ इन्डेक्समा देखाएको 150औं नम्बरमा होइन कि तपाईहरुकै पालामा नेपालमा चाहिँ एआई मा चाहिँ 10 नम्बरमा पुर्याउनु पर्छ भन्ने चाहिँ आशा र शुभकामना व्यक्त गर्छु। यति भन्दै इफ देयर इज एनी अनाउन्समेन्ट हाम्रो अर्गनाइजरले गर्नु होला। यति भनेर मैले फेरि आधी मिनट लिन्छु। There is a lot of opportunities in the AI or in the digital sector or in the digital economy. So be ready to grab these opportunities. Don't hesitate. What are the challenges? There's every time challenge in the life. खानालाई त दाँत दुख्छ यो गर्नुपर्छ हैन पकाएको भात त्यसैले अब चाहिँ there is a lot of opportunities. तर त्यो अपर्च्युनिटी क्याच गर्नको लागि तपाईहरु मेन्टली फिजिकली र कोअपरेसनलीको लागि तयार हुनु भन्दै म यहाँहरुसँग बिदा लिन्छु। धन्यवाद।
Now we proceed towards the token of love ceremony, thanking all of you who have been present here and who have supported us. And in order to give the token of love, I'd like to invite Engineer Ma'am Pramila Devi Shakya Bhattacharya, who is the Secretary for the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. So, I'd like to go with the order. First of all, I'd like to call upon Dr. Rabindra Dagal sir, Secretary, Nepal Academy of Science and Technology. I'd like to call upon the representative of Robotics Association of Nepal, RAN. Vigasi, congratulations.
Thanks.
How does it feel?
It feels great.
Moving on, the representative of the Asia Foundation. If you could have anyone representing the Asia Foundation. Okay, we move on. Frost Digital Ventures. Representative from Frost Digital Ventures. Association of Engineering Colleges of Nepal. Representative from UNDP Nepal. Representative from USAID. Representative from the civil society and media. So we do have the representative from the Asia Foundation. Representative from FNCCI. Representative from Fuse Machines. Representative from Samsung. Representative from Dish Home. Representative from Tekpana, that's me. Representative from ISS. In the meantime, I'd like to move forward. ISS बाट representative आउँदै गर्नुस् होला. आइसक्नुभयो? Okay. Fuse Machine. Representative from Kastamandov Television. Representative from Youth Innovation Lab. Representative from Eventsmo. Now I'd like to call upon Ms. Pravina Thapa, who is the executive member of IPAN and executive member of HISAN and academic director of Premier International IB Continuum School, Nepal's only IB Continuum School. Thank you, partners, for supporting us. Thank you, everyone who've been with us in terms of partners or supporters. Now we move on to the delegates who've given their enormous time and presence and effort towards this event, AI conference. Dr. Sethu Vijayakumar, Professor of Robotics, the Alan Turing Institute, the Future of Work. Mr. Venkatesh Babu, CEO, GlowSap Consulting Firm, Singapore AI-enabled intelligent digital workforce. Dr. Suresh Manandhar, CEO, Chief Scientist, WISAC. Vishesh Khanal, sir. He is a research scientist and chairman, Nami. Andre Koch, founder, Good City Foundation. Mr. Oliver Tian, Vice President, Global Robotics, Cluster 10 REN. Mr. Binay Raut, CEO, Pila Technologies. Engineer Subhas Thakal, Under Secretary, Minister of Home Affairs. Dr. Balkrishna Bal, Associate Professor and Head of Department, Kathmandu University. Ms. Manisha Mahajan, Under Secretary, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. Engineer Bijan Bhattrai, sir, CEO Dio.ai. Mr. Indu Bikram Joshi, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. Engineer Santosh Sharma, Under Secretary, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. Engineer Ganesh Asar, former Minister, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. र अब जजले पनि टोकन अफ लभ यहाँ हुनुभएर प्राप्त गर्नुभएको छ प्लिज स्टेजमा आइदिनु होला एउटा ग्रुप फोटो तपाईहरु समक्ष लिन चाहन्छौं Dish Home representative, I've come to know that you've made your presence. Please come up to the stage. So group photo को लागि म जतिजनाले पनि यहाँ आएर आफ्नो उपस्थिति जनाउनु भयो टोकन अफ लभ लिएर प्लिज आइदिनु होला आफ्नो टोकन अफ लभ सहित so that we can have a group photo together. Representative from civil society media, please make your way onto the stage. Representative from civil society media. सो अब चाहिँ यन्त्र 9.0 को क्लोजिङ सेरेमनी सुरु हुन्छ र अब चाहिँ तपाईहरु सामु उद्घोषिका हुनेछिन् अनुमानन्तर
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's time to appreciate our supporters for making Yantra 9.0 a huge success. For that, I'd like to invite on the stage Engineer Ganesha Sir, who is a former Minister of Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Engineer Ganesha Sir. First, I'd like to invite representative from Thoplo machine. Next, we have Government of Nepal, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. Next, we have Nepal Vigyan Tatha Pravidi Pragya Pratishthan. I'd like to once again call upon representative from Thoplo machine. Now it's time for Government of Nepal, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. Now it's time to give letter of appreciation to Fuse Machines. Any representative from Fuse Machines, please come on the stage. I'd like to one more time invite on the stage representative from Fuse Machines. Now, let's welcome Nami. Now, for the letter of appreciation, let's welcome AI. One more time, I'd like to invite AI on the stage. Okay, moving further. We have FNCCI. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome FNCCI on the stage. Moving further, we have Sanvi College of Kathmandu. Now, the representative from Vizag Inc. Thank you so much, sir. Now, moving further, we have King's College, Architecting Future. So he's not here. So moving further, we have Robotic Association of Nepal, Far West. Now moving forward, one more time, Robotic Association of Nepal, Madhes, between human and machine. Now, next we have NREN. Any representative from NREN, please come on the stage. After this, we have NASO. One more time, NASO. Any representative from NASO, please come on the stage. So moving further, we have Broadway Info SYS, Inspiring Growth. Ladies and gentlemen, from the Broadway Info SYS. So moving further, we have Secure Soft. One more time, I'd like to repeat. Secure Soft, please come on the stage. So next in the list, we have Premier International School. As sorry saying, अलिकति round of applause पनि बजाइदिनु न हाम्रो appreciation को लागि है. So moving further, we have Dish Home. Any representative from Dish Home, please come on the stage to receive your letter of appreciation. So next, we have Kantipur Engineering College. Ladies and gentlemen, any representative from Kantipur Engineering College, please come on the stage. So moving further, we have Aecon. Any representative from Aecon, please come on the stage. So next we have Sagarmatha Engineering College. Any representative from Sagarmatha Engineering College? So next on the list we have Himalaya College of Engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, any representative from Himalaya College of Engineering, please come on the stage, please. So finally, we have CAT4 International College of Engineering and Management. Next in the list, we have Pegasus Overseas Private Limited. So next we have Bix Farm. So next on the list, we have Bambino. Any representative from Bambino, please come on the stage. I request Sonal sir to please come on the stage for Bambino. So next we have Chaitanya Design. Ladies and gentlemen, any representative from Chaitanya Design? So next we have Kathmandu Engineering College. So moving further as I go, Nepal Engineer Association. So finally we have MIT Model Institute of Technology. So it's now end of letter of appreciation. Now I'd like to move towards our next section, that is award ceremony. For that, I'd like to request Ganesha sir to please stay on the stage. Sir, stage ma bastinu anurodh गर्न चाहन्छु. Okay, हाम्रो अवार्ड सेरेमनीको पालो भएको छ र हाम्रो यन्त्र किट्सबाट म स्टार्ट गर्न चाहन्छु. For that, best teamwork we have Sunshine National School. Ladies and gentlemen, Sunshine National School, best teamwork. Okay, moving further, they are not here. So emerging team, we have Gyan Shankar International School. I think they are also not here. So moving further, one more time, best time award goes to Euro School. Ladies and gentlemen, Euro School, any representative from Euro School, please come on the stage to receive your award. So next we have Best Design Award. That goes to Sanskriti International School, Ines Raz Maske. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to our award winners as well. I'd like to request our winner categories and runner-up categories to please be ready to receive your awards. Now it's time to announce our runner-up. So from the Yantra Kids runner-up, we have Sampada Team A, Pragyan Pandey. Ladies and gentlemen, let's head it for Pragyan Pandey. So, okay, from the winner session of Yantra Kids, we have Sampada Team B, Adit Joshi. Ladies and gentlemen, let's head it for the winner of Yantra Kids. Congratulations, Yantra Kids winner, Adit Joshi. I think Adit is getting more famous, right? Congratulations, Adit, for winning Yantra Kids. Thank you so much, Ganesha sir. You may have a seat, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, now I'd like to invite Oliver Tan, sir, to do the honors for our award ceremony for Yantra Teens winner. Okay, starting from the elite achievers, we have Cosmic, Suyog Nepal, Kriton Sedan. One more time, I'd like to say, Elite Achievers Cosmic Suyog Nepal Kritan Sedan. Now, moving further towards robust robot, we have Sanskriti Mibhan Nahata Devansh Baheti. Ladies and gentlemen, from robust robot, we have Sanskriti Mibhan Nahata Devansh Baheti. Moving further towards our next category for this award ceremony of Yantra Teens, we have runner-up. Yes, Gigi, SRC, Divas Sapkota and Navin Basnet. Okay, moving further towards our winner category of Yantra Teens, we have Robo Rangers of Sudur Paschim. I think they are outside, so any representative from that team? Now, moving towards our next category, that is Yantra Business Cup Expo. Thank you, Oliver Tan, sir. You may have a seat now. Now, for the next award, I'd like to invite on the stage Bijay Kumar Setu sir to do the honors for Yantra Business Cup winners. Starting with the runner-up of Yantra Business Cup Expo, we have Tri-Xavier Shakriya Pandey. Ladies and gentlemen, Tri-Xavier. So moving further towards our winner team of Yantra Business Cup Expo, we have Team ERC Ashish Simkara. Ladies and gentlemen, let's head for our winner from Yantra Business Cup Expo. Now, it's time to honor Yantra Swamanoid. We have the emerging team winner TCR Trojan, Saurav Thozu, Rabbisha Macha Masi. So sorry, I'd like to now invite for the award ceremony of Yantra Wars, we have our emerging team award, Ayush Suwal, who is from Trinity International College. From the runner-up, we have Team Xenon. They are from India itself, so they could not make it out today. From the winner category, we have Team Invincible for Yantra Wars. They are also from India, so they are not present here tonight. So moving further towards Yantra Swamanoid. Thank you, Bijay sir. You may have a seat now. Now moving further towards our next category for Yantra Swamanoid. Let's welcome Andre sir to do the honors. So, moving further towards our Yantra Swamanoid, our emerging team, TCR Trojan, Saurav Thozu, Rabbisha Macha Masi. They are not here, so let's welcome the representative from the emerging team of TCR Trojan. So moving further towards our runner-up, We have HRC Swarms, Anil Shrestha and Gagan Pradhan. So, from the winner of Yantra Swamanoid, we have Team ERC. Ladies and gentlemen, Team ERC from Yantra Swamanoid, Smarika Oli. The winner team, ERC Smarika Oli. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Andre, sir. Now, it's time for International League. For that, I'd like to call Engineer Dakshina Shrestha, who is the principal of Sagarmatha Engineering College. Let's start with Innovative Mechanism Award, Team Koshi, Paris Jimmy, Ashish Sharma. So they are not here. So moving further, we have Robo Rookie Recognition Award, Team SPA. Ladies and gentlemen, let's head it for Team SPA. Moving further, we have Tech Divas Award, Team Khopa, Debaki Shrestha, Monica Kapari. Okay, they are also not here. Moving further towards our runner-up of International League, we have Team Destructor, Pawan Shah. Ladies and gentlemen, let's head for our Team Destructor. So, moving further towards our winner of International League, we have Team Bot Minds, Srizan Kharka and Susan Shrestha. Ladies and gentlemen, let's head for our winner team, Bot Minds. Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, the award that we are announcing tonight for the Yantra Business Corp softbots that happened today. For that, I'd like to invite on the stage Simoli Desai, who is the head of operations, Sanvi College of Kathmandu. So, okay, we will be revealing the winners for Yantra Business Corp softbots tonight. So, are you guys excited for that? Okay, let's start with the Best Ideation Award. Who do you think has won this award then? Okay, for that, let's welcome Venkatesh sir also to do the honors on the stage as well. Okay, shall I start? For the Best Ideation Award, who do you think has won this award? Any guesses from the audience? Okay, with breaking the silence, I'd like to call on the stage Team Aura. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Aura for winning the Best Ideation Award. Congratulations, Team Aura. Now moving further towards our runner-up team. Who do you think has won this runner-up team? Alikati audience butter, can I hear the names or not? I think everyone is tired, so let me take the name. We have the runner-up winner, that is Team Mirage, for the Yantra Business Corp softbots. Isha Hitang, Mahesh Yadav, Rahul Ravi Mahata, Nishant Dahal, moving towards the winner of Yantra Business Corp softballs that happened today. We have, the winner is, any guesses, guys? I think everyone is so tired that nobody wants to take the names, right? Are you guys not excited? The last winner for tonight, that is Right on AI. Congratulations, Right on AI. Gagan Chaulagai, Chatramani Yadav. Congratulations, team Right on AI, for winning Yantra Business Corp softbots tonight. Thank you so much, sir and ma'am. Okay, now let's welcome the most important person of Yantra 9.0 to do the honors. The President of Robotics Association of Nepal, Mr. Vikas Gurung, sir, to honor the certification of appreciation to the mentors of Yantra 9.0. Now it's time to distribute certificate of appreciation to the mentors of softbots. We have Mr. Chitiz Tamang. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chitiz Tamang. So, okay, moving further, we have Mr. Kumar Shrestha. Let me repeat one more time, Mr. Kumar Shrestha. I think it's not here. Mr. Image Adhikari. Moving further, we have Mr. Bhupin Baral. So moving further, we have Mr. Love Pantha. The next in the list, we have Mr. Mahesh Sakya. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Mahesh Sakya one more time. Now, moving further, we have Mr. Anmol Pradhan. Okay, next we have Mr. Jatin Bhusal. Next we have Mr. Robin Adhikari. So next we have Mr. Ajay Pandey. And finally on the list, we have Dr. Vivek Thakur Lohar. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Vivek Thakur Lohar. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the end of our show, so I request every winners, runner-ups to please come on the stage for the group photograph. Okay, since we are at the verge of closing, so today we got the winner from the softball judges, so it's time to appreciate our judges as well. So, first judge we have Dr. Bal Krishna Bal. He's not here. So moving further towards our next judge, we have Mr. Season Shrestha. So next judge, we have Mr. Alok Khatri. So ladies and gentlemen, we are almost at the end of our show. So for the closing remarks, I'd like to invite on the podium the President of RAND, Mr. Vikas Gurung sir, to do the closing remarks.
Thank you, Anu, for wonderfully hosting this program. In my closing remarks, I think without long closing, I would say thank you to everyone. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite one more time on the stage all the winners, runner-ups, and all the certificate holders. Please come on the stage for the group photograph. One more time, I'd like to invite all the winners, runner-ups, and all the certificate holders. Please come on the stage for the group photograph one more time. Congratulations, all the winners of Yantra 9.0 and Softbots. You guys were fabulous tonight. From the winner, I mean to see all the category winner as well. So, sabai category winner lai pani ma stage ma amantrit गर्न चाहन्छु group photograph को लागि. सबै winners, सबै runner-ups र category winners सबैलाई म stage मा एकपल्ट फेरि आमन्त्रित गर्न चाहन्छु. To all the winners, please come to the stage as soon as possible for the group photographs. Okay, for now, let's welcome all our visitors, everyone present here on this room. Please come here at the front for the group photograph. I'd like to invite Simoli ma'am, sir, everyone, please come on the stage to do the honor for the group photograph as well as everyone present on the room, please come on the stage for the group photograph.